In fairy tale, draw the Dragon Knight card box at the beginning. Chapter 1. The border of the Kingdom of Fiori, the town of Wunbas. 10 kilometers away from the town, there is a forest that has experienced fierce fighting and has almost been turned into ruins. A girl with beautiful long crimson hair and an extremely beautiful appearance was facing off against a huge, scary-looking spider monster. The girl's name is Urza, a mage from fairy tale, the top guild in the Kingdom of Fiori. How top-notch is it? In this world, there are existences like the Magister Guild and Magisters that transcend mortals. They possess all kinds of powerful magic and power, and their influence on this world is profound. In order to classify the levels among magicians and limit the tasks they can take on, the Magic Council divides magicians into D level, C level, B level, A level, and S level, for a total of 5 levels. The crimson-haired girl named Urza is an S-class mage. She is the best among the mage groups in the entire Kingdom of Fiori and is extremely powerful. But even for such a powerful existence, the state shown at this moment is not very good. With her legs trembling slightly, Urza put her hands on the sword in front of her, and by inserting the sword into the ground, she could barely steady herself from falling. The originally bright armor looked a little dull due to the dust from the battle. There was a scar about 10 centimeters long on the slender white calf. The bright red blood with a trace of coquettish purple was constantly pouring out from the wound, slightly showing. Ferocious. Breathing slightly, Urza looked warily at the big spider in front of her who had one of its legs chopped off, and her heart was filled with solemnity. I underestimated the enemy. I didn't expect that the strength of this monster was stronger than what the intelligence said. Has it improved during this time? Moreover, this kind of poison is an ability that has not been mentioned in the intelligence. Feeling the powerful toxin in her body that blocked the flow of magic and was still destroying the magic circuit, Urza frowned slightly. In the past many years of fighting, Urza had not fought against enemies with powerful toxins. But this was the first time she encountered something as poisonous as today. It was so powerful that she had to gather all the magic power in her body to resist the invasion of the poison and prevent the magic circuit and nervous system from being wantonly destroyed. It is indeed a monster that has defeated 3 S-class magicians. It should be promoted to the SS level, right? Due to the influence of toxins, the skin that was originally as white as snow was faintly glowing with purple light at this moment, giving the heroic Urza a hint of coquettishness at this moment. It was also because of the damage to the magic circuit and nervous system caused by the toxins. At this moment, Urza's whole body was in a state of temporary paralysis, unable to move, and Urza's inaction clearly fell into the terrifying compound eyes of the terrifying spider beast opposite her. This human just stared at him warily, but did not attack like before. How could the spider monster with considerable intelligence not know that the poison he injected into Urza by cutting her leg had begun to take effect in her body? A very humane mocking smile appeared on its ferocious face. The spider monster raised its huge head, and a high-speed rotating purple magic circle appeared near its bloody mouth, condensing a dark purple energy light ball. This human woman came to attack him and cut off one of his legs. The spider monster's heart was filled with anger and hatred. At this moment, while she was unable to move, it wanted her to die. With the injection of magic power from the spider monster, the rotation speed of the array gradually increased, and the energy light ball it condensed became larger and larger, and the energy contained in it became more and more terrifying. Finally, when the rotation speed was increased to the extreme, the spider monster sprayed out its mouth, and the space reverberated. With a loud noise, a thick torrent of magic instantly spurted out from the magic circle. Like an extremely fast laser, the dark purple magic beam exploded into invisible ripples of wind in the air, spraying quickly towards Urza. The hard ground was cut open by the sharp airflow on the surface of the magic beam, as if it had been plowed, and a neat ravine was drawn. In an instant, gravel flew everywhere, sand flew, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. This is tricky. Looking straight ahead at the surging magic beam containing terrifying energy, Urza groaned secretly. Normally, she could easily dodge an attack of this magnitude. But at this moment, due to the invasion of toxins in her body, there was a strong sense of paralysis in her body, and it was very difficult to just move her body. She could not avoid it in time, or wear a diamond armor to resist the attack of the spider monster. It seems that the only option is to resist forcefully. Withstand this wave of offensive, then use magic to force out the poison, and finally fight back. This is the thought in Urza's mind at the moment. After making the decision, Urza silently held her breath and controlled most of the magic covering her body. His body surface was used to defend against this terrifying beam, and the remaining magic power continued to fight the poison in the magic circuit, trying to force the poison out of the body. When Urza completed all this, the magic beam was already there. Between the lightning and flint, it came through the air and roared in front of her. The light cannon was powerful enough to destroy a mountain. At this moment, Urza faced destruction. A similar impact. Closing her eyes, Urza prepared herself for the pain she thought would come, but the pain she thought would come did not come as expected. In a daze, she seemed to hear the sound of footsteps. And she felt someone walking in front of her. Then, a strange sound effect and an ethereal electronic sound without any emotion sounded in Urza's ears. Guard vent. Then, the roaring explosion exploded and fell clearly into Urza's ears. Chapter 2. What sound? The strange sound seems to be coming from in front of me. But isn't that the magic beam in front of me? Right? Where is the magic beam? Why can't I feel any pain? Did this explosion hit something? It seems like there are 100,000 whys. Urza opened her eyes in surprise and looked forward, wanting to know what was going on. When she saw the scene in front of her, her eyes widened. It was a tall figure about 190 centimeters tall and tall. She is wearing a red leather jacket that looks very strange to Urza. The entire body is wrapped in the leather jacket, and even the head is completely covered by a strange helmet. At this moment, this leather jacket, the weirdo, was facing away from Urza, holding up a dragon claw-shaped shield in each hand, merging them together to block the path of the magic beam attack. Urza could vaguely see them merging together. The shield emits a translucent, honeycomb-shaped protective cover that completely blocks the magic beam. The magic beam roars and roars, but in the end it is only blocked from the protective cover and cannot move forward. Who is this guy? Curiosity about the identity of this leather-clad monster who suddenly appeared and saved her from the light cannon, and curiosity about his ability to easily block the magic beam, instantly lingered in Urza's heart. I don't know how long it took. The dark purple the magic beam turned into tiny particles and was finally completely annihilated in the air. From the beginning to the end, the momentum seemed extremely spectacular, but the magic beam was never able to break through the two small shields. The protective shield he constructed was firmly rejected. In the end, it just roared incompetently and then disappeared. This scene had different reactions in the eyes of everyone present. It seemed that the attack that the spider monster just launched was definitely close to the power of an SS-level monster. Even in her prime, she had to use all her strength to escape in front of her eyes. The sudden appearance of the weird man in the leather jacket was blocked easily. Looking at his calm look, blocking this attack was as easy as drinking a glass of water. The sudden appearance of Wu Ming Qiang was so powerful. Or, with his strange and unique attire, he should be famous, but she has never heard of this person in the kingdom of Fiori before. Could it be that he is a demon from outside the kingdom of Fiori? Instructor? At this moment, Urza was shocked and had a strong curiosity in her heart. This outfit should also be a type of armor, right? Could it be the magic of dressing up? While guessing the magic used by the person in front of her, Urza politely expressed her gratitude to the mysterious person who saved her. Thank you for saving me. I am Urza, the wizard of fairy tale. Excuse me, what is your name? Her voice was light and sweet, and there was a trace of gratitude to the person who defended her against the attack. Hearing Urza's thanks, the mysterious man in a red leather jacket turned around, a pair of people shrouded in a striped mask. The huge red compound eyes looked at her, and the momentum he had gathered when he resisted the attack also pressed against Urza. At this moment, Urza felt as if she was being stared at by these huge and bright red eyes. As if an ancient ferocious beast was staring at her, a fierce aura rushed towards her face. Suddenly, Urza's breath was suffocated, and she felt a huge sense of oppression in her heart. Her muscles tightened and her body tightened. He showed a defensive posture like a conditioned reflex. Fortunately, the aura of the man in front of him disappeared in an instant, and the red light in his eyes seemed to soften. He just looked at Urza quietly. Did not speak. Realizing that the other party was not hostile to her, Urza breathed a sigh of relief, relaxed her body, and began to look at the mysterious man who suddenly appeared and rescued her. He was covered in a red leather sheath of extraordinary texture. Among them, the streamlined muscles are visible to the naked eye, but they do not look bloated at all. Instead, they have a powerful beauty. The upper body is equipped with a pair of exquisite silver armor, and the high bulging chest muscles give people an impression. A feeling of explosive power. The silver-white striped mask covered his entire face, preventing Urza from seeing his appearance clearly. There was a dragon head pattern printed on the center of his head, showing his domineering and majestic appearance. Two protrusions extending from the side pointed toward the sky. It should have made the person in front of him look sharp, but because of his slightly protruding red compound eyes, it made him look a little cute. There's something strangely handsome about it. Extraordinary valor and brilliance. This is the most intuitive feeling the mysterious man gave Urza. Thinking like this, Urza raised her head, revealing a delicate white neck, and stared blankly at the person in front of her who was taller than herself. The two of them looked at each other like this for a few seconds. The mask did not change the voice quality of the person in front of them, and the clear and pleasant male voice came through the mask. Fell into Urza's ears. If we know each other, we can talk about it later. The important thing now is for me to kill that little spider first. Ah. Yes. Although his voice was soft, his words seemed to be full of irresistible majesty, as well as a powerful self-confidence that looked down on the world. This amazing momentum instantly made Urza straighten her body unconsciously, as if she responded like a well-behaved child. At this moment, Urza didn't even notice that the toxins in her body had been eliminated by magic and she could resume action. Instead, she stared blankly at Roy. Her pair of transparent red eyes were dull and stupid. If anyone who knew Urza saw her like this, they would never believe that this person was the resolute, brave, and generous fairy queen in front of them. The girl with beautiful crimson hair looked familiar. Roy nodded with satisfaction, and then turned to look at the spider monster, which was already at the end of its power. Next, it was his time. Chapter 3. Opposite Roy and Urza, the spider monster was panting slightly, watching the strange man who suddenly appeared and blocked his full blow, feeling angry and anxious in his heart. In order to kill that hateful human woman with one blow, the blow just now had already drained 90% of the magic power from her body. Originally full of confidence in his heart, Spider Monster had absolute confidence that he could kill it. But now not only was she unable to be killed, but there was also a powerful enemy. Even in its heyday, it was impossible to fight one against two. Not to mention that it now has a broken leg and almost no magic power. What to do? Although he has 8 legs, even if one was chopped off, he still has 7. But Spider-Man felt that he was completely helpless with the situation he was currently facing. Danger! The ugly eyes moved uneasily, and the spider monster, which had the IQ of a human child of about 8 years old, had the intention of quitting. The spider monster was observing the movements of Roy and Urza on the other side, as well as the surrounding environment, hoping to find the best escape route. But, will Roy do what he wants? There was a flash of light in the huge red compound eyes, and Roy silently thought in his heart. Then, let you be my first justice value nourishment after traveling to this world. Roy is a time traveler. Half an hour ago, Roy traveled to this unknown world and awakened a golden finger like the protagonist of an online novel, an existence called the System. Kamen Rider System. As the name suggests, this is a primary system related to Kamen Rider. Roy, on the other hand, opened the elementary version of this system and could extract any Kamen Rider from this system. Moreover, the basic statistics of the knights he draws will be 10 times the original. Later, Roy extracted the Kamen Rider Ryaki's transformation card box from the novice gift package he got from the system, and started the progress of Ryaki's justice value. Next, as long as Roy defeats evil by transforming into a dragon knight, or performs a righteous act in line with his heart, he can increase the progress of the dragon knight's justice value. When the progress of the dragon knight's justice value reaches 70%, he will be able to obtain the qualification for the next knight. When Roy obtains the transformation devices of 5 knights and the justice value progress reaches 100%, the system will be promoted to the intermediate version. At that time, the basic data of any knight Roy draws will be 50 times that of the original. In his last life, Roy was just an ordinary social creature, living a dull and uneventful life. In this life, after traveling through the world and awakening the system, he will definitely stand at the pinnacle of this world. In a flash of excitement, Roy's right hand reached to the middle of his waist and abdomen. There is a card box with the same pattern as the dragon head above. Accompanied by a strange card drawing sound effect, Roy steadily drew a card from it. Holding the card casually between his index and middle fingers, as if on display, Roy raised his right hand to his side and shook it in a small arc. Urza craned her neck and widened her beautiful eyes, trying to see clearly the pattern on the card in Roy's hand. But before she could see it clearly, Roy had already inserted it into the dragon summoning mecha type eye on his left wrist, and then closed it. Sword vent. Accompanied by a strange sound effect and emotionless electronic sound, a thunderous dragon roar suddenly exploded in the sky. In the air that no one could see, thousands of meters high, in just a short moment, a bright red and extremely handsome eastern dragon flew across the sky. It is Kamen Rider Ryaki's contracted beast, the peerless dragon Crimson. As it passed through the sky, the pressure as heavy as an abyss poured down, making Urza and the spider monster in this space feel a suffocating oppression at the same time. What does it feel like? Urza widened her eyes and looked around, trying to find the source of the pressure that made her feel uncomfortable. But the pressure only lasted less than a second, after Wushuan Dragon dropped a red saber. Disappeared as it disappeared. At this time, Urza was surprised to find that there was a long knife in Roy's hand in front of her. It really is the magic of dressing up. It seemed like a question, but it was also affirmative. Urza confirmed her guess about the magic used by Roy. Although she didn't notice any magic fluctuations, this kind of action of taking out a weapon out of thin air could only be done by space-based magic. Got it. Before Urza could ask, Roy moved and gently grazed the shining blade on his left hand, and there was a heart-wrenching sound of steel. Staggering his feet slightly, he bent his knees and jumped up lightly. Roy jumped more than 300 meters in the air in an instant, looking down at the powerful Wushuan dragon as it passed by. Affected by the aura, Roy curled up into a ball, his body trembled, his head lowered, not daring to move the spider monster at all. Roy's deep eyes were filled with fierceness, and he held the Wushuan dragon saber tightly with both hands. Raising it high above his head, Roy's body began to lean forward, and fell rapidly towards the spider monster. During the fall, due to the excessive speed, wisps of wisps even rose from the surface of Roy's body and rubbed against the air at high speed. The resulting white airflow accompanied Roy's body falling at a high speed, and the blade of the Wushuan dragon saber was aimed at the spider monster's head. In the flash of cold light, it seemed as if the air was split open, and the whistling wind kept sounding. There was even an air explosion, which was enough to show how powerful the attack was. Finally, when Roy was about to fall on top of the spider monster, it finally reacted to the shock. The compound eyes looked at Roy, who was falling rapidly in the sky, and the spider monster was horrified. With its instinct, the spider monster saw the amazing power of this slash, and felt the threat of death in its heart. Therefore, the spider monster went crazy. He twisted his body, trying to avoid this seemingly terrifying blow. Unfortunately, it was too late. In just this short moment, Roy's peerless dragon saber had already passed by hundreds of people. Meters away, it landed on the top of its head. While it was slashing, there was an invisible energy on the surface of the blade that was vibrating at high speed. It violently rubbed with a large amount of air to form a fierce flame, which greatly strengthened the blade. In the end, the unparalleled dragon saber in Roy's hand fell in front of the spider monster's frightened eyes. "Die, insect." Roy said so, his voice extremely calm. Chapter 4. Before the peerless dragon saber in Roy's hand landed on the spider monster's head, the extremely sharp blade had already split its scalp. Moreover, a huge knife-shaped shadow extended from the blade, including the entire body of the spider monster within the attack range. The next moment, like cutting tofu, the knife-shaped shadow easily tore the spider monster's hard shell from top to bottom. During this process, Roy didn't feel even the slightest obstacle, and the flow was as smooth as silk. Finally, Roy fell lightly to the ground. With a casual flick of the right hand holding the sword, the Wushuan dragon saber instantly shattered like glass, turning into pieces and disappearing into the air. It wasn't until this moment that Spider Monster's face, filled with fear, began to slowly crack. The blood seeped out from his face, and at first it was just a thin line like a hair. As the opening increases, it suddenly gushes out from the section of the incision like a fountain. Immediately afterwards, the spider monster's huge body fell to the ground left and right, causing the ground to shake slightly and make a dull sound. Under this knife, the spider monster was cut in half. Behind Roy, Urza's fair little face was filled with shock when she saw how easily Roy had dealt with the spider monster that had just put her in a tough battle, and her little mouth opened into a cute O shape. Although the spider monster is not at its peak due to the lack of magic power at this moment, its physical strength has not decreased at all. Urza, who had spent a lot of effort to cut off one of its legs, knew very well how strong the spider monster was. The shell is definitely several times harder than steel and cannot be easily broken through by non-S-class magicians. I didn't expect that the person in front of me could split it whole and split it in half so easily. Although his magic looks a bit weird, its strength is truly powerful. Urza sincerely admired Roy's great strength. This is definitely a level above S level, perhaps not far different from the top 10 magicians of the Holy Saints, right? I don't know if he has joined a guild, but if not, I must invite him to join Fairy Tale. Thinking like this, Urza moved her slender legs directly and walked towards Roy, who was standing there after defeating the spider monster, not knowing what he was thinking. Urza is a standard activist. Think of it. Host, Roy. Current system level, Junior, unlocked knights with 10-fold increase. Currently unlocked knights, Ryaki, Dragon Rider. Dragon Rider Justice Value Progress, 12%, Strength Bonus 12%. Staring in front of yourself only you can see the translucent panel. Roy focused his attention on a line of small words in the lower left corner of the panel. Kill an S-class monster that is about to be promoted, and you will be rewarded with 10% of the Justice Value Progress. Rescue a girl with the strength of an S-class magician and reward 2 Justice Points Progress %. At this moment, Roy's attention was not on the 10% and 2% values, but on the S-class monsters and S-class wizards. S-class monster? S-class wizard? It always sounds familiar. Have I traveled to some magical world? Moreover, the crimson-haired girl also looks familiar. Is she a character from which anime? Roy held his chin with his right hand and began to search through the memories in his mind, falling into deep thought. He completely forgot that his girl was standing behind him. If he thought she looked familiar, wouldn't it be faster to just ask her name? Roy didn't realize this until Urza's voice sounded behind him. Turning around, Roy saw Urza standing in front of him with some restraint. "Well, hello sir. My name is Urza Shikareto, and I am the mage of Fairy Tale. What is your name?" Before Roy could ask, Urza announced herself. She spoke softly, not at all like the bold and generous person she was in the guild. It was really the oppression that Roy's attire gave her at the moment. The power is too strong, and the body has just been infected by toxins and has become a little weak, and it takes a while to recover. Urza Shikar? Fairy Tale. Hearing this name, Roy had a flash of inspiration, and the memory of this name emerged. Urza, the character and heroine from a passionate young man comic fairy tale that he had seen in his previous life. 1. Due to the passage of time and the fact that he had never watched the anime, Roy could not remember the characters in it, so he could not recognize Urza when he saw her for the first time. Hearing Urza ask his name, Roy was about to answer. At this time, Roy realized that he was still in the form of a dragon knight, and he quickly cancelled the transformation. The battle was over at this moment. It was a bit impolite to keep talking to others like this. The next moment, the armor dissipated like broken glass, and a tall and handsome young man appeared in front of Urza. His messy black hair did not look messy. There is something wild about it. His handsome face is as sharp as a chisel, and his deep starry eyes are dotted under his slender eyebrows, which adds a bit of aura to him. In front of Urza was the most handsome man she had ever seen. Even though Urza was not the kind of girl who would become obsessed with handsome men, she was still attracted by Roy's handsomeness at this moment. And Wei blushed. After all, no one can have a bad feeling towards a man who has just saved him, is extremely powerful and handsome, right? "My name is Roy, nice to meet you, Urza." He said this with a clear and soft voice. "Roy? What's your last name?" "My name is Roy, my surname is Luo and my first name is Yi." "What a strange name," Urza murmured in a low voice, then raised her head and looked into Roy's deep black eyes, and asked curiously, "So Roy, have you joined the Magisters Guild?" Her beautiful eyes flashed with expectation, and Urza shook her head in anticipation of Roy. Then she could talk to Roy and let him join Fairy Tale. As long as Roy joins Fairy Tale's strength will increase again. Going to the next level, Fiori's #1 position will become even more unbreakable. Known as the Fairy Queen, Urza, as the Fairy Tale Discipline Committee member, is only thinking about the guild she calls her home. P.S. The author has not seen many Kamen Riders. If there are any setting errors, please point them out and lightly spray them. If you have any knights you want to see, you can also mention them in the comment area. I will add them according to the plot. Thank you all. Also, the protagonist's image is designed based on the reader's images. Do you feel like you are immersed in it? Laughs. Place a bowl and ask for flowers and comments. Chapter 5. Mages Guild? I didn't join this. Roy shook his head. He had just traveled to this world half an hour ago. If he hadn't happened to meet Urza, he would have been completely unfamiliar with this world. How could he possibly join the Magisters Guild? Very good. Hearing Roy's words, Urza's beautiful eyes shone with surprise, and her voice suddenly rose, showing her joy. So, do you want to join us in Fairy Tale? Although it is a bit noisy, it is a very warm guild. Urza couldn't wait to send an invitation to Roy, her voice full of pride for her guild. Moreover, our guild is the #1 guild in Fiori. I promise, you won't be disappointed. Hearing Urza's words, a look of thought appeared on Roy's face, and he began to consider whether joining the guild would help him increase his justice value. After thinking for a while, Roy got a positive answer. Joining the Goblin's Tales? It's a good choice. Your own system needs to defeat evil, or do justice in line with your heart. Although you don't know what justice is in line with your heart, defeating it. Roy still knows how to do evil, just like he just defeated the spider monster, or the evil wizard, even though Roy can't remember much about the plot of fairy tale. Yes, but he knows that this guild is the center of all plots in the original work. After the plot begins, there will definitely be many different villains on the scene. If you join this guild, it will definitely be very helpful to increase your progress in justice. Just by following the protagonist group, you will naturally get a lot of justice points. Moreover, as the number 1 guild in Fiori, Fairy Tale usually receives a lot of missions, and Roy can definitely accept more. A mission similar to that of suppressing bandits or killing monsters to increase one's justice value, so it is not necessary. Then, please take me back to the guild, Miss Urza. Roy showed a bright smile to Urza and expressed his willingness to join Fairy Tale. That's great. Urza, who had been looking at Roy's expression with hope, couldn't help but jump up with joy after hearing that Roy agreed to join the guild. Then, Urza, who realized that she was a little out of sorts, exposed herself to Roy. Embarrassed smile. Urza didn't understand why her mood fluctuated so easily today. She was not at all like her usual calm and decisive self, but it didn't matter, as long as Roy agreed to join the guild, that would be all. Lisa didn't delve into this issue. Then, remembering what Roy had just called her, Urza pursed her beautiful lips, a generous and hearty smile appeared on her pretty face, and said, "Just call me Urza. There's no need to be so open-minded, Roy." Roy nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, Urza. So, let's get back to the guild now." Elsa was refreshed and full of momentum. Roy nodded again. Then, he saw Urza's face turned bitter, and her whole aura instantly dropped. "I'm really sorry. If it hadn't been for the poison just now, I could have carried you away on a magic 4-wheeled vehicle. However, now I can't even use the magic power to take out the magic scroll. Moreover, there are no trains running on Onibus today, so I can only trouble you to walk back to Magnolia with me." Urza touched her head, her beautiful but somewhat lost voice was full of embarrassment. She didn't realize it before, but when she was about to use her magic to take out the magic scroll, she realized that her magic was already unconsciously when he was fighting poison. He obviously invited others to join the guild, and he should fulfill his duties as a senior. Unexpectedly, he could only let people walk back to the guild with him. What a big failure! Thinking of this, Urza lowered her head and suddenly became very depressed. "Otherwise, you can punch me." Urza, who had a dark experience in the past, had unknowingly developed this way of thinking that if she made a mistake, she should be beaten. That's why she suggested that Roy punch her. "Why should I hit you? And I have a way so that we don't have to walk and we don't have to be unhappy." Looking at Urza's dejected look, Roy smiled cheerfully and told Urza not to care. Naturally, he refused Urza's request to punch her. He punched the beautiful girl and so on. Of course he can do it. As long as he is his enemy, no matter how beautiful he is, there is absolutely no need to do so at this moment. Urza has not offended him, and she is not his enemy. Why hit her? Even if he really had to walk back, he wouldn't hit her. Not to mention, Roy had his own way to prevent the two of them from walking. Urza is a cute girl who is a bit silly. Roy, who didn't know much about the original work of Fairy Tale, came up with an image of Urza based on her performance in front of him. Then, Roy, who was a head-touching maniac before time travel, covered Urza with his big hand. On Luce's little head, he gently rubbed it to comfort her. There was no other way. Due to the height difference between the two of them, and Urza's head being lowered, this position of touching her head was really convenient, and in Roy's opinion. Come on, at this moment Urza is like a little sister who needs care, so he can't help but do this kind of intimate behavior. Chapter 6. This. Feeling the gentle force and warmth coming from the top of her head, Urza's fair face immediately turned red. Even though she was as bold as she was slapped on the head by a man whom she had just met and whom she had some affection for. She would also feel shy. Moreover, She must be treated like a child, right? Urza was very sensitive to Roy's psychological activities when he touched her head, so she was not angry in her heart. Just a little unhappy. He actually treated me like a child. Urza took a step back, raised her head and glared at him. I feel even more unhappy. Why is this guy so tall? Urza is 170 centimeters tall, which is pretty good among girls, but at this time, she can only raise her head in front of Roy, looking into his eyes. After all, Roy was 190 centimeters tall, which was a head taller than her. Staring at Roy angrily, Urza's previous low mood had disappeared. Urza was full of energy at this moment. I have to say that Roy's comfort was quite useful. Seeing that Urza's pink lips were about to open and close, Roy interrupted her in time of spellcasting. So, beautiful Miss Urza, let's go. Without giving Urza a chance to attack, Roy snapped his fingers and summoned his own mount. Fire Dragon Dragoon, Motorcycle Mode. In the original work, this is an unparalleled dragon that changed its form through serving a transformed locomotive. But now, it is an independent locomotive after being transformed by the system, which can give Roy incomparable convenience. A 6-meter-long crimson dragon-shaped locomotive suddenly appeared from the broken void. Arrived beside Roy and Urza. With its flamboyant appearance, domineering figure, streamlined body, and bright and fiery colors. Looking at this extremely cool motorcycle that suddenly appeared next to them, AI looked at it. Lusha completely forgot about her discomfort just now, and was extremely surprised. Can Roy's costume magic even reach this level? Although costume magic is a type of space magic, it is even stronger than Urza. The armors that can be stored in the knight's dressing space are only the commonly used ones. There is no room for more, but Roy's space can accommodate such a large magic motorcycle. The shape of the Dragoon motorcycle is too arrogant. If it weren't for those wheels, Urza wouldn't be able to recognize it. It seems that the magic used by Roy is not as simple as the dressing magic. At this moment, Roy's power was once again heightened in Urza's mind. Of course, Roy didn't know what Urza was thinking about. He was looking at this motorcycle of his own with admiration. And his heart was full of satisfaction. As early as when he read the original work, Roy felt that Dragon Rider's mount was extremely cool. But after he actually got this motorcycle, he realized that it was limited by the special effects technology. The real Dragoon motorcycle is actually much cooler than what is shown on TV. One of the so-called romances of men, there must be a handsome motorcycle in it. At this moment, Roy could not be more satisfied. Lifting his legs and taking a step forward, Roy got on the Dragoon motorcycle. He was filled with pride and couldn't wait to get on with the motorcycle and have a hearty race. Boarding. Take you for a ride. Roy turned to look at Urza, patted his back seat with his left hand, and invited her. Due to the eagerness in his heart, Roy's words were unconsciously mixed with a hint of toughness, giving people a feeling that could not be refused. Feeling domineering. Anyway, that's what it looked like to Urza at the moment. The handsome Roy was sitting on the cool motorcycle, his slender left leg on the ground, and his posture was straight and looking at her. Full of determination, deep eyes, but also containing domineering. This is the picture in Urza's eyes. Oh! Responding obediently, the tough fairy queen Urza once again turned into a well-behaved little girl. She walked to Roy's side obediently, and Urza sat diagonally on the motorcycle. Anyway, Urza was also a beautiful girl. No matter how bold her personality was, she couldn't do something as indecent as wearing a skirt and riding astride a motorcycle. Hold my waist. After she sat firmly, Roy said these words. After Urza hugged his waist in a daze, he couldn't wait to start the motorcycle. He was going to enjoy the speed. The next moment, the Dragoon locomotive shot out like an arrow from its bow, and smoke and dust flew across the path of the roar. After that, Urza was lost in her own thoughts, and even the speeding electric switch of the locomotive was completely lost. feel concerned. Why do I listen to him so much? Urza couldn't understand. It wasn't until Urza realized that the surrounding environment was completely inconsistent with the road back to Magnolia that she shouted from the motorcycle. You didn't even ask for directions and I was just driving. It's completely wrong. Fool. Chapter 7. Finally, after a lot of going around and around, Roy and Urza rushed back to Magnolia before evening arrived. Walking on the streets of Magnolia, Roy observed the surrounding environment and experienced the cities and cultural customs of another world while moving his body to relieve the pain in his body. Why does it hurt? This has to start with Roy driving Urza on hundreds of kilometers of mountain roads. Before today, you asked Roy if it would make Roy feel good to drive a girl in a car and have the girl hug his waist from behind? He would answer without saying anything, but he must be secretly happy in his heart. But after driving Urza today, he would answer, "So cool. I was almost knocked apart." Two slender but as solid and powerful arms as steel were wrapped around his waist, which made Roy always on tenterhooks after the initial excitement. He was afraid that Urza might accidentally use too much force and strangle him, who was still just an ordinary person except for his transformation. Also, two cold, huge steel hills pressed against his back, bumping into him from time to time, which made him really want to die. It hurts. This feeling can only be felt by shaking the M, right? At least to Roy's point of view, it was definitely physical torture. He hadn't felt the excitement while racing, but now that the car had stopped, Roy felt that his back and abdomen no longer belonged to him. It's simply miserable. I won't take Urza next time. Even if I do, I must let her change her armor into casual clothes. Thinking like this, Roy rubbed his abdomen. Following Urza, he came to a majestic building. Under the setting sun, the flag on the top of the building fluttered in the wind, and the pattern printed on it what was clearly displayed before Roy's eyes was the Fairy Tale Guild seal. They had arrived at their destination. Urza walked in front, reached out and pushed open the door to enter the guild, and said hello to the people in the hall angrily. "Everyone, I'm back." With just a word, Roy immediately witnessed Urza's power in this guild. The originally bustling guild hall turned into silence in an instant. Before Urza came back, most of them everyone was still making noises, competing to see who could be louder. But after Urza came back, they all became good babies, talking softly, and being more ladylike than everyone else. Does Urza actually have such intimidating power? It's really yours. Urza. Looking at this scene, Roy was dumbfounded. Roy, who couldn't remember the plot or Urza's character, didn't know that Urza was known as the Fairy Queen. She was also the recognized disciplinary committee member of Fairy Tale members. Her prestige in the guild was so strong that few people dared to provoke her. Urza put her hands on her hips and nodded with satisfaction as she looked at how everyone in the guild was getting along in harmony. The order in the guild was pretty well maintained. As long as she saw that everyone in the guild was getting along well, she felt relieved. At this moment, one of them combed her bangs over her head and tied them into a little bun, wearing a red dress. The white-haired girl walked up to Roy and Urza. "Welcome back, Urza, this mission went well." She smiled softly and said hello to Urza first. Then she turned her curious eyes to Roy and asked softly, "And who is this gentleman?" "Myra, I'm back." Urza nodded to Myra, then looked at Roy and introduced to Myra his name is Roy. "He helped me a lot in today's mission. He is a very powerful magician. Well, he's also an idiot." She was referring to Roy's slap on the head and his behavior of driving casually without asking for directions. Speaking of this matter made Urza angry, and she immediately glared at Roy angrily with a coquettish expression. "Roy could, what can I do? I can only touch the back of my head and say haha." Looking at the interaction between the two, and seeing Urza's little daughter's behavior when she said Roy was an idiot, Myra was extremely shocked. Urza has been a rival since she was a child, and Myra knows Urza's character very well. Urza has been strong and tough since she was a child, even after being in the guild for so many years. She has been cured a lot by everyone, but Urza is still not a girl who is easy to get close to. But today, how could she be so close to someone she just met? What kind of magical power does this person have? Well, looking at the tall and handsome Roy, Myra's big eyes sparkled, and she couldn't help but feel a little curious about him. While Myra was deep in thought, Urza spoke again. By the way, this guy wants to join the guild, please help him go through the registration procedures. Myra came back to her senses and remembered what Urza had just said about Roy helping her a lot. Urza is the kind of person who always talks about it. Since she said Roy helped her a lot, then it was definitely not just polite words, but something that really happened. This made Myra look at Roy, who was smiling at her, with surprise in his eyes. Doesn't it mean that he could help Urza? He is only in his early 20s, is this tall and handsome young man actually possessing strength beyond that of an ordinary S-class magician? What a terrifying talent! Does such a powerful person want to join the guild? She has reached a new level. Thinking that she has a powerful companion and fairy tale has become stronger, Myra is sincerely happy. She smiled calmly, nodded slightly to Roy, and said, "Hello, Mr. Roy, my name is Myra Strauss. I am the receptionist of this guild. Nice to meet you." "Hello Myra. I am also very happy to meet you." The beautiful girl in front of him kept smiling. Of course, Roy would not say anything bad to her and responded to her with a smile. "So, please follow me." Showing a polite smile to Roy again, Myra turned and walked into the hall. After Roy nodded to Urza, he quickly followed. After Roy left, Urza seemed to be patrolling the territory. Like a lion, her eyes were patrolling the guild. The people she saw were all as silent as ice, lowering their heads for fear that Urza would get into trouble with them. There was no way, in the past few days since Urza left the guild, they were still there. His temperament is not as honest as Urza imagined, and everyone is very guilty, so they can only try to avoid being discovered by Urza. Chapter 8. On July 1st, X784, Roy traveled to the fairy tale world and joined the fairy tale guild. Although he learned the date from Urza, Roy could no longer remember the general plot of the fairy tale anime, so he had no specific idea of the time he was currently at. However, he could still remember the beginning of fairy tale's plot. The original male protagonist Natsu heard information about the fire dragon from the guild members and went to Harujian to find the fire dragon. Natsu then encounters Lucy there and brings her back to the guild. From here on, the story of fairy tale officially begins. Therefore, when Roy was going through the membership formalities for him, Roy asked Myra about Natsu's movements. He wants to know whether the time he traveled through is before the plot begins or after the plot begins. Then, Roy learned that Natsu had gone to the port city of Harujian today, clamoring to find Igneel. Since then, Roy has determined the time point of his time travel. On the eve of the beginning of the plot. After Myra completed the membership formalities for Roy, Myra informed Urza that there was an S-class mission that she was asked to complete. The time was very tight and she hoped she could start immediately. So, after expressing her apology to Roy for not being able to entertain him, Urza hurriedly left the guild. "You are really responsible for your work." Urza. Standing side by side with Myra at the entrance of the guild, Roy sighed as he watched Urza leaving in the stars. He had just returned to the guild, and before he had time to rest, he left in a hurry because of the mission. This kind of work attitude, which made him feel very ashamed as he was used to having trouble at work in his previous life. There was no way, among the current S-class wizards in the guild, only Urza spent the most time in the guild, and she was the only one with the strongest sense of responsibility, so she had to work hard. Myra stared at Urza's leaving back, with a hint of distress in her beautiful eyes, and a hint of guilt and self-blame in her words. She felt guilty for Urza's burden, and blamed herself for not being able to help Urza. Hearing Myra's self-blame, Roy probably knew where her self-blame came from. Myra was once one of Fairy Tale's S-class wizards, using a magic weapon that could absorb demon souls. She was called a demon, and her strength was on par with Urza. She was extremely powerful. At that time, Myra had a fiery personality. She was like a little girl. She and Urza competed with each other and grew up with each other. No one was convinced by the other. When they were teenagers, the two were promoted to S-class wizards, and they were called Fairy Tale's peerless twins. However, due to the death of their sister 2 years ago, Myra lost the ability to fight. Then retired from the front line and took on the job of receptionist and waiter in the guild. That's why Myra felt guilty for Urza's busyness. If she hadn't lost the ability to fight. Someone who can help Urza share all this. Don't blame yourself, Urza is very strong. This little thing doesn't bother her. When Myra's emotions were a little dripping, Roy's clear words suddenly rang in her ears. Looking up at Roy, Myra's heart was full of surprise. How did he see what I was thinking? Then, what she saw was Roy's smiling face with a faint fluorescent glow under the moonlight. Moreover, I think she doesn't want to see Myra's look of self-blame, right? Cheer up, one day you will be able to help her, right? Myra sniffed, nodded, and threw the sentimentality out of her mind. Then, perhaps because she felt that she, an old man in the guild, would be comforted by Roy, a newcomer who just joined the guild today, Myra feeling a little embarrassed, he gave Roy a shy smile. If this scene was seen by other people in the guild, they would be shocked and couldn't believe it. Ever since his sister passed away 2 years ago. Will Myra, who smiles softly and brightly, also show such a shy expression? Of course, only Roy can see the scene at this moment, and Roy only has the impression of Myra from watching it on TV. Therefore, he didn't feel much, except that the girl in front of him had a very beautiful smile. Then, Myra gathered her emotions and smiled at Roy. As usual. A bright smile like the sun warms the heart. Then, let me arrange your accommodation for you tonight. That'll trouble you. This is what I should do, hee. After that, under Myra's arrangement, Roy moved into the men's dormitory of Fairy Tale. When he was in the guild before, Roy asked Myra to get methods for refining magic power and scrolls for learning magic from the guild's library. Roy knew that even though he possessed the Dragon Knight transformation card box and was extremely powerful after his transformation, he was still just an ordinary person and could not be compared with the magicians in this world. Because Fairy Tale's magic system is very different from other worlds. When the magicians in this world practice magic, their physiques will also be greatly enhanced as their strength increases. It is completely different from the weakness of magicians described in traditional Western fantasy novels. After the magicians in this world become powerful enough, they can even do things like tearing apart giant dragons with their hands. It's not an exaggeration to call him a demon warrior. Therefore, although Roy's main combat power comes from the knight system, he does not mind practicing magic and learning 1 or 2 magics. After all, after the main body is strengthened, he will also be greatly strengthened after the transformation. Therefore, practicing magic is a very necessary thing for Roy. P.S. More flowers. Chapter 9. Opening the magic book, Roy was originally worried that he would not be able to understand the contents of the book. But after actually reading it, he found that not only could he understand it, but he could understand it very quickly. It was obvious that he was just an ordinary person before today, and had never been exposed to magic or magic, but it was unexpected that he could master it so quickly without any teacher. It seems that this is also a convenience given to me by the system after time travel. With this thought in mind, Roy immersed himself in the magic book and began to read the method of refining magic printed on it. It didn't take long for Roy to feel that he had completely mastered the method of refining magic power. In order to test his idea, he began to try to refine magic power. Soon, following the method in the magic book, Roy successfully condensed the source of magic. Feeling the magic source in his body that was generated out of thin air, although it was still very weak, it was constantly rotating and full of vitality, and a smile appeared on Roy's face. Things went more smoothly than he imagined. It seems that after time travel, not only did he have the opportunity to transform into a Kamen Rider, he even became a genius in the magic way. Put away your joyful emotions and not be too proud. Being neither arrogant nor impetuous is the character that a truly strong person should have. And Roy has initially shown the potential to become a strong man. Continuing to run the magic refining method, when it reached the third cycle, Roy could clearly feel a warm current coming from his magic source. Immediately afterwards, the warm current flowed all over Roy's body along the magic circuit that Roy had just developed, nourishing his body. It seems that this is the magic power extracted. At this moment, he felt a sense of sublimation. Of course, feeling sublimated was just Roy's illusion. The reason for this illusion is that his physique has begun to change from an ordinary person to a magician. This means that Roy has already started on the path of magic. Roy could feel that his body, which had been in its best condition after traveling through time, was further strengthened at this moment. And it's not just an ordinary enhancement, but a higher level, a leap between different dimensions. If we say that Roy's physical strength before was 1.5 times that of a normal adult man in his previous life, so now he is 4 times as strong as a normal adult man. Just the initial condensation of magic power is more than twice as powerful as before. Sure enough, the magic and magicians in this world cannot be underestimated. Thinking like this, Roy felt a chill in his heart and came to this conclusion. During the day, Roy just transformed into a Dragon Knight with 10 times the data increase, and easily defeated an S-class monster that was extremely powerful for ordinary magicians. This made him slightly underestimate the danger of this world, thinking that as long as he unlocked the intermediate system and had a Knight Transformer with 50 times data increase, he could walk sideways in this world. However, after personally coming into contact with the terrifying addition of magic to the body, Roy realized that one must not take the world too simply. You know, Roy has just begun to refine his magic power, and the magnitude of the bonus is so terrifying. If you continue to practice, how strong will it become? If it were the 2 strongest bosses in the world, Aknologia and Zeref, how terrifying would their physical strength be? Therefore, you must not underestimate this world. Otherwise, it is very likely that the ship will capsize one day. In order not to capsize, in addition to not underestimating the enemy, one's own strength must also be strong enough. At this moment, Roy corrected his mentality and strengthened his confidence to become stronger. Then, thinking of the system that accompanied his time travel, his determination to practice magic became even more determined. Although Kamen Rider's numerical values are fixed, the stronger the user, the stronger the ability can be exerted after transformation. Considering that Roy's physique will continue to get stronger after practicing magic, how strong will he be when he transforms into a Kamen Rider? Let's wait and see. Afterwards, Roy refocused his attention on refining magic power. A night of silence. When the warm morning sunlight entered the room through the window and fell on Roy's face, Roy slowly woke up. The moment he opened his eyes, Roy's deep eyes seemed to have divine light, but it quickly disappeared. Although he didn't fall asleep until after 3 o'clock last night after practicing, Roy was not only not sleepy at all at this moment, but on the contrary, he was full of energy. These are all the benefits of practicing magic. While magic nourishes the body and makes it stronger, the energy will naturally become stronger. According to the plot, Natsu will take Lucy back to the guild today. Roy is also preparing to witness the scene when Lucy joins the guild. So naturally I had to go to the guild early to wait. Get up, wash up, and go. Go to the guild. P.S. Comments will be updated. I really can't write about this kind of practice, and there is always a suspicion that the number of words is too low. I won't write about this aspect in the future. It's enough to show off easily. Chapter 10. When Roy came to the guild, many people had already come to the guild. They were all scattered around the hall in twos and threes, bragging and spanking. Roy looked around and saw many familiar faces. Although he doesn't remember the plot clearly, Roy still remembers some of the characters with distinctive personalities and rich plots. For example, the dark-haired man who was naked and wearing only a pair of shorts was walking around the hall acting like a hooligan. The original second male lead, Gray for Pasta. He comes from the northern continent and uses ice-shaping magic. Not only are the properties of the male protagonist Natsu's fire dragon slaying magic opposed to each other in terms of attributes, but their personalities are also extremely difficult to deal with. The two have been fighting since childhood. They are the boy version of Urza and Myra. They are equally powerful. In terms of strength, before the plot began, Gray was just a slightly stronger A-level mage. Not strong, not weak. But after the plot started, Gray's strength quickly became stronger, and by the end, he was at the top of the world. This is because the original author opened a plug-in in Gray's body that will always have the same strength as Natsu. No matter how much the male protagonist Natsu cheats or how strong he becomes, Gray can catch up quickly and never fall behind. Therefore, netizens who made fun of Roy's past life jokingly said that Gray was a man who was always at odds with Natsu. I may not be able to defeat the villain, but I can definitely defeat Natsu. This is what Gray is talking about. Regardless of the influence of the original work, Roy's first impression of Gray at this time was that of a handsome man with extremely vicious eyes, a streaker. Roy didn't know how Gray managed to run around without clothes and still keep his expression unchanged. Anyway, if it were him, he would never be able to do it. Even if people around him don't care, he still has a sense of shame. However, Gray seemed to have no such self-awareness. Not only did he not feel any shame at all, he was also looking for people to talk to, not caring at all about how he looked wearing only a pair of shorts. And looking at the calm looks of the members around Gray, it seems that they are used to Gray's streaking behavior and are not surprised by it. What a terrible habit! Then, there was a beautiful brown-haired girl with a hot body and wheat-colored hair. Kana Haru Pelona. This is also a character that Roy can remember the name of. Roy can remember Kana because she is a beautiful girl, but there is another important reason. That is, Kana is really good at drinking. She is a beautiful girl with a different dimensional stomach and a very distinct personality. This was not a stutter, but Roy expressing his inner wonder. Roy had always admired people who could drink. Such people are generally ruthless. At this moment, Kana was sitting cross-legged on a table, holding a wine barrel that was larger than her own body and filling it with tons and tons, looking extremely bold. What a passionate son and daughter, it's a joke. But I have to say that this scene made Roy feel a little ashamed. Drinking so early in the morning and drinking so much, is your stomach and intestines really strong? Also, where did all the wine you drank go? Is it really a stomach bag from another dimension? Looking at the 7 or 8 empty barrels lying casually on the ground beside Kana, Roy twitched the corner of his mouth and complained in his heart. Then, Roy's eyes continued to scan the guild, trying to see if there was anyone else whose name he could name. Then, he sadly discovered that except for Myra at the bar, there was no one he could name. So, in order to make your morning not boring, Roy cast his eyes on Myra and admired it. Seeing Myra busy at the bar, she kept a gentle and generous smile on her face at all times. Roy couldn't help but admire in his heart. What a gentle and virtuous woman! Not only is she beautiful and has a gentle personality, she is also extremely capable. In every sense of the word. The most important thing is that she has silky white hair that matches the Chinese special attack max. This makes Roy completely irresistible. I'm done. He is honest. Time gradually passed as the guild members communicated. As more and more members came to the guild, the hall became more and more lively, and the atmosphere gradually heated up. Finally, at noon, the fairy tale hall became extremely lively. Exploded in a physical sense. The original male protagonist, Natsu Dragneel, returns to the guild. The first thing he did when he returned to the guild was to abandon Lucy, find a guy who gave him false information, and deceived him into a wasted trip to Harujian, and gave him a kick. Natsu was very angry for giving him false hope and making his trip go in vain. However, the person who was beaten also felt very unjust. He just heard a piece of news while doing a mission and told Natsu with the idea of giving it a try. He didn't mean to play tricks on Natsu. It's too aggrieved to be beaten just like this. Then, the two of them started having sex after a disagreement. Immediately afterwards, more and more people were involved in the battle, and the fairy tale hall became a mess. The beautiful blonde girl stood at the door of the hall and shivered. She looked at the noisy group in front of her with horrified eyes, and an idea came to her mind. Fairy tale is a monster guild, right? It must be. She had some doubts about whether her decision to join Fairy Tale was the right one. At this moment, a clear male voice sounded in her ears. This guild is very lively, right? Do you call this scene lively? Is it so lively that tables and chairs are flying everywhere? What kind of excitement is this? Hearing this, the blonde girl was stunned, and activated the 3-hit combo of Tuko, her unique skill. Tuko Girl, Lucy, appears. Chapter 11. Ever since she saw Natsu kicking open the guild door, the spirit of complaining in Lucy's heart had been ready to stir. What kind of person would kick down the door when returning to his guild? But Lucy felt like she was new here and unfamiliar with the place. In order to avoid giving a bad impression to the guild members, he restrained his desire to complain. After all, she wants to join the guild next. If one of the members had a bad feeling towards her, wouldn't her idea of joining the guild probably be scrapped? Therefore, Miss Lucy worked very hard to restrain the activation of her own unique skills. However, what she saw and heard next completely overturned the worldview of Lucy, who had been the eldest lady living in a mansion for the past 17 years. No, more than subversion. It was directly smashed and reshaped. Lucy could no longer resist the urge to complain. In the guild, Lucy saw a naked maniac running around without clothes, a drunkard holding a barrel and drinking heavily, and a muscular idiot with a manly mouth. Immediately afterwards, a melee started inexplicably in the hall. The light of magic flashed crazily, and the flying tables and chairs were torn apart. Seeing these scenes, Lucy instantly realized. Fairy Tale is full of weirdos. The soul of complaining is already burning. Finally, someone next to her spoke to her and called this farce-like scene hilarious. Lucy could no longer restrain her strong urge to complain and activated her signature skill. After 3 consecutive blows, the uncomfortable feeling of not being able to spit out her feelings disappeared, and the pleasure of successfully venting came to her mind, and Lucy breathed a sigh of relief. Feel much more comfortable. Then, the slow Lucy realized something was wrong. There is an extra man beside me. He heard his complaints about the guild members. Lucy felt so embarrassed that her companions caught her complaining about other people's behavior. She almost dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with her toes under her solace. Lucy quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth, trying to pretend that the words she just said were not her own, for fear of giving others a bad impression. However, when she raised her hands halfway, she realized that this behavior was actually deceiving others, so she quickly put her hands down. Then, pretending that nothing happened, Lucy turned her head and looked to her side. All he could see was a muscular chest. Headless monster? Scare. Take a small step back, raise her head, revealing a touch of snow-white neck. Lucy finally saw the face of the person who just spoke next to her. There is no way. Lucy is only 160 centimeters, which is too short compared to Roy. From that distance, it would have been very difficult for her to see Roy's face. When she saw Roy's smiling face, Lucy's eyes flashed with surprise, just like a man seeing a beautiful woman. Similarly, women will also feel excited when they see a handsome guy. Moreover, Roy is so handsome. He has the kind of charming appearance that can last from 3 years old to 80 years old. Lucy's state of mind was shaken. However, Lucy's heart was as clear as a mirror. This was not the time to look at handsome men, but an important moment in the battle to maintain her own image. So Lucy pretended to be dumb, as if she had just complained. The person was not the same as her. The eyes he looked at Roy were full of doubts. Who are you? Lucy, who was just starting out, invited her to perform. Looking at Lucy's bumbling appearance, Roy almost burst into laughter. He felt that she was simply stupid and easy to bully. Therefore, Roy couldn't help but want to tease her. My name is Roy, and I am the mage of this guild. Are you a new member of the guild? The actor Roy accepted the challenge on the spot, and his expression was true. He knew Lucy clearly, but he still asked questions knowingly. After hearing Roy's self-introduction and questions, Lucy suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to introduce herself. Lucy was immediately embarrassed. She covered her mouth and breathed softly. A look of shame appeared on her pretty face. She asked the person's name without announcing her family name first. She had received more than 10 years of aristocratic education, but she had never made such a low-level mistake. So rude. At this moment, Lucy completely forgot about trying to cover up the embarrassment. She bowed first, then raised her head and looked at Roy with an extremely sincere look. Her voice was extremely sweet. I'm really sorry, Senior Roy, that you actually asked me for my name. My name is Lucy, and I have always admired fairy tales since I was very young. I am here to join the guild today. I hope you will take care of me in the future. In order to prevent Roy from having a bad impression of her and influence him to join the guild, Lucy blinked her beautiful big eyes and looked at Roy in an attempt to pass the test by being cute. Lucy, the rookie, just gave it to her for free. Senior? This is a really good title. Ignoring Lucy's discharge, Roy held his chin up and murmured in a low voice. He liked this title very much. Having a young and beautiful junior is a very pleasant thing, isn't it? Senior? Senior Roy? Is there a problem? Lucy's beautiful big eyes flashed, looking curiously at the handsome senior in front of her who suddenly became distracted, wanting to know what happened to him. Of course, no problem, just call me Senior from now on. Welcome to the guild, Lucy. If you have any questions, just come to me and call me Senior, I will definitely help you. Coming back to his senses, Roy's face didn't turn red, and his heart didn't beat. He responded confidently. Although he only joined the guild yesterday and only started practicing magic yesterday, what's wrong with claiming to be the wizard of this guild? Under this premise, is there any problem with Lucy calling herself Senior? Chapter 12. Please take good care of her from now on, Senior. Blinking her left eye and deliberately prolonging her tone, Lucy showed Roy a playful smile, showing her youthful vitality. Then, the two started chatting like this. Roy was talkative, and Lucy was also lively and cheerful. There was no awkwardness in the conversation between the two, and they had a great time. Lucy stopped paying attention to Natsu and the others who were in a group. Lucy asked Roy for help. Curiosity. Sometimes she asked for the name of the person who was knocked to the ground, and sometimes she asked for information about the person who was knocked unconscious. Like a curious baby, Lucy was very interested in everyone in this guild. For the past 10 years, Lucy, who has been a rich young lady, has been dealing with people who appear to be elegant, dignified, and polite, but are actually dealing with those people from the so-called upper class who wear false masks. Sometimes, Lucy would only feel depressed and uncomfortable. How had she ever seen a group of people like fairy tale act so willfully? These people are very interesting and yearning for them. Although they are strange, they are very real and seem to be unrestrained, which makes Lucy feel very relaxed. Therefore, Lucy asks Roy, the old-timer of fairy tale. Kept asking. Fortunately, after Roy came to the guild in the morning, he got to know everyone, and his memory is pretty good after time travel, otherwise he would have remembered all their information. It was really possible that Lucy would ask him. By that time, Lucy would definitely be suspicious of his so-called senior. Roy didn't want Lucy to know that he only joined the guild one day earlier than her. I still want to tease her more, but the more I don't want things to happen, they will eventually happen. Senior, what kind of person is the president of our guild? Lucy's smart eyes shone with anticipation, and she wanted to learn about Fairy Tale's guild leader from Roy. The guild leader who can single-handedly build Fairy Tale into the kingdom of Fiori, and even the #1 guild in Ishgar, to be able to gather such an interesting group of members, the president of Fairy Tale must be a very great person, right? What kind of image would he or she have? Lucy was very curious when she heard this question. The corner of Roy's mouth twitched, and a non-existent drop of sweat ran down his forehead. Roy had only arrived at the guild yesterday. Until now, he had never even seen the president. How could he know what the president was? What kind of person? It seemed that Roy could only search from the pitiful memories of Fairy Tale in his mind so as not to be exposed so quickly. Maybe, a short little old Mediterranean man. Holding his chin, he recalled the information about Fairy Tale president in his memory. Roy showed a thoughtful look and said speculatively, "What does maybe mean? What's going on with your unconfident tone? Be more serious." Lucy was stunned, and launched 3 rounds of complaints on the spot. "Aren't you the mage of this guild? Why do you act like you don't understand the president at all?" Lucy's eyes already showed suspicion of Roy. Looking suspicious. Noticing this, Roy touched the back of his head with his right hand and was about to say haha when he suddenly heard an old but powerful roar. "You guys! Give me enough is enough." After this voice sounded, the battle in the hall stopped in an instant, and everyone looked at the owner of the voice. Suddenly, the entire Fairy Tale hall was silent, and you could hear a pin drop. "So big!" Looking up, Lucy exclaimed. The black giant like a hill suppressed the entire audience. Fairy Tale President, Makarov, appeared on the stage. At this moment, except for a certain burning single-cell idiot, he was still in place. Except for laughing and shouting that they were the winner of this battle, everyone else put away their magic. Then, in Lucy's horrified eyes, poor Natsu was crushed. After crushing Natsu, the black giant Makarov glanced at the audience and nodded with satisfaction when he saw 2 unfamiliar faces in the corner. The handsome black-haired young man and the lively and cute blonde girl. Makarov asked softly, "Are you 2 newcomers?" What Makarov didn't know was that his soft words, which he thought he spoke softly, sounded like thunder with the addition of giant magic, which was extremely terrifying. Coupled with his black giant-like image, Lucy was scared to death. But Lucy soon forgot her fear because she noticed something in Makarov's words. "It turns out that you are just a newcomer." Turning to look at Roy, Lucy shouted with shame and anger. He was obviously a newcomer who had just joined the guild, but he actually pretended to be an old-timer and lied to himself by calling him senior so many times. It's really so bad. Thinking of this, Lucy was so embarrassed and angry that even the fear of being frightened by Makarov's terrifying image and powerful momentum disappeared. Qingming Reading Gift. Grab your deposit now. Activity time, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 13. Faced with Lucy's questioning, Roy didn't show any shame at all. "You didn't ask me before when I joined the guild. And am I wrong? I did join the guild before you, so can't I be considered your senior?" Spreading his hands, Roy looked innocent. "Damn it! You guy!" Staring at Roy, Lucy bit her lower lip, her face full of reluctance. She wanted to refute Roy, but after thinking about it carefully, what Roy said was indeed correct. He did join the guild before her, and it's not his own initiative to call him senior. No wonder he was called out. Lucy couldn't help but think of the senior to her left calling him Roy. Blushing a little. She was angry because of her own stupidity. She wanted to speak but didn't know what to say. Lucy could only puff up her face and glare at Xiaomo with dissatisfaction. At this time, both of them forgot about it. Makarov was questioning himself just now. On the other side, Makarov saw that his question was ignored by Roy and Lucy, and he felt a little embarrassed when he saw the two of them quarreling. Long. How can you ignore me? Ahem. Accent. In order to maintain his dignity as the president, Makarov immediately coughed twice to show his presence. Then, after seeing Roy and Lucy looking up, Karloff showed a satisfied smile. Sure enough, I still have a sense of presence. Makarov couldn't help but put his hands on his hips for a while, feeling very proud. At this time, Myra walked to Makarov's feet. He smiled and introduced Makarov's identity to Roy and Lucy. This person is the president of our guild, Mr. Makarov. Hearing Myra's introduction to Makarov, Lucy immediately remembered what Makarov had just asked her, and at the same time, she also thought of her own disregard for Makarov. The bathroom felt like it was struck by thunder. As if stunned, Lucy froze on the spot for a moment, and her whole body seemed to turn grey. After a while, Lucy came back to her senses, her face flushed, and she kept bowing to Makarov. Sorry, President. My name is Lucy. I am a new member who joined the guild today. Please give me your advice. At this moment, Lucy's heart was full of anxiety. She was afraid that Makarov would expel her from the guild in anger. In that case, today would be simply unlucky. She looked at the very reserved Lucy with kind eyes. Makarov noticed her nervousness and uneasiness, and gently comforted her. Your name is Lucy, right? Just relax and don't be so nervous. However, Makarov forgot that he was still in the form of a giant at this moment. Not only was he huge, but his voice was as loud as thunder. Therefore, the comfort from his ferocious appearance not only failed to relieve Lucy's nervousness, but also made her nervous. It got a little worse. This made Lucy couldn't help but move closer to Roy, trying to hide behind him to block Makarov's gaze. Although she was still angry with Roy just now, she was exposed now. Xi could still feel the sense of security coming from Roy. Therefore, she subconsciously wanted to hide behind Roy. Seeing this, Makarov also realized that his gaze put pressure on Lucy. Makarov stopped looking at her and turned his gaze to Roy. Thinking of the contents of the report Urza left for him, Makarov looked at Roy with interest and asked. Is your name Roy? Urza brought it back to the guild yesterday, right? I heard Urza say that you are very powerful. Have a level above S level? Is it? After Makarov finished speaking, Roy had not replied, and the other members immediately exploded and talked about it. Did you hear that? The president actually said that the newcomer has S level or above strength. Heard it. That was what Urza relayed to the president. I don't know if it's true or not. It must be true, right? This is what the serious Urza said. She will never lie. So, doesn't our guild have another S-class mage? This is great. The strength has become stronger again. Roy didn't pay much attention when he heard the discussion about him in the hall. At the same time, his eyes were calm and he did not feel nervous at all because of Makarov's gaze. Then, Roy answered Makarov's question in a neither humble nor condescending manner. Yes, my name is Roy. I am a new member who joined the guild yesterday. Although Roy doesn't know Makarov's specific character very well, he knows that Makarov is a kind old man to the guild members. Therefore, Roy is not worried at all whether Makarov will suddenly take action against him. This matter. Moreover, even if Makarov really takes action against himself, if Roy wants to, he can instantly transform into a dragon rider before the crisis comes. This is the convenience given to him by the system. Roy will not be like Shinji Kido, the transformer of the original Dragon Knight, who was attacked by the king snake during his transformation and used a steel pipe to descend and lose his right hand. Therefore, Roy, who can transform at any time, has enough power. He had the confidence to face Makarov's scrutinizing eyes. After staring at Roy for a while with his chin raised, Makarov suddenly opened his mouth and laughed. Sure enough, as Urza said, you are very powerful, and even I can't see through your reality. However, no matter you are weak or strong, as long as you join the guild, you are everyone's family. If you need help with anything, don't be embarrassed, be sure to tell everyone. Everyone will help you. Makarov laughed, and his laughter was full of goodwill towards Roy. The other members also stopped discussing at this time, although they had something in their hearts to tell Makarov that even he looked down on Roy's hypocrisy. He was shocked, but looked at Roy with a smile, and his eyes were full of kindness. From now on, he would be their companion. Feeling the kindness of everyone, Roy felt a warmth in his heart, just like in the original novel. Such a warm and welcoming guild. Although it feels like the guild members have misunderstood something, it feels really good. Chapter 14. After confirming that Roy and Lucy were both newcomers, Makarov began to shrink rapidly. In less than 3 seconds, Makarov broke Darwin's theory of evolution and completed the transformation from a black giant to a dwarf. With one hand behind his back and the other raised high, Makarov's eyes narrowed with laughter as he greeted Roy and Lucy. Yo! At this time, Roy lowered his head and leaned into Lucy's ear, saying softly, "Look. This is what I told you. The president is a short old Mediterranean man. Did I lie to you?" Snort. Although she felt that what Roy said was right, Lucy, who had not thought about how to face him for the time being, decided to ignore him, snorted coldly, and turned her head away. Then, Makarov jumped up slightly, he spiraled 720 degrees in the air and jumped onto the railing on the second floor of the hall with a graceful movement. If you ignore the fact that he hit the railing, this move would make Makarov proud. When Lucy looked at this funny scene and almost couldn't help but complain, she found that the entire hall was quiet, and everyone looked at Makarov above the railings with a Lucy look in their eyes. The light of incomprehension. After looking around, Lucy decided to find Roy, the person who was closest to her and the person she talked to the most, to ask about what she was thinking just now. She ignored Roy. She forgot about it. Just as she tugged at the corner of Roy's clothes, before Lucy could speak, Makarov spoke. Next, there was the first famous scene in the original novel. The husband first acted very angry, waving the complaint form in his hand, and blamed Natsu, Gray, and others for wreaking havoc and acting strangely during the mission, causing trouble for Makarov and causing him to be criticized by the council. When Lucy started to complain madly, Makarov suddenly changed the subject and cursed the magic council. The council is worse than a pile of shit. The magic power in Makarov's body swelled, flames ignited in his hands, and he turned the complaint form in his hand into a fireball, and threw it forward. Natsu immediately jumped up to the fireball like a vicious dog pouncing on food, and used his mouth to pick it up and chewed it with satisfaction. Listen, the power that transcends common sense is actually all born from common sense. Magic is not a miraculous power, but the power that appears in front of us when the energy flowing in our bodies is combined with the wavelength of energy flowing in nature. Makarov put his hands on his hips, looked down at the fairy tale crowd in the hall, and spoke with an excited voice. That requires the use of mental power and concentration. No, it is the power of the heart that pours all of one's soul into it. This is magic. Raising his head, Makarov raised his right hand high, pointed to the sky, and shouted. Therefore, if you pay attention to the complaints of those in the council, you will not be able to improve your magic. Don't be afraid of those idiots in the council, and move forward firmly on the path you believe in. This is the Wizard of Fairy Tale. After Makarov finished his lecture and took the lead in raising his hands, everyone in the hall cheered. Following Makarov, he raised his right index finger and pointed to the sky in an L shape. It's like holding some kind of religious ceremony. Lucy complained silently in her heart, but a happy smile appeared on her face. However, she didn't hate it. The magic seal flashed with wonderful light. Myra took the magic seal away from the back of Lucy's hand, smiled and congratulated OK. With this, Lucy has become a member of the guild. Oh hoo! Looking happily at the pink seal pattern on the back of her hand, Lucy couldn't help but scream. The guild of my dreams. Today the dream came true. He couldn't wait to find someone to share his joy with, but found that apart from Natsu and Happy, the only person he knew well in the entire guild was that hateful senior. Natsu's chin was resting on the table, looking uninterested. Lucy didn't want to go there and ask for trouble. Therefore, there was only the senior who was holding a book and reading it. Lucy rushed forward, stood beside Roy, and touched him with her shoulder. Then he pretended to inadvertently put his slender and white right hand in front of Roy. After Roy turned to look at her, Lucy had a calm expression on her face, but there was a sense of pride in her words that could not be concealed. You see, I also have the fairy tale logo printed on it. Oh? That's really congratulations to you, my lovely junior. Roy put down the book and joked with a smile. When he mentioned juniors, he deliberately emphasized his voice. What the hell? You guy! Pulling up the chair, Lucy sat down next to Roy and decided to have a good chat with him. After a while, Makayo's son Romeo rushed into the guild to look for Makarov, breaking the peaceful atmosphere in the guild. Makayo has been out on a mission for several days. Romeo is worried about his father's safety and wants Makarov to send someone to rescue Makayo. Although he was facing a child's request, Makarov still ruthlessly refused, saying that there was no magician in fairy tale who couldn't handle his own affairs well. Romeo was so angry that he punched Makarov and ran out of the guild crying. At this time, Natsu punched the table, making a loud noise. Then he dragged his luggage and walked to the guild entrance without saying a word, followed closely by Habi. That? Won't you follow? Looking at Natsu's leaving back, Lucy showed hesitation on her face and asked Roy beside her. It's okay, that guy is very strong. After hearing what Roy said, Lucy felt relieved. Then she realized something was wrong. You obviously only joined the guild one day earlier than me, right? Why do you act so familiar with the guild? Faced with Lucy's question, Roy closed the book and smiled enigmatically. Do I have to tell you that I have watched the original anime? Although I haven't finished it, my understanding of fairy tale is definitely better than you are much more. Chapter 15. Time passed quickly, and while Roy and Lucy were bickering, Natsu had already returned to the guild with Macau. Macau is a middle-aged man with a purple crew cut and an unshaven beard. At this moment, he was limping into the guild, being supported by Natsu. His body was covered with bandages and his face was scarred, as if he was seriously injured. It seems that he has experienced a hard battle in the mission these past few days. But he seemed to be in good spirits, so after the initial worries, the members of the guild began to mock him unscrupulously. What? Macau, you are just fighting against a Vulcan that only has B-level strength. This kind of mission can also make you look like this. I think you should retire. I think this guy Makayo must have been seduced by the beautiful girl during this period, so he is so vulnerable. Ha ha ha, what you said makes sense. Seeing the miserable situation of Makayo wrapped into a rice dumpling, Makayo's usual bad friends, led by Wakaba, suddenly started mocking him. Among them, Wakaba, the leader of the plane, shouted the loudest. When Makayo was in danger, Wakaba was worried to death. But after Makayo was fine, he wished he was dead. Maybe, this is a bad friend. Listening to their ridicule and slander, Macau blushed instantly and shouted angrily. You know what the hell, I met a Vulcan tribe. I defeated a total of 19 Vulcans, and was attacked by the 20th one, otherwise I wouldn't have ended up in this miserable state. Makao was indeed telling the truth, so his rational and confident appearance made his friends who were mocking him hesitate. Could this guy be telling the truth? 19 Vulcans. If you want to defeat such a large number of Vulcans, doesn't it mean that Makao's strength is close to S level? If it is true, wouldn't this guy give the spotlight today? After successfully pretending, Wakaba was dissatisfied and resolutely resorted to the trick of self-destruction. Pull it down. I still don't know your strength. At most, it's on the same level as me. That's it. Can you knock down 19 Vulcans? I can't do it anyway. Although I feel that I can probably defeat the 19 Vulcans with all my strength, at this time, in order to prevent Makao from showing off, Weibeka has already done everything possible to defeat Makao's strength first. Pulling him to the same level as himself, and then admitting that he couldn't do it, he immediately belittled Makao. After saying this, Wakaba looked at Makao very proudly, thinking, now you. This guy can't continue to show off, right? However, Wakaba underestimated Makao's tenacity. In order not to lose face in front of everyone in the guild, the most important thing is not to be ridiculed by Wakaba like this. His face turned red, and the veins on his forehead popped out. He argued. If you can't do it, that's your business, don't get me involved. I'm much stronger than you. There are some difficult words in succession, something like maybe you think I am bragging, but I want to say that the strength between people cannot be compared. When I was extremely angry, I dropped a Vulcan in seconds with a slide shovel. What else? When Vulcan pounced on me, I moved back, and the magic in my hand easily knocked it out. Disemboweled. And so on, these words that everyone could not understand. Suddenly, Makao's incomprehensible words made everyone burst into laughter, and the entire fairy tale hall was filled with a happy atmosphere. Unexpectedly, a little fairy tale, it actually has two great talents, Wolong and Fengchu, at the same time. It is truly a place of outstanding people. The next day, Roy came to the guild to take on tasks to accumulate justice points and earn some money along the way. I found Lucy lingering in front of the bulletin board, frowning slightly, looking confused. What's wrong? My lovely junior, have you encountered any difficulty? Roy walked up, patted Lucy's little head, and said jokingly. Call Senior and he can help you. Then, perhaps because he felt that the top of Lucy's head was very comfortable and the height was just right, Roy put his right hand on it and used Lucy as a crutch. With a bang, Lucy slapped Roy's hand off her head and looked at him angrily. Don't just put your hands on other people's heads unscrupulously just because you are tall. Also, were you thinking about something unreasonable just now? Although she didn't know that Roy was using her as a crutch, Lucy could sense through a woman's sensitive intuition that Roy must be thinking of something rude. Ah! Don't worry about these details. Tell me what happened to you and ask your seniors to give you a reference. When asked by Lucy, there was no trace of shame on Roy's face, and he changed the subject lightly. P.S. Thank you Dark Ghost for the big 1000 reward. Thank you very much. I will update it later. Also, I have a hard time with the water issue. Chapter 16. Who wants a reference from a shameless senior like you? Thinking like this in her heart, when she was about to say it, Lucy paused and swallowed the words back into her stomach, with a thoughtful look on her face. Maybe this unpretentious senior can really help her. Because she had never done a task before, Lucy was a little unsure about which one to choose. At the same time, she also wanted to find someone to accompany her. Do tasks together and accumulate experience instead of catching blind people alone. I haven't thought about who to ask for help, but now a ready-made tool man comes to my door. Although Roy? He only joined the guild one day earlier than him, but according to the president, he has the power of an S-class wizard, which means that he should still have rich mission experience. In this case, he must not be let go. Thinking of this, The angry expression on Lucy's face disappeared and was replaced by a sweet smile. She put her hands behind her back and raised her chest slightly. Lucy's voice was pleasant. "Senior, if you say so, can you do me a favor? Being beautiful is a kind of capital for a woman, and at this moment, Lucy made full use of this capital. Her long golden hair was spread behind her shoulders like a waterfall, soft and silky. A small side ponytail hung down from the right side of her head, revealing the X-eye showed a sense of playfulness. Lucy blinked her big eyes, and there seemed to be stars flashing in her eyes. At this moment, Lucy used a cute attack on Roy. Roy can probably guess that Lucy must ask him to take her with him to do the mission. For Roy, he has to do the mission anyway, and what mission shouldn't Roy do? He has never done a mission before. He thinks it would be good to do a mission with Lucy to get familiar with the mission process. Besides, the beautiful girl is asking for help, which is really pleasing to the eye. I can't refuse. However, I still have to make a request. So, Roy smiled and made his request. "Call me Senior. Just call me Senior and I will help you." Senior. Without hesitation, Lucy called out the word. Her voice was so sweet that... Ugh! This Senior had too much sugar, and was a bit too greasy compared to yesterday's. Roy immediately trembled and felt a chill. "All right. Talk about it. What help do you need from me?" Roy stretched out his hand to stop Lucy from yelling again, and his expression became serious. "I can't cure you, little one." Seeing Roy's expression of being unable to bear it, Lucy's eyes flashed with satisfaction, but her face remained expressionless, still maintaining that sweet smile. Then she turned around and took it off the bulletin board. "Got a task authorization letter. Then, help me complete this task." Senior. Roy took a glance and saw that it was the mission of the Sunrise chapter in the original work. Although he couldn't remember the general outline, he had an impression that it was an easy mission with no pressure. "No problem." Roy nodded and agreed. "That's great. However, what I hope is that I can be allowed to carry out this task independently first. Senior, you only need to stand by to hold me back and save me when I am in danger." After calling Senior several times in succession, Lucy became more and more fluent. She put forward her own ideas to Roy and wanted to practice them first. "Is it okay?" "Senior. No problem, no problem." Roy held his forehead, feeling a little headache. He wanted Lucy to call him Senior before, but Roy wanted to see her reluctance, wanted to satisfy his inner bad taste, and deliberately teased her. But after Lucy turned her back on herself, the Senior she called her no longer had any taste. After Roy agreed, Lucy put away her sweet look and looked at her hands with a satisfied smile. Lucy smiled confidently. She chose this task because it was not very difficult. She just needed to take out a book from a mansion. When reading the contents, Lucy instantly formed a plan in her mind on how to enter the mansion. However, what frightened Lucy was that the power of attorney stated that the owner of the mansion was a lustful pervert. "I can't make up my mind. But now that Roy will go with her on the mission, Lucy has no worries and can complete the mission by herself. Roy is just an insurance, available at any time. Prepare to tell Lucy the truth. He is a tool man who has no feelings." After taking the mission authorization letter to Myra and registering it, Lucy couldn't wait to pull Roy and ran outside. She confidently believed that the talented beautiful wizard Lucy would set sail on this mission today. She can't wait. Originally, Lucy wanted to drag Roy to take the train to the mission location, but after Roy snapped his fingers to summon the dragoon motorcycle, Lucy was also shocked by Roy's cool mount. Then, Roy experienced the feeling of a young and beautiful girl's soft body, which was completely different from Urza. It's a worthwhile trip, it's a worthwhile trip. P.S. Tips will add more updates. Although the protagonist is driving, he is not driving that car. Let me go through the review. Chapter 17. Come on Lucy, you can do it. Standing outside the door of the mission location, staring at the steel gate in front of her, Lucy took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and pumped herself up. The first mission into the magical world must be completed. It has to be very beautiful. Finally, before stepping towards the door, Lucy couldn't help but turn and look into the woods, where Roy was leaning on a big tree, with the sun shining through the mottled shadows of the trees. His expression was a bit unclear, but Lucy saw that he was looking at her with a smile. You can. Looking at Roy's encouraging smile and eyes, Lucy felt that Roy's eyes were conveying this message to her. Then, Lucy pursed her lips and nodded vigorously, indicating that she had received this message. In the end, Lucy, wearing a black and white maid uniform and exuding a youthful and cute atmosphere, walked resolutely towards the steel door with firm eyes and firm steps. In fact, Lucy did not understand the true meaning of Roy's smile. The meaning would be wrong. The reason why Roy was laughing was because after meeting the mission client and seeing Lucy's maid costume, he remembered what would happen next, so he couldn't help but laugh. Imagine, Lucy, who is very confident in her appearance, tries to apply for a maid with a person with serious aesthetic problems. How will her confidence be shattered? Just thinking about it makes Roy unable to hold back. Laughed. Next, just like in the original work, Lucy was disliked by the strange-looking Duke Aber, who said she was ugly and stabbed a knife in her heart. Not only that, she was also transformed into a human form. Tanks Bailhuge hit her, saying she was a dinosaur girl, and suffered another blow. Under this double blow, Lucy turned grey and stood there dejectedly, unable to move her slender arms for a long time. Legs, Roy walked to Lucy, put his hand on her lowered head, and said softly, "What's wrong, my lovely junior, can't you bear such a small setback? Although this mission is a bit strange, this is the cruelty of the magic world. Not all tasks can be smooth sailing. There will definitely be various difficulties and obstacles on the way to complete the mission. Magicians need to do it's about overcoming these difficulties and obstacles and completing the mission beautifully. If you can't bear such a small setback, then stop being a wizard and go home to farm." Of course, Roy knows, Luxi was not such a weak person. He was just deliberately stimulating her to cheer her up. However, Roy still misjudged Lucy's mental capacity. At this moment, she was not feeling sad, disappointed, but angry. Being judged as ugly by a blind person with perverted aesthetics is such an infuriating thing for a girl who cares about her own image. What a thing! I have to make that damn guy pay. Lucy raised her head, her face full of anger, and said through gritted teeth. Since Combat Plan A failed, then launch Combat Plan B. So, let me see it. Your Plan B. Putting his right hand around Lucy's shoulders, Roy smiled happily and said, "Look at me." Lucy nodded and returned to her confident look, full of momentum. Suddenly, Lucy's face froze, her beautiful big eyes seemed to contain murderous intent, her pretty face turned slightly cold, and she gritted her teeth and asked, "I said? Where do you put your hands?" Behind Lucy, a little above the hem of the maid's skirt, Roy's hand was placed on a purred part. This was the reason why Lucy questioned him. "Ah. Sorry, my hands are slippery." Roy laughed very embarrassingly, and touched his head with his left hand and gave him a ha-ha. However, even though he said he was sorry, his right hand had no intention of changing to another place, and it still stayed there. A place that many people dream of but never reach. "I let your hands slide, I let your hands slide." Lucy was very angry. She pushed Roy away from her with both hands. Then, a pair of small hands as white and delicate as lotus roots reached out to Roy's waist and pinched a piece of his left and right waist respectively. Soft meat. Use force and rotate. Because it had been agreed in the guild before that Roy would only be responsible for holding Lucy back, so the command of the operation was all in Lucy's hands. Then, she took Roy and sneaked into Abar's mansion. For a former wealthy young lady, doing such sneaky things as sneaking into other people's houses to steal things gave Lucy a strange and deviant feeling in her heart. However, when I think about it, this is all for the mission, to regain the relics of the father of the mission client. Thinking of Abel's ugly face again, the guilt in Lucy's heart completely disappeared. Therefore, with a little excitement on her pretty face, Lucy lowered her voice and said, "So, the battle to find Sunrise begins now." Immediately afterwards, when Roy and Lucy were walking in the mansion, they met at a corner a strange maid army led by Barug. Adhering to the principle of striking first, Lucy first took out the key and called out the Taurus. Talos then took out the River of Stars from his waist and rushed forward. Unfortunately, Lucy was just a rookie with only the strength of a B-level magician, and fell into the situation of 1 against 5. However, depending on the situation, Lucy would not be defeated in a short time. In view of this, Roy leaned against the wall calmly and watched Lucy's fight as promised. Roy would take action, so he felt very at ease while watching the battle. However, facing the siege of 5 people, Lucy was in a hurry and was unable to do anything. Therefore, she could only turn to Roy for help. Shouted, "Senior, why are you just watching? Come and help me." Roy, Omo. P.S. More flowers will be added. Chapter 18. Senior, why are you just watching? Come and help me. Lucy kept shouting for help while dodging the attacks of the maid army. She rarely fought, but she was suddenly surrounded by 5 people and felt like she was going to be beaten to death. So she could only ask for help. At the wall, Roy felt really angry and funny when he saw Lucy calling for help so quickly. Who had promised me to temper myself before and asked me to only take action when she was in crisis? The fight has just started, it's just the beginning of the warm-up period. You can't stand it anymore? Tryndamere can handle it for a few more minutes. Roy was complaining about Lucy crazily. But complaints are complaints, Roy's actions are still very honest. The cute junior is crying for help. As her reliable senior, of course he cannot let her down. With a call of his right hand, Dragon Knight's card box instantly appeared in his palm. Then, Roy threw it over his head, and his right hand fell to his side casually. The next moment, when the card box fell in front of him, Roy stretched out his left hand and grabbed it. Pushing it backhand into the slot of the V-belt buckle that had already appeared on the waist, the movement was extremely graceful. Henshin. Overlapping shadows flashed, and the sound of broken glass exploded. Kamen Rider Ryuki appeared. When Roy completed this set of transformation actions, less than a second passed. Lucy was still far away. Not to the point of being beaten, to the point of being autistic. She even found time to take a look at the situation on Roy's side and saw Roy's transformed Dragon Knight. Lucy stayed where she was and couldn't help but vomit. What's happening here? Senior, how did you become like this? Looks so stupid. Actually, I don't blame Lucy for thinking this way. It's really because the protruding red compound eyes of the Dragon Knight are so eye-catching. The first thing anyone notices when they see the Dragon Knight is that a pair of eyes that make people feel silly. Therefore, when most people see Dragon Knight, they will never think it is very handsome. They will only think it is cute when they hear Lucy's words. Yi couldn't help but twitch her mouth, and she had the idea in her mind that she would be beaten first before taking action. Would this girl be able to speak? As soon as she opened her mouth, she knew that she was definitely beaten by a lack of society. You are just talking, why are you standing still? The meteor hammer of tank made Baileuge is about to fall on your beautiful little head. Girl. Roy shook his head, moved his feet, and disappeared. Of course he would not watch Lucy being shot in the head, so he naturally wanted to rescue her. Roy's figure suddenly disappeared from his sight. When she was about to ask, she suddenly felt a strong wind blowing from her ears. She quickly turned around and saw the source of the strong wind. Lucy's face suddenly turned pale, and her eyes were extremely frightened. It's over. The big meteor hammer is inevitable. Senior, you suddenly disappeared and died. Lucy shouted this with almost all her strength. In times of crisis, we still need the rescue of our seniors. Boom. In Lucy's escaped eyes, Roy appeared beside her, stretched out his right hand, and lightly blocked the huge meteor hammer covered with spikes. He stared blankly at Roy's slender, tall, and heroic body. Lucy felt like she had some special emotion in her heart. When she was in crisis, a god came down to her side and helped her block the fatal blow easily and effortlessly. He's so handsome. However, Lucy smashed this idea in the next second and threw it out of her mind because this guy Roy said something shocking, which instantly extinguished the strange emotions in Lucy's heart. Why, my lovely junior, are you scared to death? Why can't you even say thank you to your seniors? Using a little force with his right hand, he instantly held the meteor hammer to pieces. Roy tilted his head, looked at Lucy, and teased her. I had a strange feeling about this guy just now. He was definitely blinded by lard. Thinking like this, Lucy rolled her eyes at Roy and said angrily, "You're obviously so ugly, so don't act cool, it's very awkward, okay?" Actually, Lucy didn't think Roy's current transformation was ugly. On the contrary, she thought he was very handsome. But seeing Roy's arrogant look, she couldn't help but want to hit him. Very, very ugly. Hearing Lucy's evaluation of himself, Roy couldn't help but froze in place. He was just dumb just now, but now he's down to ugly? It really makes me angry. Roy was instantly angry. A red light flashed in his huge compound eyes, and he waved his iron fist towards Tank Barg in front of him, who was in a daze because he had broken the meteor hammer. Boom! The roar like a cannon exploding suddenly exploded. Baelyuj's huge body flew out at an extremely fast speed. After crashing through the three-layer wall, he flew to an unknown place outside the mansion. Immediately afterwards, Roy punched and kicked away the remaining strange-looking maids who were rushing over. Suddenly, the world became quiet. Much more comfortable. Roy breathed a sigh of relief and felt that his thoughts were clearer. Pfft! Ha ha ha! Seeing Roy acting like a child throwing a tantrum, Lucy couldn't hold back her laughter anymore and let out a sweet laugh as sweet as a silver bell. Although seniors are annoying sometimes, they are also very interesting sometimes. So cute. Senior. Lucy thought this as she stared at Roy's bright red pupils and understood his confusion. Chapter 19. Because the target of this mission was a book, after defeating the maid army, Roy and Lucy went straight to Abel's library. There, Roy easily defeated Abar and the two funny mercenaries he hired. Obtained the mission objective called Sunrise and the key to one of the 12 zodiac signs, Belug. Finally, after Lucy handed the mission target back to the client, Kirby, and triggered the truth contained in the relics left by Kirby's father, Roy's progress in justice during this trip was settled. But this time, Roy understood what it means to act righteously in line with his heart. In this mission, Roy gained a total of 3 justice points. Defeat the evil Duke Abar who oppressed the civilians, and the progress of justice value will be increased by 5%. Complete Kirby's wish to recover his father's relics, and the justice value progress will increase by 0.5%. Let Kirby understand the truth about his father's humiliation and bear the burden, and the progress of justice value will be increased by 0.5%. Dragon Knight justice value progress, 18%, strength increased by 18%. These 3 items gain justice value progress according to the 2 methods of obtaining justice value mentioned by the system. Roy divided them into 2 categories. First of all, the 5% obtained from defeating Abar is the part obtained from defeating evil. Obviously, when it comes to defeating evil, the more bad things the opponent does, the higher the justice reward will be. Therefore, a weak Abar can actually provide Roy with a full 5% progress. It must be because Abar is so bad and has done too many bad things. Then, it is the progress of justice value obtained by Roy after he performs actions that are consistent with his own justice. This is equivalent to Roy doing a good thing, and this good thing happens to be in line with his inner thoughts. If you think about it this way, it makes sense. Finally, in this mission, aside from Roy's progress in justice, the only thing he and Lucy gained was a key to the zodiac that they collected from Abar. There was no way, the mission client, Kirby, was a poor guy who was pretending to be fat, so Roy didn't take his money. This also caused Lucy to get close to Roy and said confidently, "Senior, if you have money, please lend me 2 coins. She put her left hand on her hips and spread her right hand flat in front of Roy. Her slender white jade fingers glowed like jade in the sun. She was obviously an elegant young lady, but she actually acted like a female bandit blocking the road. "It's true. Yours. Lucy." What do you want to borrow money for?" I originally wanted to say, "How can I lend you money?" but when the words came to his lips, Roy changed his mind temporarily. As a rich young lady, Lucy should not be short of money even if she runs away from home, right? No matter what you say, is it much better than a penniless person like him? Why should I borrow money from him? Because I want to move out of the dormitory and rent a house outside. Originally, it was enough to get this reward, but the senior did not accept the money from the task client, so my idea of renting a house fell through. Therefore, of course seniors must take responsibility. Lucy held out her chest, loudly stated her reasons, and condemned Roy, saying, "You said it as if I had done something to you. Don't say such words that can easily be misunderstood." Roy shook his head and said with a smile, "Would you like to borrow it, senior? I only joined the guild 1 day earlier than you, so how can I lend you money? Does that senior want to starve to death if he doesn't accept payment?" Cabby's family had no money, so his house and clothes were all borrowed from other people's homes. If his money is collected, it will bring a great burden to his family. Roy said this, telling Lucy the reason. Why didn't I see it?" Lucy's eyes widened, she covered her lips in surprise, and cried out, "Because you are a fool. Damn senior, you actually call me a fool." Although after hearing Roy's words, she felt that his image in her mind was much taller, but after hearing him say that she was a fool, Lucy's image of Roy in her mind shrank to the size of a grain of rice. Her hands were clenched into fists and placed at her side. Lucy puffed her face like a hamster and glared at Roy with dissatisfaction. Sure enough, seniors are the most hateful. 3 days have passed since Roy and Lucy's first mission. Within these 3 days, Roy took Lucy to complete an A-level mission capturing bandits and a B-level mission destroying World of Warcraft, and received a reward of more than 300,000 gold coins and a 6% justice value. Income. On this day, just when Roy took a fancy to a mission and was about to continue taking it, Urza returned to the guild. While Natsu and Gray were fighting each other as per their daily routine, and Kana was holding a barrel and filling the wine, the door of the guild was pushed open by a sidekick character who was too lazy to name. He looked panicked, sweating profusely, and shouted out of breath, "No! Urza is back!" Hearing this name, the hall that was noisy just a moment ago, like a vegetable market, it became extremely silent for a moment, a dead silence. Natsu and Gray immediately stopped fighting and hugged each other shoulder to shoulder. Gray's expression was extremely stiff. He was obviously an ice mage, but cold sweat kept flowing from his forehead, looking like a waterfall. Natsu's behavior was even more exaggerated, and he directly turned into Harpy number 2, and couldn't even speak. Kana buried her whole head in the wine barrel, hiding her ears and stealing the bell. Seeing the exaggerated performances of the members, Lucy couldn't help but swallow her saliva, her face turned pale, and she tugged at the corner of Roy's clothes next to her. "Urza, who is it? Why do they look so scared? P.S. If you actually say that I am the Dragon King, then I am not polite." He frowned and called for the wind and rain. "By the way, is the plot that establishes the characters really worthless? Chapter 20. Affected by the heavy intense atmosphere in the hall, Lucy hid next to Roy and trembled, asking him. Urza seems to be the one who brought you back to the guild? What kind of person is she? Why is everyone so scared? She is the strongest female mage currently in Fairy Tale. Before Roy could speak, Myra suddenly appeared next to Roy and Lucy, and answered the question for Roy in a soft voice. The strongest, the female wizard. Muttering these words, Lucy began to imagine the image of Urza in her mind. The word strongest was enough to explain everything. At this time, the image of Urza instantly became terrifying in Lucy's mind. She stood up. She was 8 feet tall, had a strong back, and had a ferocious mouth. She could crush Natsu and Gray's heads with one hand. Lucy couldn't imagine what she would be like if she wasn't this kind of person. Can scare Natsu into a harpy, can make people in the guild scared like this. After this image was established in her mind, Lucy's eyes instantly became extremely frightened, and her face turned pale as if it had faded. Pulling on Roy's clothes next to her, Lucy asked him for help with a trembling voice. Senior, you must protect me later. There is no doubt that Lucy is overthinking. A question mark appeared faintly on Roy's head, and he looked confused. He couldn't read minds, so he didn't know that Lucy was crazily conjuring up the image of Urza in her mind. Just as he was about to speak and ask Lucy what was going on, there were heavy footsteps at the door. At the same time, a terrifying sense of oppression like a giant beast swept through the fairy tale hall, plunging them into a panic like the end of the world. This is Lucy's perspective. The actual situation is not that serious. Boom, boom, boom. Like drumming, these huge footsteps fell on Lucy's heart again and again. At this moment, she confirmed her guess about Urza. How could ordinary people make such huge footsteps when walking? Finally, when Lucy was about to further demonize Urza, Urza stepped into the hall and restored her image in time. Boom! Smashing the huge monster horn on the floor, the wooden floor suddenly creaked and groaned. Only then did Lucy see Urza's true appearance. A blue pleated skirt that was close to her knees. The bright silver steel armor with the cross of heart printed on the chest, the long crimson hair as smooth as a waterfall, casually scattered on the shoulders, the beautiful face with a determined expression and righteousness. Like a flower on the high mountain, it seems approachable, yet proud and inviolable. What a beautiful girl! The Urza she saw at this time formed a huge contrast with the Urza in her mind, which made Lucy couldn't help but admire Urza's beauty. I'm back, everyone! Urza first greeted everyone with a hearty smile, then raised her eyes to look at Roy and asked. Are you still used to being in the guild? Roy nodded, responded with a bright smile, and said, It's fine. Don't worry. That's good, I'm still worried that you won't be used to life in the guild. As if relieved, Urza patted her hard armor, then scanned the hall and asked. Where are those 2 guys, Natsu and Gray? Yo, Urza, we got along very well today too. It was Gray who answered Urza's question, because he was the only one who could speak at this moment. If he didn't look so stiff when he spoke, he would be more convincing. And Natsu was even more unbearable, he was sweating profusely. He has completely transformed into Harpy too, completely losing his ability to speak and can only nod and respond. Like. The 2 of them were hugging each other intimately at the moment, holding each other's necks, indicating that the relationship between the 2 of them was very good. Nodding, Urza showed a look of relief on her face, like a mother bird. Finally seeing that the chick under his protection had grown up, he said. That would be great. Although good friends occasionally quarrel, I still like to see you getting along in harmony like this. Yes. Like. Gray and Natsu nodded like chickens pecking at rice, fearing that Urza would cause trouble for them. Suddenly, Urza's face became extremely serious, and she looked at Roy again and extended an invitation to him. Roy, I have a task and I would like to ask you to help me. Then, she looked at Natsu and Gray, who were hugging each other, ignored the surprised looks of the members, and continued. "And Natsu and Gray, you guys are also going to set off tomorrow morning." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the entire hall changed instantly, and the members were talking about it. What? That Urza actually wants to invite others to go on missions together. This is the first time ever. This must be such a difficult task. Unbelievable. Suddenly, everyone took a deep breath and was extremely shocked. Seeing this scene, Roy complained crazily in his heart. "Don't be so quick to gasp. According to your method of smoking, no matter how you think about it, global warming has absolutely nothing to do with you." "Ah, no, I have already traveled through time, and there is no such thing as global warming in this world." "That's okay." Chapter 21. In the early morning, at dawn, Roy set out for the meeting place he had agreed with Urza yesterday, Magnolia Station. Accompanying him was the fair-haired celestial girl, Lucy. The reason why Lucy went to the station with Roy was because Lucy and Roy were not only seniors, but also roommates. With this dual relationship, if Roy wants to go out with Urza and the others to do a mission, of course Lucy will follow him shamelessly. It's a good name to assist Roy and accumulate mission experience. Although he knew Lucy was talking nonsense, Roy did not refuse. Why not show Lucy the world? So the two of them are here together. Then again, how did the two of them become roommates? This matter has to start 2 days ago. 2 days ago, after Roy took Lucy to complete 2 tasks, he gave her about half of the reward. There are about 2 to 300,000. Suddenly, Lucy, whose wallet was bulging, became swollen and wanted to move out of the guild's dormitory. After some searching in the town of Magnolia, Lucy chose a single-family building located on the river bank. The decoration is exquisite and the environment is beautiful. As long as you open the windows, you can see the sparkling river surrounding the city and feel the gentle breeze blowing on your face. At just one glance, Lucy fell in love with this house. However, the monthly rent of the building Lucy was interested in was as much as 70,000 yuan, and the rent needed to be paid for half a year at a time. Her own money was simply not enough. After thinking about it, Lucy thought of Roy, the senior who was taken advantage of. Originally, she wanted to borrow money from Roy, but after some consideration, Lucy chose to invite him to share the apartment. "You are my senior. Besides, aren't we in the same team? Living together makes it easier for us to communicate and establish a tacit understanding." That's what Lucy said to Roy at that time. Although Roy didn't know when he and Lucy became a team, he did not refuse the shared apartment. He had a system and living in a dormitory with many people may not be convenient sometimes, so moving out is a good choice. Therefore, the two hit it off and had a passionate relationship. Currently, the two of them don't have the following. It's just a pure relationship between seniors and juniors. As for the future, who can tell? When Roy and Lucy arrived at the station, they saw Natsu and Gray competing again. Ice Cube Fool. Flame Bastard. The two of them were holding their heads together, neither one of them convinced the other, glaring at each other, talking trash to each other, and looking like they were about to start a fight if they disagreed. The blue cat Happy was holding a grass carp, alone. I stood by and ate happily, turning a blind eye to the conflict between Natsu and Gray. After fighting for so many years, I couldn't kill anyone, so let them do it. Besides, I'm just a cat, what can I do? This was what Happy was thinking when he walked to the two of them and saw that the two funny guys were still pushing the cow. Roy decided to tease them and shouted deliberately. "Urza, you're here." In just a moment, Natsu and Gray hugged each other and turned into extremely stiff conjoined twins, nodding wildly. "Urza, Natsu and I still get along very well today. Absolutely no fighting. Like. Ha 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 ha." Seeing the funny looks of the two of them, Roy burst out laughing, and even Lucy beside him burst out laughing. These two people are so interesting. He was actually so afraid of Urza. He didn't know what outrageous things Urza had done to them since they were young, making them so afraid. Hearing Roy and Lucy's laughter, Natsu and Gray immediately recovered from their fear and realized that they had been tricked. Damn it, Roy, you actually scared us on purpose. Glancing at Roy, Natsu's body ignited with fierce flames, and Gray's side was condensed with chilling frost. At this time, all the hatred between Natsu and Gray was transferred to Roy. Holding his fist, he wanted to rush up to let Roy know why the flower was so red. He moved his legs, and Natsu and Gray approached step by step. At this moment, their most powerful words came from behind Natsu and Gray. The sound of fear in them. Natsu, Gray? What are you going to do? Hearing Urza's slightly confused voice, Natsu and Gray immediately turned into the conjoined twins they had just been. Natsu and Gray nodded nervously, indicating that they had a good relationship. Absolutely. No problem. After laughing again, Lucy noticed the pile of luggage in Urza's hand. Is this a move? It's definitely moving. In contrast, Roy was not too surprised. The magic used by Urza was called Night, which was like a different type of magic. Just like choosing to transform into different nights according to the situation, Urza's costume change magic also has the same effect. By changing different armors, she can cope with the environment and enemies with different attributes. Therefore, Urza must always have many on hand. She has to keep her armor with her, otherwise she won't be able to fully unleash the power of her magic. P.S. The character of Lucy complaining about the 3-hit combo has appeared many times, but I just don't know if my writing skills can impress you. Next, show off immediately, trust me. Chapter 22. When Natsu and Gray were about to teach Roy a lesson, Urza Shanshan belatedly appeared behind them, holding the luggage cart that was like a mountain of mountains. They were so frightened that they immediately hugged each other affectionately. Looking at the friendly look between Natsu and Gray with satisfaction, Urza, who was a little naive, didn't realize how awkward the two of them were. Instead, she really thought that they had a good relationship. Then, Urza, who had a natural attack, didn't feel any noticeable at all. She looked at Lucy suspiciously and said, "Are you a newcomer? I think I saw you in the guild yesterday." "Yes, Miss Urza, I am Lucy who just joined the guild. Please give me some advice. I'm Urza, please take care of me." Smiling heartily, Urza continued, "Since everyone is here, let's get in the car first." After delivering the luggage to the conductor's hands, Urza led Roy and the others onto the train without looking at the conductor's troubled expression. After taking their seats, Roy, Lucy, and Urza sat on one side. Natsu was sitting on the other side with Gray and Happy. With the sound of the whistle woo, the ground rang, and Natsu, who was originally full of energy, instantly became like a dead cabbage and became half dead. Lucy, who had already experienced the drive from Harujian to Magnolia, knew that Natsu was suffering from motion sickness again. Just when he was about to ask Natsu if he should call the conductor on the train to help, Urza stood up and said something. "Let me make it easier for you." Then, Lucy saw in horror that Urza punched Natsu in the abdomen, instantly solving Natsu's motion sickness problem. Well, Natsu fainted. Seeing Natsu's miserable state, Gray next to him showed a gloating smile, and when Urza looked over, he immediately became serious. Gray didn't want Urza to see him gloating over Natsu's experience. In that case, he wouldn't do it either. It was absolutely impossible to get anything good. No flaws could be seen on Gray's face. Urza nodded with satisfaction, sat down again, and began to tell everyone about the goal of this mission. Dark Guild, Forest of Iron. Mr. Elijah, there is news from Kageyama that he has unblocked Lullaby, got on the train, and will be coming to join us soon. In a dark cave, a minor character is reporting the situation to a silver-haired man with a tattoo on his face. Very good. Hearing the news, the silver-haired man Eligary grinned and laughed. Then, he stood up from his seat, stretched out his hand to hold the huge scythe that was as tall as a person and waved it vigorously. Walk. Let's go. Let those high-ranking presidents feel the pain. After saying this, Eligary took the lead and walked towards the entrance of the cave, followed closely by the other members of the Forest of Iron. That's the thing, we have to stop the guild called Iron Forest from destroying the regular meeting of the presidents. While recounting the mission information, the train had unknowingly arrived at Onabasai Station. This was the place where Urza heard about the Iron Forest Guild's conspiracy during her last mission. The place where Roy and Urza first met. With the goal of starting the search here, Urza took Roy and the others to this place and took the luggage cart from the conductor. While walking, they discussed with Lucy and Gray how to find the whereabouts of the Iron Forest members. It wasn't until Roy asked about Natsu's movements that everyone realized something was wrong. Natsu was still on the train after he fainted. I forgot to wake him up. When I turned around, I saw that the train was roaring out of the station. Suddenly, everyone stared at each other, and the atmosphere became awkward. Blame me. He was too immersed in the discussion, and even though he knew that Natsu had no resistance to transportation, he actually forgot him in the car. Urza patted her head in annoyance, lowered her head and said, "In short, this is all my fault, please give me a beating." Urza blamed herself very much. Looking at Urza like this, Roy scratched his head. What was the reason that made Urza develop such a character? What kind of tower is that? The shadow of Luce's childhood? Forget it, I can't think of it for a while, and I'm too lazy to think about it. What I want to do now is to comfort Urza and cheer her up, like for the first time. Just like when they met, he gave Urza another slap on the head. The warmth in his palm was transmitted to Urza through her crimson hair. This warm feeling made her calm down a little, and her heart was filled with strength. Raising her head and tilting her head in confusion, Urza looked at Roy, her watery eyes seemed to be asking, "Why are you touching my head again?" The queen, who was sometimes natural and sometimes powerful, made such moves. Roy felt that he was so cute that his blood tank was almost empty. However, he did not forget his purpose and comforted him. "Do not worry. Natsu will be fine, don't blame yourself." Although, after traveling through time, Natsu may not have too many scenes now. But that guy is the male lead in the original work after all. He will definitely be fine. Anyway, let's catch up first and then talk about it. P.S. To be honest, this kind of plot doesn't need to be written, but it must be written in order not to be blunt later on. Otherwise, there will be no subtle strategy process, and it will look very stiff when put away. Although I feel that the writing is very stiff now, haha. Chapter 23. Looking at Roy and Urza, who were interacting closely, Lucy suddenly felt a little tight in her chest. "What's wrong with me?" Lucy, who had never experienced this feeling before, was very confused. Next, after Urza regained her strength, under the devastated and helpless gaze of the platform conductor, she forcefully pulled the train's alarm device, causing the train Natsu was riding to stop. Seeing this scene, Lucy's somewhat uncomfortable feeling just disappeared instantly and became dumbfounded. Too willful? Miss Urza. However, he is a bit strangely handsome. Let's go. Catch up with Natsu. Urza turned around with a serious expression and said in an imposing manner. Looking at Urza with such a heroic appearance, Lucy's eyes couldn't help but shine with longing. One day, she also wants to be such a confident person. Powerful magician. Because Roy's Dragoon motorcycle couldn't seat so many people, Roy's Stance motorcycle finally carried Lucy, while Urza summoned a magic four-wheeler to carry Gray, Habib, and several others. He chased the train in the direction it was heading. With Urza activating her magic power with all her strength, several people caught up with the train in a short while. At this moment, Natsu has already fought against Kageyama of the Iron Forest just like in the original work. After seeing Roy, Urza and the others chasing after them, Natsu complained angrily. Really, I was stalked by a strange person on the train just now. He seemed to be called Iron Forest. Forest of Iron? Urza's eyelids twitched, and she roared, knocking Natsu to the ground with one punch. There was a hint of hatred in her tone that iron cannot be transformed into steel. Fool! Iron Forest is our mission target this time. Why let him run away? I have never heard of such a thing. Natsu squatted on the ground holding his belly and replied with a painful expression. His heart was full of grievances. He was knocked unconscious due to motion sickness when he got in the car. He didn't hear anything. Can you blame him? It felt uncomfortable and wanted to cry. At that moment, Urza remembered what had just happened and knew that Natsu had not heard a word of their conversation. When she was about to blame herself, Roy quickly stood up and stopped her. He didn't want to see Urza fall into that kind of situation again. State of self-deprecation. The top priority is to catch up with the guy who just escaped. Urza, you just said that the item called Lullaby is very dangerous, right? In this case, they cannot be allowed to take this prop to the place where the presidents are meeting. Hearing Roy's words, Urza instantly transformed into the resolute and strong fairy queen, full of momentum. Yes. That prop seemed to have been modified by the legendary black mage Ziref, and was a powerful collective curse-killing magic. When she said this, Urza seemed to have changed into a different person, with murderous intent on her face. Everyone present, no one understands the meaning of Ziref's name better than Urza. The Tower of Paradise is exactly the evil place that was born due to the worship of Ziref by some black magicians, was also the origin of Urza's childhood shadow that could not be washed away. Thinking of that dark past, Urza gritted her teeth. Said angrily, get in the car quickly and catch up. At this time, Urza was surrounded by murderous intent, which was irresistible. Natsu and Grace looked at each other tremblingly, took Habi with them, and then rushed into the four wheels of the magic road like a 100-meter race. The carriage of the car. Because of his fear of Urza, Natsu even forgot about his car sickness. Then, like an arrow from the bow, the magic four-wheeler rushed out with great force. Looking at the back of the four-wheeler and the billowing smoke it rolled up, Roy stood next to the dragoon motorcycle and sighed. Unlike Lucy and the others, Roy noticed the drastic change in Urza's mood. It seems that the dark past has a great impact on Urza. Even if she thinks about it, she will lose control. However, people should look forward and not always live in the quagmire of the past. Hit. At this moment, Roy made up his mind to destroy the darkness and haze in Urza's heart. This was his justice. Senior, why don't you hurry up and follow? Sitting sideways on the back seat of the motorcycle, Lucy tilted her head and looked at Roy, who seemed to be thinking about something, and asked doubtfully. Roy came back to his senses, got on the dragoon motorcycle, turned around and showed Lucy with a bright smile. He said softly, "Let's go and catch up." After a wild ride, when Urza's magic power was almost exhausted, the group of people arrived at Asabana station. Looking from a distance, thick black smoke was rising above the station at this moment, as if there was a fire. Seeing this scene, Roy and Urza instantly judged that there must be a problem at the station, and led Lucy and the others there. At the entrance of the station, Roy and others saw many passengers and local residents gathered around the station, craning their necks to look into the station, looking very curious. The impatient Urza quickly grabbed a few people dressed as stewards and questioned them, and got the information that the station was occupied by magisters known as the Iron Forest Guild. Roy and Urza looked at each other, nodded at the same time, and started walking inside the station. Seeing this, Lucy, Natsu and Gray quickly followed. Chapter 24. Passing by the army that had been defeated by the Iron Forest, Roy and Urza entered the station hall first and saw the magicians from the Dark Guild Iron Forest. The leader was a tall, thin, silver-haired man, holding a huge scythe as tall as anyone else in his hand. His name is Elijah, he is the president of the Iron Forest and the strongest magician in the Iron Forest. Seeing Roy and the others entering the hall, Elijah pointed the sickle in his hand at them. His expression was very arrogant, and he said arrogantly, "A magician from a regular guild? Are you here to die?" Although Urza, who was wearing silver-white armor and had long crimson hair, seemed a little familiar, she had already obtained it from Kageyama. Lullaby Allegory's mentality was very inflated and he did not think about her identity. Otherwise, if he recognized Urza as the powerful wizard known as the Fairy Queen, Elijah would definitely take Lullaby and start running without hesitation. But now, with his extremely inflated mentality, he couldn't help but want to show off. But Elijah didn't understand that the more you talked, the faster you would die. Just like the boss in those games or novels, they have clearly suppressed the protagonist, but as long as they move their hands, it will end. If they insist on forcing a few words, they will definitely be killed in the end. Not to mention that Eli Gore is just a small character. When he saw the protagonist coming, he not only refused to run, but also uttered arrogant words. I really don't know who gave him the courage. The female singer who sang Six-Eyed Flying Fish? Looking at the arrogant guy opposite him with a funny face and the Iron Forest minions behind him who also looked very arrogant, Roy complained silently in his heart. Then, he felt hot again. There are so many guys from the Dark Guild. Even if the strength is uneven, it should still be able to provide a lot of justice, right? Roy felt that he would have a good harvest today. While Roy was dreaming that he would unlock a few percentage points of progress in justice today, Urza, who was full of justice and had strong mobility, had already taken action. Dress up heavenly wheel armor. With a soft drink, the light of the crimson magic circle flickered, filling the station hall in an instant. After the light dissipated, Urza's appearance had changed greatly. She was wearing gorgeous and solemn silver-white armor and the battle dress has bright steel wings extending from the back, and each hand holds a long sword. The waterfall-like crimson hair pours down from the top of the head under the restraint of the headband, covering Urza's right eye. At this moment, Urza is as sacred and inviolable as a flower on the high mountain, proud of the snow and frost. Is this Miss Urza's magic? What a beauty! Following Roy and Urza, Lucy who appeared in the hall witnessed Urza's transformation and sighed like this. Love, this is Urza's magic. It's beautiful, right? Moreover, there will be a lot of blood. Happy, the blue kitten, followed Lucy's footsteps and answered Lucy's question. Why is there so much blood? Lucy was shocked. Love, that's because Urza makes her enemies bleed a lot. Happy explained. In fact, there is no need to explain, Lucy already knows what is going on. Because, after changing her clothes, Urza has already rushed into the Iron Forest Guild's formation and started her gorgeous performance. The Dance of the Heavenly Wheel. Dozens of silver-white swords danced behind Urza, forming a spectacular scene like a sea of swords. There was a murderous intention hidden in this beautiful scene. Normally, in the face of Urza's attack, these Iron Forest minions could only be slaughtered, with the silver-white sword light flashing continuously, screams continuing, and bright red blood flying in the air. At this moment, the beautiful but murderous blood rose bloomed silently. His companions fell one after another, and suddenly, someone remembered Urza's identity and shouted loudly. Out! That person is the S-class mage from Fairy Tale. Urza, known as the Fairy Queen. After he said these words, the members of the Iron Forest, who were already daring to be killed by Urza, became even more desperate. S-class wizards. Their president Allegory is also at this level. For they have a deep understanding of how powerful a strong man of this level is. That's right. Why didn't he come out to fight against Urza? The members of the Iron Forest who were still standing suddenly realized that something was wrong. They began to look for signs of Allegory. Then, they saw Allegory flying towards the top of the hall with a huge scythe. This was a move that made these ordinary members feel like they were about to give up. There was a huge cry of curses and begging for mercy, everlasting. Unlike the people crying for their parents in the Iron Forest, on Roy's side, Habby was introducing Urza's magic to Lucy. This is Urza's magic, called Night, which is a type of dressing magic that enhances one's combat effectiveness by replacing different armors. As a qualified commentator, Habby introduced the mystery of Urza's magic to Lucy in detail. Miss Urza is the type of magic used to dress up magic. Hearing Habby's introduction, Lucy turned to look at Roy, who was watching the show, and said, "So, the senior also used the magic of changing clothes." Lucy, who has done several missions with Roy, has seen Roy transform into a dragon knight many times. Although every time she saw Roy transform into a dragon knight, Lucy thought about it. She wanted to ask what Roy's magic was, but after each mission was completed, Lucy would be so immersed in the joy of getting rewarded that she forgot to ask. Today, just after seeing Urza changing into a gorgeous armor, Lucy finally got there. I remembered the question I had always wanted to ask Roy. Although Roy's whole person changed a lot after putting on the armor, it was completely impossible to identify his identity. Unlike Urza, at least he could still tell who she was. But the two of them fought in the same way. They also put on armor and fought. Therefore, Lucy, who had just heard of dressing up magic for the first time, regarded Roy's magic as dressing up magic. 2. Grab your deposit now. Activity time, April 5th to April 5th. Chapter 25. In the Fairy Tale Guild, in addition to Urza, there are also Bisksa and Arzak who use costume magic. However, unlike Urza who changed into armor, Bisksa and Alzak changed into firearms. Now, is there actually another Roy who uses disguise magic? I really don't know what type of dressing up magic he has. Natsu, Gray, and Habib are all very curious. Roy, is your magic also the magic of dressing up? What type of costume change is it? Noticing the confused and curious looks of Natsu and the others, Roy smiled noncommittally and nodded. Dressing up magic? Yes. Since they are curious, let's show them. And, for the sake of justice, it's worth it. I can't watch the show here all the time. With a faint smile on his face, he made a move with his right hand, and the Dragon Knight card box appeared in his hand from the system space. Natsu and the others immediately thought of it as the spatial attribute of the costume magic, so they were not surprised. Instead, they looked at Roy expectantly. The next second, Kamen Rider Ryuki arrived and waved his hand. When Roy was about to join the battle, he was stopped by Natsu. Wow! Is this your armor, Roy? So hot! The moment he saw Roy's transformed appearance clearly, Natsu rushed in front of Roy and stared at him with excitement. Then, he squeezed his hard muscles and patted his thick back. He looked like a little fanboy. Although Gray was not as exaggerated as Natsu, the fire in his eyes was clearly visible. No one could have imagined that Roy would look like this. The secondary armor was a style they had never seen before. Although it was a bit strange compared to other armors, it looked so handsome. Just one glance made Natsu and Gray fall in love with it, no matter what world they were in. Most boys can't resist cool leather cases. Forward. Roy first looked at Urza's vigorous figure as she charged through the Iron Forest camp, then looked down at Natsu in front of him, who was almost hanging on him, and shook his head helplessly. If he hadn't known that Natsu was a single-celled creature and had such strong enthusiasm, Roy would have almost doubted whether he was gay. As expected of the Fire Dragon Slayer mage, this is a fire-like passion in the true sense. However, we can't let Natsu continue to be entangled like this. If you don't fight anymore, not only will you not be able to eat meat, you won't even be able to drink soup. Because Urza's movements were too fast. There were only about 100 members of the Iron Forest Guild, and in just a few dozen seconds, she had already eliminated more than 30 of them. Roy's heart would hurt every time someone fell. These are all just values. Even though it might be a mosquito leg, it's still meat. Pushing Natsu aside and ignoring the disappointed expression on his face, Roy rushed towards the center of the battle. Then, one punch, one kick. The highest strength of these Iron Forest members is only A-level magicians, and they are completely unable to resist Roy's wrath. Roy's head is crazy. The value of justice also increased rapidly. After Roy also joined the battle, the lives of these Iron Forest members became even harder. Suddenly, arrogant laughter came from above the hall, causing Roy and Urza to stop their hands and look up at the top of the station hall. The members of the Iron Forest, who had been jointly punished by Roy and Urza, and had few remaining members, also got a chance to breathe and looked at the top of the hall in surprise. There was the silver-haired man who was shouting across the street just now, the president of Iron Forest, Eli Gore. Just now, after Urza's identity was recognized, he decisively flew up in the wind. Originally, everyone thought he was afraid of Urza, so he chose to leave his guild members behind and run away alone. But now it seems that is not the case. I don't know what Elijah just did above the hall, but his attitude is very arrogant at the moment. Looking at Roy and others below, Eligary raised his left hand and smiled wildly. Mages from regular guilds, is this why you are here? In his hand, he held a skull-headed wooden flute that exuded evil magic and looked extremely weird. Lullaby. It was the goal of Roy and his group's trip. Seeing this wooden flute, Urza's pupils shrank. The secret path is not good. He must not be allowed to bring this thing to the meeting place of the presidents. Heavenly Wheel Sword of Chaos. Urza yelled, controlling the dozens of long swords behind her, and shooting towards Elijah at extremely fast speeds. Under Urza's full force, these dozens of long swords instantly he rushed to Eligary, but when faced with these dozens of flying swords carrying majestic momentum, Eligary showed disdain and didn't even blink. Bang, bang, bang. As if the long sword hit something, it exploded in an instant with a huge roar. At the same time, in everyone's sight, a light cyan wind barrier appeared between them and Elijah. Just now, it was this seemingly thin wind barrier that blocked all Urza's attacks, and crushed all the dozens of long swords into powder. This scene shocked everyone except Roy. Natsu and Gray, who have been beaten by Urza all the time, can be said to be the two people in the guild who know Urza's strength best. Therefore, when they saw that Urza's powerful attack was completely ineffective, the two of them immediately shouted out. How can it be? Don't talk about them, even Urza herself has a look of disbelief. As the person who made the attack, Urza herself is undoubtedly the most aware of how powerful the attack was, so she is even more she couldn't believe that her move was actually blocked by such a thin layer of wind barrier. So, Urza bit her lip in disbelief, released the dazzling sword again, and hit Eligo again. The barrier in front of me. However, the result was in vain. Urza's behavior was just a repetition of the previous encounter, which was completely useless. At this time, Elijah laughed arrogantly in the air. It's useless, this magic is called the demonic wind wall, and it is absolutely impossible to break through from the inside. If you try to break through from the inside, you will be chopped into powder like those long swords just now. His voice was filled with extreme confidence in his magic. Because of you guys, I have wasted a lot of time. Please forgive me for not playing with you. Next, I'm going to find those damn old men and launch the most ferocious revenge on them. After Elijah said these words, the wind barrier in front of him suddenly expanded, covering the entire hall, trapping Roy and the others in the station. As for Elijah's companions, they are still in the station and have not escaped. He doesn't care about this. Companions? They just happen to be together. Otherwise, why do you think they are called the Dark Guild? Goodbye, everyone. As he spoke, Elijah's body began to float upward amid the desperate looks and calls for help from the Iron Forest members. Hateful. Biting her lower lip, Urza frantically mobilized the magic power in her body, preparing to use all her strength to attack this damn magic wind wall again. Suddenly, along with the sound of swiping a card, another electronic sound effect sounded in the hall rang out. Strike vent. The heavy blow is coming. Chapter 26. Hearing this familiar but slightly different voice, the surging magic power in Urza's body suddenly suffocated, and the rising momentum also calmed down. Urza knew that Roy had taken action. When they first met, Roy killed the top S-class monster with one blow. This time, Urza believed that the little magic wind wall built by Eligary was definitely not a problem. Therefore, she put away her momentum. Looking up at Roy, he saw that he was raising his right hand high, as if he was preparing to catch something. The saber seemed to fall from the sky last time. While thinking this, Urza suddenly heard a sound like glass breaking. Not just her, everyone in the station hall heard it. The sound was so loud that it was almost deafening. Then, everyone goes out one by one. After seeing clearly the scene where the sound came from, he froze in place for a moment. At the top of the hall, the magic wind wall built by Eligary seemed to have been smashed by something to create a huge gap. Through the gap, you can clearly see the clear blue sky outside. Moreover, the edge of the gap was like broken glass, and the cracks continued to spread to the entire magic wind wall. It seemed like a long time passed, and it seemed like it was less than a second. Eligar's magic wind wall fell apart under the influence of unknown external forces. Suddenly, there was deathly silence in the station, and you could hear a pin drop. Did you say that it is absolutely indestructible? Why did it suddenly collapse? Eligar, were you bragging just now? Among the members of the Iron Forest, some were shocked that Eligar's magic wind wall was broken, while others were gloating. They knew that since there was someone in the enemy who could destroy the demonic wind wall so easily, then this person could also take care of Eligary without any effort. Therefore, all kinds of dark thoughts suddenly appeared in the hearts of every Iron Forest member. Who told you to just want to run away alone? You also locked us up with the enemy and wanted us to draw firepower to you? Are you still showing off before running away? Are you being slapped in the face now? Stay and finish playing together. Deserve it. In the air, Eligar, who had not yet left, saw that the magic wind wall that he had exerted almost all his strength was shattering into pieces like glass. His eyes were so wide that he almost jumped out of his sockets, and his jaw almost closed. Not close anymore. The slender horse face was full of shock and embarrassment, and he couldn't believe that someone could destroy his own trick so easily. How come the awesomeness you just boasted is like a bubble and bursts as soon as you prick it? Moreover, when did my magic wind wall become so vulnerable? I didn't even see the trajectory of the opponent's move. Could it be that he has seen a ghost? This is wrong. Eligar looked confused. Apart from the reaction of the Iron Forest group, on Fairy Tale's side, except for Urza, who had heard the sound effects of Roy's moves, she already knew that the rupture of the magic wind wall was caused by Roy. After a brief silence, Lucy, Natsu, and others realized who had sent the attack just now. Therefore, Lucy, Urza, Natsu, Gray and Habi all looked at Roy with admiration and praised him. Senior, Roy, you are so awesome. That wind barrier that looked so powerful was actually solved by Roy so easily. Moreover, Roy raised his right hand casually and looked at the mighty and domineering weapon in his right hand with a calm look. It's no exaggeration to say that even Roy himself didn't expect this situation. He really didn't even have any strength. Looking at the dragon claws on his right arm, Roy was confused. His idea just now was to use a heavy blow to blast out the dragon flames to destroy Avery. Gao Er's demonic wind wall has never thought about the current situation. Just the power of the Wushuan dragon's dragon claws was enough to destroy the demonic wind wall with just one touch? What about the pieces? It was supposed to be the home of Eligary's pretense, but by accident, Roy waved his right hand and the dragon's claws suddenly turned into phantom fragments and disappeared without a trace. Roy clenched his right hand into a fist, put it to his mouth, and pretended to cough. Ahem. After attracting everyone's attention, Roy looked at Eligor in the sky, who was still in a complex state of shock and confusion, and smiled disdainfully. "Is this what you call absolutely unbreakable? Really vulnerable?" Although Roy's face could not be seen under the mask, everyone could hear his disdain for Eli Gore from his tone. Elijah looked at Roy's transparent red eyes below, confused. What does this guy mean? Then, he seemed to realize something. Elijah's expression suddenly changed, his body was suddenly enveloped in an emerald green magical wind, and he turned around and ran away into the distance. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape. Roy bent his knees slightly and kicked his legs down hard. The next second, under Roy's powerful pedaling force, a large pit with a radius of several meters suddenly appeared on the ground. Cracks like spider webs are spread all over the bottom of the pit, and smoke and dust are everywhere. But Roy's body was already in the smoke and dust, flying into the sky like a cannonball, chasing Elijah in the direction of escape. After Elijah and Roy disappeared from the station one after another, Urza ordered Natsu and Gray to stay in the station to capture all the remaining members of the Iron Forest, while she followed Lucy with her. Got out. Looking at the back of the magical four-wheeler as it hurried away, Natsu and Gray's eyes were full of resentment. We also want to see Roy show off his awesome power. P.S. Tips will add more updates. Thank you WRYYYY for the big 588 tip, thank you. Chapter 27. Flying rapidly at an altitude of several hundred meters, Ellegary's face was filled with unconcealable nervousness and fear. At this time, thinking back to the strange-looking guy just now, Elijah felt that there was something inexplicably weird about him. The costume has never been seen on this continent, exuding a heavy and oppressive feeling like a ferocious beast. He obviously didn't feel the magic power fluctuation at all, but he unknowingly used some means to destroy his magic wind wall. Elijah has traveled all over the world and traversed the dark magic world for so many years. What kind of strange guy and magic has he not seen? He can be considered a well-informed person. Have you ever seen someone like Roy? It completely broke his cognition. Roy gave Ellegary the feeling like a black hole, completely unknown. This unknown is far more terrifying than what can be seen. So after being stunned for a moment, Elijah immediately put on his storm coat and escaped. If he continues to stay, he will not only have to face the guy who makes him feel weird, but also face the fairy queen Urza at the same time. One-on-one was okay, but when it came to 1 versus 2, Elijah thought he was definitely no match. So, he slipped away quickly. Elijah still has a dream. He still wants to take revenge on those sanctimonious presidents, but he can't fall here. Holding the wooden flute hard with his left hand, Ellegary's eyes were extremely fierce and he was talking to himself. Wait. After I deal with those group of presidents, I will go back to you and make you pay the price. Elijah believed that with the speed at which he put on the storm coat, the man would never be able to catch up, so he dared to make such remarks of spiritual victory. As for whether he would seek revenge from Roy afterwards, then it depends on whether the lullaby in his hand is strong. Anyway, Roy is not here now, so he still has to say the harsh words. But what Ellegary didn't expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, there was something in his ear. A clear male voice came. No need to wait, do it now. I want to see how you make me pay. It's that person just now. He was caught red-handed by the real person while secretly making harsh words. Suddenly, Elijah was so frightened that he stopped in the air. After the initial takeoff, Roy was able to fly in the air, all relying on the wind magic he obtained and learned from the fairy tale library. Because Roy has no shortage of attack and defense methods, he learns wind magic mainly to master the skill of flying. After all, if it can't fly, it would be too disadvantageous to fight in some situations. At this moment, the wind magic mastered by Roy happened to play a huge role. With a few strands of breeze lingering on the surface of his body, Roy stood in the air. He clasped his hands on his chest, looked at Elijah in front of him calmly, and said, "Where do you want to escape? Obviously Roy's face was completely covered by the mask, and no change could be seen in his huge red pupils, but Allegory seemed to see a mockery of himself from his face. Damn it, why did this guy catch up so quickly? Elijah glared at Roy, who was standing proudly, with a frustrated expression on his face. However, since he has been caught up, there is nothing he can do. Just now, he did not want to fight 1 against 2, but now 1-on-1, Allegory was not a coward. He struck first. With a fierce look in his eyes, Allegory hid the wooden flute in his left hand behind his back and launched his first attack on Roy. Storm Wave. A violent tornado emerged from Allegory's hand and roared towards Roy. With this level of attack, do you want to tickle me? Without even the need for defense, Roy stared at the tornado coming in front of him. Roy wrapped his right fist with the magic power of the wind and punched it out. The wind tornado, which was more powerful than Allegory's tornado, roared angrily. Moving forward, he swept Allegory's weak wind inside and destroyed it completely. After smashing Allegory's wind scroll, Roy drew his right hand back, and the wind scroll he struck disappeared instantly. Without a trace, Roy failed to defeat Allegory. Roy commented on Allegory's moves. The moves are too big, not powerful enough, and flashy. Roy shook his head disdainfully, his words full of contempt for Elijah. Is this the magician of the Dark Guild? So weak. Play with him for a while. Let him feel it, there is nothing you can do no matter what. The feeling of despair of winning. With the evil thoughts of a cat playing with a mouse, Roy held his fists in front of his chest and stopped taking action. He was sweating heavily, and he was shocked. First the magic wind wall, and now the storm wave were defeated so easily. Allegory's eyes widened and he couldn't believe his own eyes. The famous and powerful fairy Queen Urza would definitely not be able to do all this so easily, right? Could it be that this unknown man is much stronger than Urza? Impossible. How could an unknown person be stronger than Urza? Elijah couldn't accept this fact. Chapter 28. This person is really weird. With a look of uncertainty in his eyes, Elijah couldn't make up his mind and didn't dare to take action rashly. What are you afraid of? Roy's voice was full of teasing, and he looked at Elijah calmly. Don't you have the courage to attack me anymore? Roy spread his hands, shrugged, and chuckled. I'm not telling you, you're so brave, but you still want to plot against those presidents? Are you going to give someone away? Damn it, you bastard, how dare you look down on me like this? After being so slighted, Elijah, who had originally planned to wait and see again, was suddenly furious and waved the huge scythe in his hand. Stormbreaker! How could he be so proud of his powerful strength and his unforgettable desire for revenge and allow Roy to trample on him like this? With anger, Elijah struck out hundreds of fierce wind blades, carrying an astonishing blow. The power roared and slashed at Roy, but it did not pose any threat to Roy. Too weak, too weak, too weak. Beating randomly in the sky, Roy kicked the wind blades that Elijah was attacking one by one. Then Roy discovered that an attack of this level could not even break through his defense. So, he kicked after a few kicks. Roy didn't even bother to defend himself, and allowed the wind blade to hit him. The sound of metal and iron clashing kept ringing, and Allegory's powerful wind blade continuously cut into Roy's skin. On the holster. At the moment of collision, the wind blade will turn into powder, and not even a white mark can be left on Roy's holster. He can't even scratch it. Attack, Roy kept taunting. Weak in strength, unstable in mentality, overly suspicious. Everyone has weaknesses, this is normal. However, your weaknesses seem to be a bit too many, right? With a blushing face, Allegory felt like he was going to be pissed to death. Why is this guy so vicious? He wanted to retaliate, but Allegory realized that he could never scold Roy, so he could only angrily. He chose to give up and instead accumulated his magic power, preparing to unleash a super powerful attack. Emerald Green Speed. Elijah shouted angrily and used his most powerful magic. Several blue wind lines suddenly emerged from his fingers, as sharp as a sharp blade and as flexible as a whip. Elijah manipulated these wind lines and struck Roy in an encircling manner, which was bound to tear Roy into pieces, especially that broken mouth. What a pity! I don't know a truth, that is, the louder the others shout, the weaker they are. He shouted so loudly, and his strength was obviously beyond the bounds of Elijah's ecstatic eyes. His wind line wrapped around Roy's body. Just when he was about to increase his strength, Elijah was dumbfounded. The wind lines collapsed and fell into pieces. Roy shook his head and looked at Elijah, whose chin almost hit his chest, and said, "If there are any other tricks, let's use them together. I'm in a good mood today and want to play with you more." "Who wants to play with you, a monster?" After coming back to his senses, Elijah cursed secretly, and a trace of despair emerged in his heart. He couldn't be beaten, and he couldn't be scolded. What else could he do? Elijah chose to run away. Regardless of whether he ran away or not, he had to run anyway. Elijah turned around and disappeared from Roy's eyes at a very fast speed. Tisk, it's really boring, and this ability to withstand pressure is too weak. Curling his lips, Roy's figure disappeared and he chased after Elijah. So weak and so cowardly. How can you grow in strength if you keep running away? Flying behind Elijah, Roy's voice fell into Elijah's ears. Damn it, I beg you, this guy, shut up. Hearing this voice again, Elijah's head was as big as a bucket. He felt that his temples were pounding and his head was about to explode. Using all his strength to activate his magic power, Elijah wanted to get rid of Roy. But no matter what, no matter how fast he accelerated, Roy followed him closely, like a tarsal maggot, unable to get rid of him. Roy followed Elijah closely and did not take action to deal with him, just watching. He ran away in a panic, like a cat playing with a mouse. However, after chasing for a while, Elijah could not muster the courage to resist. Roy felt very disappointed that it was time to end this cat and mouse game. A flash flew in front of Elijah, stopped him, and asked, "Do you know how weak you are?" As he spoke, Elijah was not given a chance to answer. In his eyes filled with fear, Roy raised his right fist and was reflected in his eyes. "So weak that with just one punch from me, you will say goodbye to this beautiful world." The air exploded, and Roy punched down. The next moment, Elijah's body became like a meteor under the blow, dragging a long comet tail and falling to the ground at a high speed, smashing out a sinkhole tens of meters deep. Boom! Like the sound of the sky shaking, a huge explosion exploded in this space. The ground cracked instantly, and strong shock waves kept escaping in all directions. He fell gently to the ground and looked at the bottom of the huge pit. Like a bloody mosaic of Elijah, Roy frowned. This way of death is too disgusting. Next time, use final arrival to kill the enemy. At least, it won't scare the children. I am really a kind person. P.S. It's finally here, it's not kicked off yet. Faint shot. Chapter 29. Useless guy. I have to take action myself. Standing on the edge of the pit, Roy was about to check how many justice points he had gained, when he suddenly heard an unpleasant sound like a hacksaw grinding. Then, a huge, evil, and creepy magic power emerged from the depths. Rising from the bottom of the pit. Oh! Is there one more person to give away? Feeling this powerful evil magic, Roy was overjoyed. How much justice does this level of evil have to have? Then, I will finally come and send you home. With his right hand, he took out a seal from the card box on his waist. Roy inserted the card with the dragon head into the dragon summoning mecha type I. Final vent. Final arrival. After the strange electronic sound sounded, Roy combined his legs, bent his knees slightly, and jumped lightly. Under the powerful bouncing force, Roy's body instantly appeared at an altitude of more than 300 meters. At this time, Wushuan Dragon had been waiting for a long time. With a domineering roar, Wushuan Dragon spun around Roy. During the rotation, extremely strong wind began to gather around Roy's body, waiting for him. When he kicked out the final blow, he accumulated tremendous power. Finally, Wushuan Dragon opened his mouth and let out a huge roar, like a furnace explosion, and a huge flame explosion came out of Wushuan Dragon's mouth. The ground poured down and fell on Roy's back. At this moment, Roy's right foot was wrapped with flames like the flames of hell. Under the push of the Wushuan Dragon, it turned into a fiery red meteor, dragging a long trail. Comet Tail kicked Lullaby's demon in the head. So, when Lullaby's demon appeared and was about to roar, he was greeted by a kick force as high as 6000 AP, 300T. The actual kick force has exceeded 60000 AP, 3000T, a Super Knight's kick, 20 AP equals 1T. This extremely violent kick penetrated the demon's body in an instant without any hindrance. The kick passed through the chest, and the demon fell backwards wailing. However, before the demon fell to the ground, the huge explosive energy contained in the knight's kick had already flowed to it along the demon's magic circuit. All its limbs were broken, and all its magic nodes were ignited along the way. Finally, Roy landed lightly and shook his hand. At this moment, a huge explosion exploded behind him. The demon's body was completely turned into ashes in this earth-shattering explosion. It was confused until it died. Who killed me? The Wushuan Dragon did not disappear immediately after the demon's death, but landed next to Roy, and moved around him affectionately. He patted the Wushuan Dragon's big head appreciatively, and Roy signaled that it could leave. The Wushuan had a domineering image and was driven away by Roy. Sanjiang behaved like a pet that wanted to get close to its owner but was rejected, and whimpered unwillingly. Although it wanted to get close to Roy, Wushuan Glong still had an aggrieved look since its owner signaled him to leave, and disappeared into the void obediently. Sensing Wushuan Glong's grievance when he left, a drop of sweat dropped from Roy's forehead. "It's not that I don't want to be close to you, but that you are too big." The original body length of the Wushuan Dragon was 6.15 m. After the Dragon Rider's data was enhanced tenfold, it became 61.5 m in body length. Moreover, as the justice value progressed, its size continued to grow. "How do you ask Roy to play with it?" He shook his head and thought about playing with it the next time he called Wushuan Glong out. Roy focused on his system panel. Host, Roy. Current system level, Junior, unlocked knights with tenfold increase. Currently unlocked knights, Ryaki, Dragon Rider. Dragon Rider Justice Value Progress, 45%, Strength Bonus 45%. Killing a Dark Guild Mage will reward you with 0.3% of the Justice Value Progress. Kill a Dark Guild Mage and reward 0.2 Justice Point Progress %. Killing the Dark Guild Wizard Eliger will reward you with 6% progress in Justice Value. Kill the Demon Lullaby of Zeref's Art, and you will be rewarded with 10 Justice Points Progress %. Looking at the message log of his obtaining Justice Points today, Roy couldn't help but feel a sense of joy in his heart. After continuously defeating the Iron Forest's President Eligary and his men, as well as Lullaby's demons, Roy's Justice Value Progress has reached 45%. There is only 25% progress left before drawing the next knight. I really don't know what the next knight will draw. Decade, or ZIO. If you can draw these two knights, wouldn't it be equivalent to having the power of all knights? In that case, wouldn't the world be free for me to roam as I please? Roy clenched his fists and his heart was filled with anticipation. After Roy had this idea, the system that had been without any sense of existence for a while suddenly spoke up. "Dear host, although everything I do is to serve you, I hope you can know one thing. Even if you do draw Decade or ZIO, the only knight powers you can use are the knights you have unlocked. If you want to use the power of all knights, the host is also asked to work harder to speed up the progress of unlocking the justice value and unlock other related knights as soon as possible. Ah! Is this actually the case? After hearing what the system said, Roy was a little disappointed, but he was not too depressed. It seems that it is impossible to reach the sky in one step. After all, you have to be down to earth. Then, Roy asked the system about other things. The system finally came out once, but we can't just let it go. So, if there are any other matters, please tell us together. Hello? Are you there? Are you still in the system? However, no matter how much Roy shouted, his system was as dead as ever and would never make a sound again. After suddenly appearing and pouring cold water on Roy's fantasy, the system disappeared again. This made Roy, who was originally in a happy mood, become depressed because he was angry with Najgra first and then Elijah. The justice value in his hand suddenly no longer smells good. Chapter 30. Previously, because Roy and Elijah were flying too fast, Urza lost track of their whereabouts for a while and could only continue moving in a general direction. Fortunately, Urza heard the impact of Roy punching Eligary to the bottom of the pit, and thus determined Roy's location. Then, when rushing towards Roy, Urza and Lucy were surprised to see an ugly demon 60 or 70 meters tall appearing between heaven and earth. While they were still guessing about the identity of this demon, its figure disappeared from the sight of Urza and Lucy, accompanied by flames soaring into the sky and deafening explosions. After seeing this scene, Urza and Lucy looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. What's going on with that huge demon and that huge explosion? Was it eliminated by Roy? Although they didn't speak, both women could see that the other's thoughts were exactly the same as theirs. It would be okay if Roy had wiped him out, but if not. Urza felt worried in her heart, and increased the magic power extracted from her by the magical four-wheeler. A steady stream of magic flowed from Urza's body into the power furnace of the magical four-wheeled vehicle, and the four-wheeled vehicle moved forward a little faster. While Roy was counting his justice points, Urza finally came over with Lucy. Because the speed of the previous sprint was too fast, when Urza saw Roy standing next to the pit, she breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, the magic four-wheeler could no longer stop the car. With extremely ferocious momentum, the magic four-wheeler rushed straight into the pit. If Urza flew down and hit the wall of the pit at this speed, although Urza would not be injured, Lucy would not necessarily be injured. With Lucy's strength, her physical strength could not withstand such a powerful impact. Therefore, Urza kept a cold face and tried her best to control the speed of the car, trying to make the four-wheeled car go down the pothole a little slower. At least, the final impact could be made less forceful and Lucy would be less injured. Lucy, on the other hand, had already closed her eyes and couldn't help but scream. "Senior, save me. She is just a B-level rookie. She has never experienced any danger in the past. Her mental quality is indeed a little bit poor." Therefore, when encountering danger, Lucy immediately thought of her seniors. It is enough to show that in Lucy's heart, Roy can give her a sufficient sense of security. Seeing that the magic four-wheeler was about to rush down the pothole and end up with the car destroyed and Lucy injured, Roy took action. With a tap on the ground, Roy appeared in front of the magic four-wheeler in an instant. With a gentle push of his hands, the steel monster that looked like a ferocious beast instantly turned into a well-behaved kitten. The magic four-wheeler stopped. Feeling the vibrations beneath her body subsided, Lucy opened her eyes tremblingly. What she saw outside the window was the majestic red figure with his hands in front of the magic four-wheeler. Figure. After Eligary and Lullaby were dealt with by Roy, the rest was very simple. Urza was responsible for forcing the members of the Iron Forest to the prisons set up by the Magic Council in various areas, while Roy and Lucy returned to their home in Magnolia. Although I didn't tell my seniors in the past 2 days, my seniors also performed very well in the evening. But today I still have to tell my seniors, don't come up and take a peek. Pranced into the house with her hands behind her back, Lucy said without looking back. Lucy had never said anything to Roy not to peek before. I don't know what happened today, but he suddenly said this. Who would go up and peek at you? With my character, I would never be able to do such a thing, don't worry. When Lucy said this, Roy couldn't help but replied angrily. Peeping? Am I that kind of person? I always look at it openly. How dare you doubt your senior's character? I think you are PP. Is it itchy? Oh, really? Who knows, who put his hand on someone else for the first time? Lucy turned to look at Roy, pointed her pink lips with her slender white index finger, and said with a smile. Her eyes were full of teasing, which made Roy blush, but he still argued with himself. Road. Who is that person you are talking about? Do I know him? Why don't I understand what you are talking about? Well. Lucy clasped her hands behind her back and moved closer to Roy, raising her head and looking at him critically. At first, Roy relied on his thick skin and looked at her confidently. However, perhaps because he felt that Lucy's beautiful big eyes were too pure, Roy felt a sense of guilt in his heart. Finally, he couldn't help but look away, and his old face turned slightly red again. Seeing this, as if she had won a victory, Lucy showed an excited smile on her face and said with a smile. Since Senior said so, it must not be Senior, right? Even if it's a senior, he definitely didn't do it on purpose, right? Ahem, can the slippery hand be considered intentional? Roy scratched his head to cover up his embarrassment. Then, just let it pass. I forgive you, bad senior. Smiling and punching Roy in the chest, Lucy turned around and walked towards the stairs. As she walked, Lucy was mumbling something in her mouth, as loud as a mosquito. However, if you are a senior, it is actually possible. Thinking of the figure who held up the magic four-wheeler to prevent herself from being injured during the day, Lucy felt her heart soften a lot. Although the senior is sometimes bad, he is always able to appear in time to save himself. Very reliable. Senior. What are you saying? Lucy's voice was too soft, and Roy didn't hear what she was saying at all, so he frowned and asked. It's nothing, Senior is an idiot. Turning around and looking at Roy, who was stunned by his words, Lucy smiled and ran up the stairs. The flowing blonde hair shone brilliantly under the light, which was extremely beautiful. This girl, I really don't understand what is going on in her head all day long. After Lucy's back disappeared at the top of the stairs, Roy shook his head angrily and laughed dumbly. Then, Roy also entered his room and prepared to rest. There was no words for the whole night. Chapter 31. Early in the morning, a piece of news that shocked the entire Magnolia came out from the Fairy Tale Guild. I heard that the Fairy Queen is going to duel with the Fire Dragon. Go to the theater quickly. If you're late, you won't be able to get a good seat. Really? This is too exciting. Go together and go together. The news seemed to have wings and flew all over the city. After a while, the entrance to the Fairy Tale Guild became a scene of huge crowds of people. Urza and Natsu stood in an open space, facing each other. Outside the open space were surrounded by many people who kept making noises. Come on, Queen, I am your fan, kill that ungrateful guy. Natsu, don't make me look down on you. Wait, are those two people really coming? Roy pushed through the crowd, and Lucy followed him into the field, asking the people around her for confirmation in disbelief. Of course it's true. How can you be a real man if you don't show your true feelings? The person who answered Lucy was a silver-haired muscular idiot, Elfman, who admired the man first. Urza is a girl. Myra taught her younger brother not to be too rude. It's a female monster. As soon as Elfman said this, Urza's identity as a human being was instantly denied. You are really brave. Boy. Noticing the sudden change in Urza's aura in the field, Roy looked beside him. Elfman, who was half a head taller than her, complained silently. However, Urza controlled her emotions and did not rush out to teach Elfman a lesson before the duel started. The audience outside the venue was beaten first, which will definitely worsen the reputation of fairy tale among outsiders. Natsu and Urza, this duel is really interesting. One is almost the strongest man, and the other is recognized as the strongest female mage. This is definitely a battle between dragons and tigers. Because the duel hadn't started yet, the guild members waiting to watch the show were talking a lot. When someone said that Natsu could be called the strongest, Elfman was dissatisfied and pointed at himself and said loudly, "I do agree with Natsu's masculinity, but I can't be silent if he is the strongest. There are still many strong people in fairy tale. Like me." No one paid any attention to this idiot, but continued to discuss. The strongest female mage is indeed Urza, but in terms of the strongest man, let's not talk about the strongest guildarts. But Laxus and Mist Agon are still there. It's never Natsu's turn. That's right, they are the two strongest candidates after all. But now that Roy has joined the guild, Urza said that he is also quite strong. Yesterday, he even destroyed a dark guild with an S-class magician on his own. I wonder how he compares to those two people. I don't know about this either, maybe it's similar. As the discussion continued, the discussion direction of these melon eaters became distorted. From who will win between Natsu and Urza, to who is the strongest man in the guild. The reason for this is that there are many powerful male magicians in Fairy Tale Guild, and the competition for the strongest position is indeed very high. More importantly, no one in the guild thought Natsu could beat Urza. Only ordinary residents who don't know what's going on have confidence in Naz. The duel that followed was indeed as the members expected. Although it was not a one-sided showdown, and the process was very ups and downs, Natsu still lost to Urza and was beaten into a pig's head. After this duel ended, it became a topic of conversation among people in Magnolia today. For ordinary people, watching a duel between powerful magicians is like enjoying a visual feast, making them feel that their trip is worthwhile. For the gourmet people in the guild, watching Natsu suffer was the happiest thing for them. Especially Gray, he was the one who laughed the loudest. For Lucy, the impact of this duel on her was to arouse her curiosity about the strongest candidate. The strongest man in Fairy Tale? I don't know who is stronger between the seniors and them. It must be a senior. He is so powerful. Secretly glancing at Roy, who stood tall and straight next to him and always had a confident look on his face, Lucy nodded and strengthened her idea. Seniors are the most powerful. Lucy didn't say anything, but she was full of confidence in Roy. Of course, Roy didn't know that there was a lovely girl beside him who believed in him so much, but he also felt in his heart that he would never lose to Laxus or anyone from Mist Ridge. Moreover, with his system, he can quickly become stronger, so strong that no one can match him. Roy still has this kind of confidence. P.S. I conducted a poll in the comment area on who the protagonist's third knight is. You can comment on the knight you want to see in it, and I will select the one with the largest number as the protagonist's third knight. Chapter 32. After the duel between Urza and Natsu ended, everyone in the guild went back to their daily lives as usual. If you need to go to work, go to work. If you don't want to go, just brag and beat yourself up in the guild. Roy and Lucy did not go on missions, but rested in the guild. Suddenly, a powerful hypnotic magic swept through the entire guild, and sleepiness suddenly spread in everyone's hearts. "President, what's wrong with you? I'm so sleepy. Is that guy back? What happened? Suddenly seems to sleep." An inexplicable tiredness surged into their hearts, and everyone felt as if a mysterious force was urging them to sleep. After a while, the members fell down one after another and fell asleep. Even though she was as powerful as Urza, she could only hold on to the table to hold on and not fall down. She resisted for a while longer than others, and finally lost consciousness. At this time, in the entire guild, only the confused Makarov, the conscious Roy, and a certain guy sitting on the second floor did not lose consciousness. Holding Lucy's body as she leaned over after unconsciousness, Roy stared dumbfoundedly at the members falling one after another, complaining in his heart. Mention hypnosis or something. It always makes me think of some bad things. Trams, neighbors JK. Ahem, that's too far off topic. It was obvious that Roy was just a beginner on the path to magic, so why was he okay even when Urza fell? This has been since the beginning of time travel. In order to prevent Roy from being mentally manipulated and unable to complete his transformation, his physique has long been transformed into one that is immune to all mental magic. Therefore, when everyone in Fairy Tale Hall fell down and even Makarov fell asleep, Roy was in high spirits. After everything fell, the guild that had been so lively just now suddenly became quiet. At the same time, Mr. Agon entered the guild wearing a black trench coat, a mask covering his face, and his whole body covered in bandages. Looking at Mr. Gang striding into the guild, Roy's eyes were bright as he recalled the information about this guy. Mr. Gang didn't expect that there would suddenly be a person like Roy in the guild who was completely immune to his sleep magic, so when he saw Roy, he paused slightly and showed a surprised look. Afterwards, Mr. Agon looked at Roy, feeling a little uncomfortable with his gaze. Mr. Agon had some doubts about whether his mask was worn properly, but Roy recognized that he looked exactly like Jalal in this world. He quickly reached out and touched it, and found that the mask was well placed on his face. Mr. Agon breathed a sigh of relief. A face I haven't seen before, a newcomer? Nodding to Roy without saying a word, Mr. Gang went straight to the mission notice board. After tearing off a piece of mission authorization at random, Mr. Gang took it to Makarov, stamped it, and hurried toward the entrance of the hall. Time is tight and there is no room for delay. Seeing Mr. Gang coming and going like this, even though he knew that he had an important mission, Roy couldn't help but want to tease him. Are you ugly? You cover your face and hypnotize everyone in the guild, do you not want everyone to see your face? It's okay, no one will care about this. Look at those two guys Macau and Wakaba, they are so handsome and confident enough to express their feelings to pretty girls, you should learn from them. When he was about to walk to the door, when he heard Roy's deliberately teasing words, Mr. Agon stumbled and almost fell. Looking back and giving Roy a resentful look, Mr. Agon turned and left. He is not ugly. To avoid unnecessary trouble. This new guy is really cool. If he wasn't afraid of trouble, he would definitely show off his handsome face. No, this guy is much more handsome than me. Him. Let's forget it, it's quite a blow to our self-esteem. With this thought, Mr. Gang's figure slowly disappeared from the light at the gate. Then, everyone in Fairy Tale woke up. My head hurts so much. When I fainted just now, I hit the corner of the table. That guy from Mr. Gang hypnotized everyone without even saying hello. The magic is still as powerful as ever. There were some minor problems caused by suddenly falling asleep, and the members started to complain. Mr. Gun. One of the strongest candidates mentioned just now? Lucy, who had woken up, was stunned when she heard the name. She just mentioned it in the morning, and now she meets him? Although she didn't see what he looked like. Maybe it was because of seeing him overcoming Lucy's confusion, the gentle waiter Myra introduced her. Mr. Agon is one of the strongest candidates in the guild. He is a very strong person. But I don't know why, every time he comes to make announcements, he always puts everyone to sleep like this, so no one except the president has seen his face. That's not right. I've seen Mr. Gong's appearance before. He's just a little shy and doesn't want you to see him. Suddenly, an extremely arrogant voice came from the second floor and fell into everyone's ears. Laxus, it turns out you are also in the guild. The members turned their attention to the second floor of the hall, looking a little surprised. What day is it today? Why are the strongest candidates appearing in the guild one after another? Laxus ignored the greetings of other members, but watched with interest. He looked towards Roy, his eyes full of interest in him. Moreover, the newcomer also saw Miss Doggon's face just now. He also asked Mr. Gang if he was ugly. Miss Gang's reaction almost made me laugh out loud. How interesting. Suddenly there is such a strong person in the guild, and it is not so boring after all. Laxus's eyes were dancing with flames, as if he was saying these words. P.S. As of the release of this chapter, there are 2 Mr. E, 2 Brother E, and 2 Lao Tan. It seems that everyone prefers these charming villains. Voting is open until tomorrow night. We'll see then. Philo's 18th anniversary brand upgrade gives back to readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chapter 33. After hearing Laxus' words, the entire fairy tale hall was instantly detonated as if a bomb had been dropped. According to Laxus, Roy can also resist the magic of Mistgone. Doesn't this mean that his strength is definitely stronger than Ursus, at least on the same level as Laxus and Mistgone? Unexpectedly, there is one more candidate for the strongest position. The information revealed in Laxus's words was so shocking that the members talked a lot and cast their shocked eyes on Roy. Laxus grew up in the guild. Everyone in the guild either watched him grow up or grew up with him, so they naturally knew his great strength. Although Mr. Gang has only been in the guild for a few years, he is an S-class mage licensed by the president, and his ability to make everyone fall asleep every time he returns to the guild is convincing. The members felt there was nothing wrong with these 2 being the strongest candidates. But what is unexpected is that a newcomer who has only joined the guild for a few days actually has the same level of strength as these 2 people. This is really too shocking. Facing the shocked looks of the members, Roy smiled faintly and remained non-committal. The strongest candidate? No, he should be the strongest. Roy, who has a 10-fold increase in Dragon Rider card box, with the current 45% justice value progress bonus, the static data after transformation is already very scary. Up to 145T punching power and 290T kicking power. If you add those powerful cards, the strength Roy can exert is far beyond what this data can reflect. Roy didn't know how strong Laxus was, but thinking about it, it was absolutely impossible to exceed Roy's current strength. Even though Laxus's dragon-slaying magic might be a little troublesome, if it really came to a fight, Roy would be absolutely confident that he could win. And Mr. Gun? That guy can't be Roy's opponent in any way. Roy, who has a fully immune system to spiritual magic, is simply the natural enemy of spiritual wizards like Mr. Gang. His magic cannot have any effect on Roy. Moreover, as a Mist Gang from Edras, there is almost no magic power in his body. In other words, Mistgone's body is even weaker than Roy, who has just started practicing magic, and is almost like an ordinary person. Roy can knock down Mistgone without even transforming. In this comparison, Roy has a higher level of strength than Laxus and Mistgone. Therefore, Roy does not agree with the title of strongest candidate. However, Roy was too lazy to explain to everyone. Because it was too troublesome, he couldn't just pull Laxus and beat him up right away, right? There was no benefit, so Roy was too lazy to do it. Therefore, Roy could only smile lightly to face everyone's gaze. In the eyes of everyone, Roy's smile seemed full of confidence and very unpredictable. They felt that this was Roy's confirmation that he was powerful enough to rival Laxus and Mr. Gun. So, the members were shocked again. Seeing the members gasping in shock, Roy couldn't help but complain to them. Are you surprised? All I know is shock every day. Do something serious. Hearing Roy's complaints, the members came back to their senses and showed curious eyes, ready to ask Roy some questions they wanted to know. At this moment, a guy who smelled the scent of a strong man woke up. Just now, after everyone woke up, only Natsu was still lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. Even the heated discussions among the members could not wake him up. However, just when the members were about to surround Roy, Natsu woke up at the right moment and targeted Laxus without hearing Roy's strength. Body. Laxus, come and challenge me. A carp jumped up from the ground and pointed at Laxus with one hand. Natsu's face was full of fighting spirit and full of vitality. Oh! Leaning over the railing, supporting his chin with his right hand, Laxus looked at Natsu teasingly. Then come up. I'll fight you when you get to the second floor. Just what I wanted. Natsu yelled, with an arrogant smile on his face, and rushed towards the second floor. At this time, Makarov, who had been napping since the beginning, didn't even raise his head, and his huge fist instantly hit Natsu. Smashed to the ground. I don't allow you to go up to the second floor. You're not qualified yet. After seeing Natsu being crushed by Makarov, Laxus laughed arrogantly. Have you been taught a lesson? If you want to challenge me, it's 100 years early. Laxus, you've said enough. Say less. Tisk, it's so boring. Hearing Makarov scolding, Laxus sneered and turned away from Makarov. Then, he turned his attention to Roy and said very arrogantly, newcomer, your name is Roy. Right? Remember, my name is Laxus. I hope you don't bore me like these weaklings. As soon as he finished speaking, before Roy could reply, the sound of thunder echoed in the hall, and Laxus turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared. It's still so hard to get close to. Laxus guy. Damn it, if I hadn't been able to beat him, I would have beaten him into a pig's head. What a arrogant guy. Such harsh words were said behind Laxus's back. If Laxus heard it, you would definitely be the one who turned into a pig's head. Didn't he just say this after he left? Hey. What? What an arrogant person. To actually speak rudely to a senior like this is so stinky. Listening to the members' discussions and thinking of Laxus' performance just now, Lucy puffed her face and thought angrily. Her impression of Laxus was very bad. P.S. I'm wondering if I should create a work-related project and release the night's data so that everyone can intuitively see the strength. Chapter 34. That guy is such a stinker. Too arrogant. Lucy lowered her head and muttered, her face full of dissatisfaction. He has his own stinky assets. If you don't like him, you can give him a good beating. Looking at Lucy, who was still lying in his arms after waking up, Roy couldn't help but smiled, touched her head, and said jokingly, "What the hell? I'm just saying this to protect your face, senior. Senior, it makes me so sad to say this. How could I possibly defeat that kind of monster?" Hearing Roy's words, Lucy raised her head and looked at Roy with dissatisfaction. Sorry, my bad. But how long will you stay in my arms?" Although I didn't mind, everyone looked over. At this time, Lucy realized that her posture was very wrong. She leaned into Roy's arms and wrapped her hands around his waist. It looked like a couple cuddling together. No wonder everyone looked over. The look in her eyes was so meaningful. Lucy felt like she was electrocuted, and she quickly left Roy's arms. Her pretty face was filled with a blush, which was really beautiful. "Have a leg." Habby covered his mouth, rolled up his big tongue and complained about Lucy. His eyes were crooked, and he smiled as if he was funny. Ah! Even if he was misunderstood by everyone in the guild, he was actually complained about by a cat. "I'm no longer a human being," Lucy shouted in her heart, lying on the table and covering her face with one hand, so she was too embarrassed to see anyone. Seeing Lucy's appearance, everyone in the guild suddenly laughed, and a happy atmosphere filled the hall. Hearing everyone's laughter, Lucy felt even more ashamed and angry. "Stinky senior, bad senior, you made me look embarrassed." Thinking in her heart, Lucy's other hand hidden under the table got up and stretched to Roy's waist, pinching a piece of soft flesh. "Use force and rotate." At night, when Roy was about to fall asleep, a strange noise suddenly came from the living room. Mouse? Or a thief? He stood up from the bed and strode to the bedroom door. Roy suddenly opened his bedroom door. Then I saw the one-cell idiot and the blue cat who broke into the house. Natsu, and happy. Looking at Roy, who was looking at him speechlessly at the bedroom door, Natsu grinned, showing his big white teeth, and said with a grin, "Yo, it's Rosie. I'm here to do a mission for you and Louie. I don't have the slightest sense of breaking into people's homes and disturbing people's dreams. How could you come to find someone to do a task so late? Also, my name is Roy, and Lucy's name is Lucy." Roy rubbed his forehead, expressing that he was a little unable to cope with a single-celled creature like Naz. He stayed up late at night and ran into other people's houses, and even called them by the wrong name. If he hadn't been a character in the comic book Hot Blood, he would have been caught in reality. Get up. Well, don't worry about these details. There was no apology at all for calling Roy and Lucy by the wrong names, and Natsu was still smiling heartlessly. Seeing Natsu like this, Roy felt that he had lost his temper with him, so he could only say helplessly, "Then tell me. What mission do you want us to accompany you on?" Seeing that Roy seemed to agree, Natsu immediately showed an excited expression, took out the mission authorization letter he had just stolen from the second floor of the guild, and was about to introduce it to him. "Bad Senior, who are you talking to?" Suddenly, Lucy's voice came from the stairwell, interrupting Natsu. Then, wearing long-sleeved pajamas, tightly covered, sleepy Lucy appeared at the entrance of the stairs, raised her eyes and looked towards the living room. When he saw a certain idiot with cherry blossom hair, his expression suddenly became astonished. "Natsu. Alcatraz? The reward is 7 million gold coins and a key to the Zodiac." Holding the power of attorney stolen by Naz, Lucy's expression became extremely excited, and the sleepiness just now completely disappeared. Her eyes suddenly turned into the look of money, and Lucy jumped up and down next to Roy, her face full of excitement. Shouted excitedly, Senior, let's do this task." Under the temptation of the generous reward, Lucy forgot the fact that this mission was stolen by Natsu and became a little money addict. As for whether she has considered the danger of this mission? With her senior here, how could it be possible? Where's the danger? Reaching out to hold Lucy's head, Roy held it in his hands to stop her from being so excited. There was a flash of thought in Roy's eyes as he sorted out the information about this mission in his mind. Island? Just by hearing the name, you can tell that it must have a huge amount of justice. Although Roy also knew that this idea was just a prejudice caused by his memory before traveling, because in the big concept, the devil in this world is just a human being. A race that is similar to humans. They are not the bad guys who did all kinds of evil and tempted humans to fall. However, for these 7 million gold coins, it is necessary for no one to have too much money. Really? Moreover, Roy vaguely remembered that there really seemed to be a demon on that island. No matter what he thought, he would not lose anything in this mission. So, Roy waved his hand. Set off. Oh. X3. P.S. How do you sneak in a Savan? Is this asking me to stage Ultraman fighting monsters in the fairy tale world? Chapter 35. After confirming the mission, Roy, Lucy, Natsu, and Habi left Magnolia overnight and headed for Harujian. The next morning, when Myra, who was in charge of guild affairs, was cleaning the second floor, she found that one of the S-class mission letters had disappeared, and her beauty suddenly turned pale. Later, the guild members heard from Laxus that a cat had stolen the power of attorney. Fairy tale exploded instantly. Everyone knew that Natsu went above and beyond to complete the S-class mission. Makarov spit out the strong tea in his mouth, blew his beard and stared, thundering in anger. While he was cursing Natsu, he was also worried about him. That's an S-level mission. Only S-class wizards are qualified to take it, and even if it is done by an S-class wizard, if a misjudgment is made at a certain moment, it is an extremely difficult task that will result in loss of life. Because they must be prepared to die in battle, generally speaking, no magician will try to jump to a higher level challenge. Unexpectedly, there are really ignorant fools who would steal the S-class power of attorney, which is equivalent to a death notice. So, Makarov asked Laxus to bring Natsu back, but Laxus refused. There is no magician in this guild who needs help wiping his butt. These words were Makarov's own words when he rejected Romeo's request to save his father. Laxus handed them to Makarov intact. Not only that, Laxus also asked Makarov to kick Natsu out of the guild because he violated the guild's rules. Makarov was so angry that his rebellious grandson couldn't say a word. While Love was worried, Gray volunteered. With the idea of letting Gray give it a try, Makarov asked him to catch up with Natsu and then quickly contacted Urza, who had gone on a mission yesterday, hoping that she would go and do it. Natsu and Habi were brought back. When everyone in the guild was anxious, someone suddenly shouted. Roy and Lucy didn't come to the guild either. Did the two of them also go on an S-class mission with Natsu? In this case, I feel much more relieved. With Roy together, with his strength, there will definitely be no problem. In order to verify this, Makarov quickly sent people to Roy and Lucy's home and found that they were not at home. Suddenly, the entire guild breathed a sigh of relief. With Roy here, nothing will happen to Natsu. What a troublesome guy. You must teach him a lesson when you come back. Everyone has this idea in their mind. At this moment, Natsu didn't know that there were more than 100 people in the guild waiting for him to return, shouting that they wanted to beat him up. He was suffering from extremely uncomfortable seasickness and was about to vomit out his own bile. Not here yet? Vomit. He retched again and lay down on the edge of the small wooden boat. Natsu raised his hand feebly and asked the boatman standing at the stern. The boatman did not answer, but looked at Roy and others with a strange expression. Frowning and looking at the silent boatman, Roy looked thoughtful. After just boarding the boat, Roy always felt that the boatman was very weird. The cloak covered his body, and his body exuded a dark, but not evil, power. He is taciturn, completely different from most talkative boatmen. He is a very strange person. However, because no evil was detected. And Roy couldn't remember this little plot, so Roy didn't know whether the boatman was a good guy or a bad guy. Therefore, Roy did not attack the boatman rashly, for fear of causing some own trouble. But the strange expression on the boatman's face made Roy wary. Is he trying to do something? The Dragon Rider card box has appeared in your hand, and you can push it into the V-belt buckle slot on your waist at any time, just in case something happens. Suddenly, the wind picked up. Strong wind. The sea instantly swept up into furious waves, the storm roared between the sky and the earth, the small wooden boat beneath him was crumbling, and the sky became dark. Roy, who realized something was wrong, put the card box on his waist and shouted softly. Henshin! The phantom fragments exploded and overlapped on Roy's body. After completing the transformation, Roy looked up at the stern of the boat and found that only one oar was left there. The weird boatman disappeared. Sure enough, there's a problem. However, Roy was too lazy to pay attention to him at this moment. He gently held Lucy in his arms due to the shaking, and roughly lifted the half-dead Natsu with his right hand and ordered Ha! Be hugged Natsu tightly. Not caring about his differential treatment, Roy jumped into the water with 2 people and 1 cat. At this time, the strong wind howling in the sky was too strong, even though the water was not suitable for flying. There was a roar, but this was Roy's safe zone. Although it was just a joke, it was applicable at this moment. Roy took Lucy and Natsu to the place just now. A small island they saw while on the boat was their destination, Garna Island, known as Alcatraz Island. Chapter 36. Cough cough cough. Lucy woke up from her coma, coughing. Her memory still stayed in the time when the sky and the earth changed color. Roy took her, Natsu and Habi to dive into the water. Then she fainted as if drowning. Suddenly, Lucy heard the familiar clear male voice. He laughed and joked. Awake? If you don't wake up, I'm going to give you artificial respiration. Patting her somewhat uncomfortable head, Lucy sat up. What came into focus was Roy's handsome face with a bright smile and a hint of ridicule. Artificial respiration? His face turned slightly red, and in an instant he was fair again. Lucy winked and smiled playfully. Fortunately, I woke up, otherwise I would have been taken advantage of by my senior while I was in a coma. That would be such a disadvantage. I don't know if the disadvantage she said was due to Roy's oral respiration, or whether she didn't feel it in her sleep. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became warm. At this time, Natsu was confused. Love guy jumped out. Now that Lucy is awake, let's get going. I can't wait. S-level mission. Waving a wooden stick that she picked up somewhere, Natsu shouted. Glancing at Natsu angrily, Lucy stood up angrily. Suddenly, a warm hand was placed on her. He rubbed her golden hair on his head. He raised his head with some difficulty and saw Roy's bright smile. Suddenly, all the anger in his heart disappeared. According to the location given in the mission authorization letter, the three Roys went to a small village to contact the mission entrustor. At this moment, Gray also boarded the wooden boat heading to Garna Island. The boatman turned out to be the same boatman who had taken Roy and the others to Garna Island and disappeared halfway. After Roy and the others understood the specific requirements of the task, everyone suddenly felt dumbfounded. According to the village chief, they were all normal humans. But starting one day 3 years ago, the moon suddenly turned purple. When they were exposed to the purple moonlight, they became half human and half demon. Therefore, the village chief, on behalf of the villagers, asked Roy and the others to destroy the moon. Upon hearing this outrageous mission request, Roy and Lucy complained at the same time. What did the moon do wrong? However, of course Roy would not agree to the village chief's request. How could the moon, which is needed by all creatures around the world, be destroyed because of your unreasonable request? After arriving on the island, Roy probably remembered this episode. The fact that the villagers turned into that appearance was not because of the purple moonlight that turned them from humans into demons. It's because they themselves are demons, and they have memory confusion under the purple moonlight, thinking that they are just humans. The purple moonlight was produced because someone performed a mysterious ritual on the island, which condensed a thin film on the island. Roy felt this after landing on the island. Therefore, as long as you can find the place where the ceremony is performed, knock down the people there to interrupt the ceremony. Once the thin film covering the island is destroyed, this mission can be successfully solved. Therefore, Roy took Lucy and Natsu and left the village on the pretext of investigating the island first. How did you come? Pointing at Gray, who he suddenly bumped into in the forest, Natsu yelled exaggeratedly. First he nodded towards Roy, and then Gray deliberately used a heavy tone to scare Natsu. The old man has discovered that you stole the power of attorney and is furious in the guild. If you don't want to be expelled from the guild, it's best to come back with me now. I will not go back, I must complete this S-level mission. Although he was a little scared, Natsu still looked stubborn and refused to go back. In this case, there is no other way, I can only... Gray sighed and his expression became serious. Their fists and palms met, as if they were about to fight. Seeing Gray like this, Natsu's body tensed up and he looked serious. Suddenly, Gray took off his clothes. I can only help you complete this mission. Gray's sudden antics caused Roy and the three of them to collapse immediately. Especially Natsu, whose body was so tense that he moved the moment Gray reached out to take off his clothes, ready to rush over and knock Gray down. As a result, Gray's attitude changed 180 degrees, which made Natsu unable to control his body for a moment, and he fell over. Damn it, Gray, you guy! Are you trying to trick me on purpose? Listening to Natsu's scolding and looking at his lying face, everyone laughed happily. In an abandoned temple on the island, there was a short, skinny man wearing a ghost mask. He was looking at the image reflected in the crystal ball in his hand. Gigi said with a smile. Did you even come to this island? Things are really getting interesting. Gray. I'm really looking forward to the scene where you senior brothers will meet each other. That must be very interesting. P.S. While sorting out the subsequent plot, this is just a transitional chapter. There don't seem to be many people reading in the afternoon. Chapter 37. After meeting Gray, Roy and his group started searching on Garna Island, trying to find the place where the mysterious ritual was held. Soon, they found an abandoned temple in the center of the island. Because it was a ceremony to collect the power of the moon, there was no one outside the temple in broad daylight. While walking in the passage, everyone felt a bone-chilling chill coming from the deepest part of the temple. Feeling the chill, Roy was okay. With his improved strength, he was able to resist it. But Lucy couldn't help shivering and leaned towards Roy, seeking warmth. As a fire attribute mage, Natsu didn't feel any physical discomfort even though he hated the cold. This is because his body has boiling blood like lava, which prevents him from feeling cold at all. As for Gray, as an ice mage, he would not feel the cold. However, at this moment, Gray frowned, feeling the familiar chill, and felt a bad feeling in his heart for no reason. But he didn't say anything, he just followed Roy and the others towards the deepest part of the temple. In the deepest part of the temple, there is a huge piece of blue ice. The bone-chilling chill that Roy and the others felt really emanated from this piece of ice. In the solid ice, there is a huge blurry shadow that looks like an evil ghost. At this moment, there were several people standing in front of this solid ice that seemed to have lasted forever. A man wearing a coat and a half-covered helmet on his head. Next to him stood a stooped, short old man wearing a ghost mask. Behind the two of them were a woman with pink twin tails, a short man in martial arts uniform, and a kobold with a dog's head. Looking at the magic circle above the ice that was working non-stop and continuously producing moon drops, the masked old man said respectfully to the helmeted man next to him. Lord Zero Emperor, it is less than half an hour until absolute Bingja is completely melted. Your long-cherished wish will be fulfilled today. The helmeted man known as Lord Zero Emperor did not pay any attention to the masked old man. Instead, he stared at the ice in front of him, with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Seeing the other party's attitude, the masked old man curled his lips in disdain. Thought. I called you Mr. Lingdi twice, do you really take yourself seriously? If I didn't want to see the disciples of that guy in Ulu destroy what she left with her life with my own hands, I could crush 100 guys like you to death. That's right, this masked old man was actually dressed up by Erudia. 3 years ago, she dressed up like this to trick Leo, the so-called Zero Emperor, into destroying the huge ice that sealed Deliera. It was transported here from the northern continent, and then people were gathered to perform rituals every night to collect the product called moon drops, which was used to melt the layer of ice covering Deliera's body. It's very simple. I just want to desecrate the efforts that you once made to protect her disciples and sacrificed her life. Isn't it a very pleasant thing for URU's disciples to destroy what she left behind by sacrificing her life? This is Arusha's revenge against her mother URU. If the normal progress is followed, Deliera will still have 3 days to break out. According to Arusha's original plan, she would watch Leo trample on URU's efforts in 3 days, and then kill him with her own hands. But what she didn't expect was that another disciple of URU, Gray, came to the island today. Rudia temporarily changed his plan and chose to use his magic to speed up the unsealing of Deliera. Arusha wanted Leo and Gray to meet when Deliera was unsealed. In this case, the two disciples that URU fought to protect, Leo and Gray, and Deliera who made her fight will compete on the same stage later. What scene can be more blasphemous than this? What about URU's sacrifice? Thinking of this scene, Eurydia couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. Deliera is one of the demons in the Book of Ziref. 10 years ago, when Deliera was wreaking havoc on the northern road, he was sealed by a powerful ice mage using a forbidden spell called Absolute Ice at the cost of his life. The ice mage's name is Uru, and she is a beautiful and strong female mage. In order to protect her disciple's smile and life, and hope that her disciple could grow up with a smile, she sacrificed her own life and sealed the darkness in her disciple's heart. But today, Ulu's efforts are about to be desecrated. Moreover, the person who blasphemed was one of her disciples, as well as the daughter she had been thinking about before she died. P.S. I was asked by my boss to drive for a bigger leader at around 7 o'clock. I didn't come back until after 10 o'clock. I took a shower and started coding. Because of my impetuous mentality and fear of being criticized for my poor writing, I deleted almost 1,000 words from this chapter. As a result, it still feels watery when written, and it doesn't even have the same reading experience as before the deletion. I am sorry. The next chapter will be up soon. In addition, the voting results are out, and E is always overwhelmingly first. With such perverted basic data, how can you show off? Chapter 38. As Arusha expected, Gray's emotions exploded after Roy and his party entered the hall and saw Deliura sealed in ice. First they exchanged words with Leo, and then when no one could tell the other, the two started fighting. Just before Deliura was unsealed, two of Uru's disciples killed each other. This made Arusha, who had retreated to the darkness just now and hid beside a 7-8 meter thick load-bearing pillar, extremely happy. Did you see it? Ulu. This is the good disciple you protected with your life after you abandoned me. The face under the mask gradually distorted. While Arusha felt happy, a trace of madness appeared in her eyes. Suddenly, Arusha saw a tall figure walking towards her. With her after transforming into a dwarf, he had to raise his head very hard to see the face of this tall figure. What does this guy want to do? Recognizing Roy as the person who came here with Gray and the others, Arusha looked a little surprised. In her perception, although the person in front of her was tall, he didn't have much magic power in his body. Compared to her, it was at the level of bean sprouts and could be destroyed easily. Arusha really didn't understand why this person dared to come to her. However, the curiosity in her heart still prompted her to ask. Who are you? Hearing this hoarse and unpleasant voice and looking at the dwarf wearing a ghost mask in front of him, Roy couldn't help but frowned. According to the memory in his mind, this guy seems to have transformed into a girl, right? In this world his magic is really amazing. However, it doesn't matter. It's not that he can't do it just because the other person is a woman. Yi's fist became heavier. Are you asking for my name? The Dragon Rider card box appeared in Roy's hand, and it lit up in front of Arusha's eyes with a faint smile on his face. I'm just a passing Kamen Rider. Hearing Roy's words, Arusha frowned and looked at Roy with hesitant eyes, feeling unclear. This guy, what's going on? Just now, it was because she felt that no one in the field was her opponent that Arusha arrogantly stood in the dark instead of running to other places to watch the situation here through the crystal ball. She wanted to see Gray with her own eyes. Killing each other with Leo. But now, looking at the obviously weak Roy, Iridia's heart jumped for no reason, but she still couldn't figure out where this feeling came from. Come. Contribute your justice. Muttered silently in his mind, Roy pushed the card box to his waist and shouted in a low voice. Henshin. With his hands spread out casually and falling on both sides of his body, Roy's posture was extremely arrogant. The next moment, mirror fragments exploded in the void, spinning and covering Roy. A bright light flashed in the huge red eyes. Extremely dazzling in this dim hall. Well, I'm here to beat you up. Said this, Roy's body was like a dragon. The roar of air explosion broke out in the void. Roy's strong figure crossed a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant, and rushed in front of Arusha. Pumping his fist, fall. Boom. The extremely hard load-bearing pillar, which was 7 or 8 meters thick, was immediately interrupted by Roy's punch and flew out. The entire hall suddenly exploded with a huge shattering sound and violent vibrations. Feel it here, there was a huge noise, and everyone, including Gray and Leo, who were fighting each other, looked over in surprise. What they saw was Roy standing next to the remains of the load-bearing column, maintaining a punching posture. And not far in front of him, the skinny short man was covering his face. Feeling the moist and warm feeling in his hands, the anger in Erudia's heart gradually increased. After realizing that something was wrong, he dodged Roy's attack at the critical moment, but his face was still shrouded by the strong wind, and his mask was torn, and there was a slender wound on the left side of his face, and there was no blood. Although Arusha didn't feel that he needed to use his beauty to please anyone, the beauty that the woman was proud of was actually destroyed. "You bastard, I want you to pay." It is no longer the hoarse and unpleasant old man's voice just now. In excitement, Arusha restored his original voice. Although some of his voice was broken due to emotion, the original crisp and pleasant voice can be heard. Of course, this scene is in Lucy and the others seemed a little scared. A skinny and short man actually made such a nice female voice. Suddenly, everyone felt a chill in their hearts, and they couldn't help but shiver, and goosebumps fell all over the place. The eyes he looked at Arusha became extremely disgusting and disgusting. Feeling Lucy's eyes, Arusha became even more angry, and his hatred for Roy deepened. The effect of the transformation magic gradually disappeared, and Arusha returned to her original appearance. Today, she must let Roy know what happened to her. Chapter 39. The light of the magic circle flashed, and Arusha's true face was revealed to everyone. Her long, black hair with bangs like a waterfall was spread casually on her shoulders, making her already smooth and beautiful face even fairer. The one-piece white dress that didn't reach the knee exposed her fair arms and thighs to the air. Embellished with a beige corset, it outlines a slender waist that can be grasped. The girl who appears in front of everyone at this moment has an extremely charming beauty. The moment this beautiful girl appeared, Gray and Leo's eyes seemed to be attracted by magnets, and they were firmly locked on her body. It's not because of sex, but because this face means a lot to them and has an incomparable status in their hearts. In the past 10 years, faces they had almost never forgotten appeared before their eyes as if they had transcended time and space. "You are you." Gray and Leo tremblingly stretched out their hands to Arusha. Gray and Leo were in a trance, with strong longing in their voices. When they heard Gray and Leo's calls, Arusha's eyebrows tightened, and there was a feeling of boredom in his heart. What she hated most was people calling her this name. However, she had no time to pay attention to them at this time. She wiped the blood from her cheeks with the back of her hand and glared at Roy with a vicious look. Since she joined the Devil's Heart and became the 7 Familiars of Purgatory, when has she ever been wronged like this? She has always been the one to play with others, so how can she be made to suffer by others, such as the arrogant Leo in front of her, or a certain self-confessed person? The little blue hair who controls everything, but actually doesn't know that her life is controlled by others. These people who think they are talented are actually living under the lies she weaves. "So," Roy asked Arusha. "Very unhappy?" Once a woman is unhappy, the energy and temper she unleashes cannot be underestimated. With a move of her right hand, countless crystal balls gradually emerged from the void behind Erudia. Every crystal ball exudes dazzling light, instantly making the dark hall as bright as day. All gods shine. Because of the resentment towards Roy in his heart, Arusha shouted softly, and immediately used a big move. However, he was defeated at the beginning, and the result. Under Arusha's control, these because of her the crystal balls from the future that appeared through magic fired a powerful laser towards Roy. Suddenly, the sound of dense and coherent lasers piercing the air sounded in the hall, and countless powerful lasers sounded. The lasers rushed toward Roy crazily. Looking at these lasers that broke through the air, Roy's bright red eyes flashed with light, and he stepped forward firmly instead of summoning defense. He wanted to see how far the defensive power of his leather jacket could reach. This would also allow him to adopt different tactics according to different enemies in future battles. He didn't even dodge. It's simply arrogant. Noting Roy's behavior, Arusha felt angry at being slighted, but there was also a hint of ecstasy. Then, just pay the price for your trust. Arusha immediately increased the magic output, and the bombardment became more cheerful. In Lucy's worried eyes, in Arusha's ecstatic eyes, countless lasers fell on Roy. Suddenly, the sound of kais and explosions were heard endlessly. Roy's leather jacket kept emitting white smoke under the attack of countless beams of light. As part of the escaped beams shattered the smoke and dust rising from the ground, Roy's whole body was shaken. It was like being shrouded in smoke. With Iridia's continuous attacks, the explosions were deafening, and the hall was shaking violently, making people worried whether it would be covered by the collapsed hall in the next second. Because of the cover of the explosion, no one heard the sound of footsteps approaching slowly but surely in the gradually spreading smoke. Roy could feel it. These lasers can bring a lot of resistance to him, and can slightly break through his armor and cause pain. However, they can't completely break through his defense. Therefore, he has not summoned the defense to come, but hard-topped it. Heading towards Uritia with the attack. Xiao Niangpi is fighting happily now, and I will show you what the big fist of Shabo is like. I don't know how long the bombardment finally stopped. Rudia looked at the extremely thick smoke in front of her, panting slightly, feeling extremely happy. The attack like a violent storm just now allowed her to vent her anger. Next, she only had to wait for the smoke to dissipate and watch. The tragic situation of that arrogant and strange guy made her feel even more happy. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps was heard softly, and everyone was surprised. In his eyes, the tall Roy stood in front of Arusha through the smoke. Except for some potholes that were still emitting white smoke, he looked up and was completely unscathed. Looking at the tall Roy blankly, Arusha's heart was filled with disbelief. My attack that could kill an S-class magician and even cause considerable damage to the Holy Ten had no effect on him. What kind of monster is this person? At this time, because the attack was completely ineffective, Arusha was so shocked that he even forgot to escape. Then, please take a nap. Roy raised his right fist high and stared at the stunned Arusha with a calm tone. Although Arusha was extremely beautiful, in Roy's eyes, the enemy was not divided into men and women. Moreover, this is justice. It's worth it. Of course you can't miss it. So, with everyone's surprised eyes, Roy's right fist hit Iridia's beautiful face mercilessly. Chapter 40. Just now, Urutia's continuous and violent bombardment, like a violent storm, made everyone present feel terrified. The huge magic power, the ferocious posture, the violent destructive power. It is definitely the strength of an S-class magician, or even stronger. Stronger than everyone present. However, for such a powerful magician, the violent attacks she unleashed were completely unable to cause any harm to Roy. Everyone could clearly see that, except for some white smoke coming out of Roy's holster, the dents caused by the beam had returned to their original appearance in a short period of time, and the entire holster was as bright as new in an instant. Even Lucy and the others, who had already seen Roy's transformation, were still stunned by the power of Roy's holster after seeing this scene. The attack power is strong, the defense power is strong, and even the recovery power is so strong. Is there anything else that he hasn't shown? Roy's image became more mysterious in Lucy's and the others' hearts. Those like Leo and others who had never seen it were even more shocked. Anyway, Leo believed that he would never be able to stop Iridia's series of bombings. Leo was frightened when he thought of this. He never thought that the masked man who had been encouraging him to unblock Deliola was actually dressed as a woman. And she actually has a face that is exactly the same as his master Ulu, and also has such terrifying strength. Leo knew that with this girl's strength, it would be easy to kill him. But she always pretended to be extremely respectful to herself, and would not get angry no matter how much she looked down upon. Recalling the details of the past, Leo suddenly realized that he was involved in a conspiracy, and a few drops of cold sweat fell on his forehead. Just when everyone was still shocked by Roy's power, they were suddenly surprised to see Roy punch Arudia's pretty face. It's so ruthless to destroy flowers with ruthless hands. With a huge roar, Roy's fist made close contact with Arusha's face. The moment Arusha was hit by this punch, he had only one feeling in his heart. That is, my balls hurt, very, very painful. The balls of the cheeks. Then, Arusha's face began to tremble, and the violent shock quickly reached her brain, making her feel that her vision went dark and her brain was in chaos. Boom! After being hit by Roy's punch, Arusha's body immediately spun and flew out. After breaking 5 or 6 thick load-bearing columns with a rumble, he plunged into the wall and fainted. Defeat Arusha, one of the 7 descendants of Dark Guild Demon's Heart Purgatory, and you will be rewarded with 7 justice points %. Only 7% justice value progress? Roy couldn't believe it when he saw this message log. How does the system determine? Why is the progress of justice after defeating Arusha only 1% more than that of Elijah? Could it be that it was just a knockdown, not a beheading? Maybe it's because Arusha's evil value is not high in the system's judgment? Looking at Arusha, who was embedded in the wall, Roy nodded thoughtfully. All right. We don't know whether her evil value is high or not, but her justice is indeed quite high. Just as he was about to turn around and fuck Deliera, who was about to be unblocked, the system's voice suddenly rang again. Congratulations to the host for unlocking more than 50% of the progress of Kamen Rider Ryaki's justice value. Hereby unlocking the enhanced version of the unique ability of the Ryaki series Knights, Mirror World Master. Master of the Mirror World, the host can enter and exit the Mirror World through all objects that can produce specular reflections, regardless of distance, space, and no time limit. Suddenly receiving this reward, Roy finally understood why he had been unable to enter the Mirror World before. Obviously this is an ability that all knights in the Dragon Knight series possess. It turns out that this passive skill can only be unlocked if the justice value progress exceeds 50%. Moreover, the skill Roy obtained is an enhanced version compared to the original. As long as there is a mirrorable object in Roy's field of vision, he can enter the mirror world through it, and even come out from other places. If it's fast enough, wouldn't this be the Dragon Rider version of the Flying Thunder God? Space transfer? In the future, you can use this skill to bring big surprises to your enemies. Roy was satisfied. Looking at the radiant ice, isn't this a ready-made mirror? When he was about to use his newly acquired abilities, what Roy didn't expect was that surprises came one after another. Ding! Since the host has unlocked more than 50% of Kamen Rider Ryaki's justice value progress, one of Ryaki's associated attributes will be randomly selected and attached to the host body. Excuse me, do you want to draw now? P.S. The first ding of the system. Chapter 41. Listening to the system's emotionless electronic sound, Roy felt that it was simply the sound of nature. It is true that he is very strong after his current transformation, but it is an indisputable fact that he is weak in his original form. Although the practice of magic progresses very quickly, reaching the top cannot be accomplished in a short time. If possible, Roy hopes that he can have good combat effectiveness when he is in a normal state. Now, the emergence of this accompanying attribute has given Roy a glimmer of hope. If the knight attributes can be added to the main body by unlocking them, the strength of Roy's main body will also be enhanced, and as the number of knights unlocked increases, more and more accompanying attributes will be obtained. In the end, his body will be extremely strong. I don't know what kind of accompanying attribute will be extracted for me. Roy was full of expectations and immediately issued the order. Extract. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning one of the associated attributes of Kamen Rider Ryaki, the Incombustible Lord of Fire. The Unburnt Lord of Fire, you are the incarnation of fire from heaven, and you control the brightness and extinction of all flames in the world. No other fire dares to disobey you. All flames or thermal energy with a temperature below 6,000 degrees Celsius cannot cause any harm to the host's body, and the host will not be ignited by flames or thermal energy from any source. Note: when the host unlocks the Dragon Knight's justice value progress to 100%, this attribute will further evolve. Shocked, Roy was really shocked this time. Roy was really overjoyed by the appearance of the attribute of the Unburnt Flame Lord. 6,000 degrees Celsius. What a terrifying concept this is. This is already equivalent to the temperature on the surface of the Sun. Immune to fire damage below 6,000 degrees Celsius, Roy even dared to say that now he can take a bath in lava. Ahem, take a bath. The temperature of magma is only 900,1400 degrees Celsius. Moreover, even if this world has the extraordinary power of magic, Roy dares to say that he is the natural enemy of all fire magicians. No matter how high the temperature of the flames of the magicians in this world is, it can't be higher than the temperature on the surface of the Sun, right? With this attribute, let alone those ordinary fire attribute magicians, even Natsu, a magician who uses fire dragon slaying magic, his flames cannot cause any burning damage to Roy. Of course, Roy knew that although this attribute was strong, it also had shortcomings. It simply eliminates the burning damage of fire. The impact caused by magic is still irresistible. Therefore, Roy would definitely not expand to the point where he would have to compete with Natsu with his own body. Although Natsu is an idiot, he has a body of steel stronger than a beast and a wild fighting instinct. At least for the current Roy, it is completely impossible to defeat Natsu with his own body. Of course, this was just an assumption made by Roy. He would not use his current physical body to fight Natsu when he was full and had nothing to do. That will definitely be hammered into a pig's head. Roy doesn't want to fight such a meaningless battle that will definitely lead to defeat. Today, I gained a lot. Roy thought happily. Suddenly, he realized another problem. There are such generous rewards for unlocking 50% of the justice value, but what about unlocking 100%? How terrifying would that be? Suddenly, Roy's desire to obtain justice was extremely high and he was full of motivation. Thinking of this, Roy quickly asked about the system. However, no matter how Roy shouted, the system guy was as dead as if he was dead and remained silent. This allowed Roy to confirm one thing, that is, his system was indeed an emotionless auxiliary machine. Only when Roy reaches some kind of milestone will it appear and fulfill its mission. Just like a fixed program written in a computer, it will only be triggered under certain specific conditions. It's so rigid. Shaking his head and no longer thinking about competing with the system, Roy opened the system panel and prepared to check his current attributes. Then, he noticed a small change in his panel. Host, Roy. Current system level, Beginner, Unlocked Knight 10 times increase. Currently unlocked Knight, Ryaki, Dragon Rider. Dragon Rider Justice Value Progress, 52%, Strength Bonus 52%. Dragon Rider Data Panel. Unique Skills, Mirror World Dominator, Dragon Rider. Associated Attributes, Unburnt Flame Lord, Dragon Rider. Fist Power, 152 tons. Kick Power, 304.6 tons. Jump Power, 532 m. Running Speed, 100 m/0.24 s. Comparison. The previous system panel had more detailed data about Dragon Riders, allowing Roy to more intuitively check his current skills and strength values. The appearance of this panel is very gratifying to Roy. It allows him to intuitively see the improvement of his strength, which will make him more motivated to obtain justice points. After clenching his fist, Roy turned his gaze to Deliola in the center of the hall. When he was fighting Urusha just now, the magic circle above Deliura was still running continuously, and the continuous water droplets were constantly dissolving the layer of hardness that sealed Deliura. Ice. Now, half of the ice that almost never melts has disappeared. Then, contribute your share to the 100% justice value of my Dragon Knight. The eyes in his domineering red eyes were extremely fierce. Roy activated the passive of the Mirror World Master and disappeared from the place. P.S. the previous punching power was written incorrectly and has been corrected. Chapter 42. After Roy activated the Mirror World Master, his figure instantly disappeared from the place and appeared in another space. The mirror world is completely opposite to the real world. The surrounding environment is almost exactly the same as the place where we were just now. The only difference is that everything is upside down. Moreover, Lucy and the others are gone. Even Deliara in the ice has completely disappeared. In the entire mirror world, there is only one living creature named Roy. The original idea of killing Deliara in the mirror world failed, and Roy couldn't help but shook his head. Sure enough, he took it for granted. Deliara is a demon, not a mirror beast, and will not appear in the mirror world. However, although Roy cannot directly attack people or objects in the real world from the mirror world, but as long as the target Roy wants to attack has a reflective object next to him, he can unknowingly transfer to the target through the mirror world and attack the target unprepared. It's quite convenient, and basically no one can guard against it. The attack that suddenly appears from another world is more unexpected than space magic. When he was about to leave the mirror world, Roy saw the outside world through the reflection of the ice. His mind moved and he did not leave the mirror world immediately. In the real world, Lucy and the others were frozen in place because of Roy's sudden disappearance. Where is my senior? What about the senior? You were obviously standing here just now. Lucy stared blankly at the place where Roy had just stood, her mind a little confused. Gray and the others also looked blank, having no idea why Roy suddenly disappeared. Without the light of the magic circle flickering, or even noticing the fluctuation of magic power, a man as big as Roy suddenly disappeared from their eyes in full view of everyone. What happened was too terrifying. After being stunned for a second, Natsu immediately reacted. Like a nimble beast, Natsu rushed to where Roy had been standing, lay down on the ground, and began to wiggle his nose, trying to find Roy by smelling him. Seeing this scene, Roy in the mirror world and Lucy in the real world were speechless, and they complained in unison. Are you a dog? You actually want to find me, senior, in this way? Seeing Natsu lowering his head dejectedly because he found nothing after sniffing for a while, Roy chuckled. If you can find me in the mirror world so easily, then I'll just kill you with a piece of tofu. The moment he enters the mirror world, all traces of Roy will be cut off. Absolutely no one or any magic can find Roy in the mirror world through Roy's smell, magic, or even other things. This means that as long as there is a mirror reflection next to Roy, he will always be invincible. At this moment, seeing Lucy in the real world calling out to him due to anxiety in his heart, Luo said. Yi couldn't help but show a mischievous smile. He walked to the position next to Lucy in the real world, and Roy looked at her with a smile. Senior, where have you been? Answer me. Lucy called Roy in a panic. There was a feeling of loss in her heart, as if she had lost something important. She felt empty. Her eyes turned red, and Lucy was so anxious that she was about to cry. Seeing this, she was originally planning to tease Lucy again. After a while, Roy quickly appeared next to her from the mirror world. Otherwise, the cute junior would be crying. He didn't like to see the girl crying. He pressed his right hand on Lucy's little head. Roy asked softly, knowingly. What are you calling? So flustered? I'm not here. Hearing this familiar voice and feeling the warmth transmitted to her head, the sad mood in Lucy's heart completely disappeared, replaced by the joy of recovery. Lucy turned around excitedly and ran into Roy's arms. Two slender white arms naturally wrapped around Roy's waist and hugged him tightly. Lucy rubbed her head against Roy's chest and said coquettishly to Roy. Bad senior, you scared me to death. Where were you just now? Lucy's voice was full of grievances and complaints, and more of coquettishness. She hugged Roy tightly, wishing she could rub her whole body into Roy's arms. She gently sniffed the sunshine on Roy's body. At this moment, Lucy felt extremely at ease. At that moment, she felt as if Roy was completely gone from her world, that's why she was so anxious. Of course, Lucy's feeling was right at that time. It was indeed completely disconnected from the real world. Touching Lucy's head and seeing her acting so weakly, Roy felt a little ashamed. It seemed that he held a very important position in this girl's heart. Why would I have such violent mood swings because I disappeared for a while? Gently stroking Lucy's long golden hair, Roy lowered his head and whispered comfort in her ear. Sorry for making you worry, this will never happen again next time. Is it agreed? Hearing Roy say this, Lucy's voice came from his arms. Well, it's agreed. Roy nodded firmly and replied. P.S. I am helping the leaders drive again. They are really good at drinking. 6 people drank 5 kilograms, and each of them looked like a normal person. Anyway, I can only drink 1 glass, and I have never drank alcohol. In fact, I personally feel that this chapter is not watery. It is a chapter that strengthens the relationship and explains some settings. It may be a bit forced, but it must be done. If you feel embarrassed, it's because I'm not good enough. Slams the table and gets angry. Let's put the bowls on the table and ask for some data. At least make the data look better. Chapter 43. Senior, where did you go just now? You guess. If I could guess, would I have been so worried just now? Lucy raised her eyes and gave Roy a roll of her eyes. Her little face was bulging with anger, and she came over angrily. The hand originally wrapped around Roy's waist also stretched out towards the soft flesh that had been injured several times. However, Roy was currently in a state of transformation, and with Lucy's attack power, he couldn't even tickle him, so he just let Lucy do whatever she wanted, and Gray secretly watched Roy's appearance. He breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned his attention again to Deliara, who was about to break out of the seal, with a determined expression on his face. 10 years ago, you sacrificed his life to seal Deliara. He would never do it. It would be a waste of Ulu's hard work. Gray was mentally prepared to sacrifice his life to use absolute Bingja. This is. Deliola has broken the seal. As soon as his eyes fell on Deliara, Gray's pupils shrank suddenly and he couldn't help shouting. As soon as he finished speaking, an evil and huge magic power swept across the entire hall in an instant. A heavy pressure like an ancient beast instantly fell on everyone's mind. Feeling this terrifying power, Gray and Leo's expressions sank at the same time as they looked at Deliara, who had half of his body emerging from the ice. He still wanted to prove that he had surpassed Uru by defeating Deliara, but after being oppressed by this abyss-like aura, he instantly gave up this idea. This overwhelming pressure was definitely not beneficial. This is something I caused, and I should bear the consequences myself. Thinking of this, Leo was mentally prepared to use absolute Bingja, so Gray and Leo ripped themselves off at the same time. The clothes on his body were filled with a biting chill, and he rushed towards Deliara. However, there was a figure who moved faster than them. Natsu's face was full of excitement, and his right wrist was wrapped with fierce flames. Rushing towards Deliara at high speed. The iron fist of the fire dragon. Leaping high in the air, Natsu roared, and punched Deliara ferociously. The hall, which had been filled with chill, instantly rose in temperature under Natsu's blazing flames. Several times. This made the sidekicks behind Leo, who had been shivering since Roy attacked Arusha, feel a little better, looking at the people rushing over in front of them in the solid ice. And Deliara's fierce eyes were filled with a dangerous look, and he waved his right fist towards Natsu. Boom! The huge fist of Deliara, who was more than 30 meters tall, collided with Natsu's relatively small fist, and a dull impact echoed in the hall. The next moment, a violent wind was generated from the place where they met, instantly filling the entire hall, and everyone's clothes were blown violently. He hugged Lucy to prevent her from being blown away by the powerful impact. After blowing away, Roy looked at Deliola, with a hint of fire in his red eyes. Such a strong strength, such a strong evil aura, was simply a big gift of justice. Ola flew away with a punch, and Natsu flew right in front of him. Roy let go of Lucy's hand and commanded calmly. "Wait here, I'll take care of that big guy." What a confident, domineering statement. This relaxed and freehand gesture completely ignored the demon who looked terrifying at first sight and could even easily knock Natsu away. This kind of magnanimity, how could one not be impressed? Listening to Roy's understated yet unparalleled confidence, and watching his slender back walking calmly, Lucy knew that she had already fallen silently. Since meeting Roy, Lucy has discovered countless shining points in Roy: his strong self-confidence, terrifying strength, and approachable attitude. The most important thing is Roy's kindness to Lucy and the sense of security he gives her. Except for occasionally teasing her, Roy behaved as perfectly as a god. But it just so happened that Roy teased her, which made Lucy feel that there was a little bit more of a human being about him. As high as a god. Moreover, although Lucy seemed angry every time Roy teased him, she was so handsome. Lucy held her hands in front of her chest and couldn't help but feel a little crazy. Just when Lucy was extremely intoxicated, the embarrassing Natsu jumped out again. "Ah! Bastard Roy, that guy is my opponent." He was slapped away by Roy, rolled on the ground a few times and then turned over again. While roaring, he rushed towards Deliara. Because the good mood in his heart was interrupted, he rushed towards Natsu again. The figure who walked out rolled her eyes, and Lucy couldn't help but think viciously. With the way this guy is single-minded, he will never find a girlfriend in his life. Chapter 44. Who will listen to this guy like you? Hearing Natsu's cry behind him, Roy continued walking towards Deliara without looking back. This is his justice value, how could he give it to Natsu? Now he wants to push the justice value to 100%. Roy is full of energy. Looking ahead, Deliola is roaring angrily because he saw the magic that sealed him 10 years ago, trying to struggle out of trouble. Reaching into the card box on his waist, the two brothers, Gray and Leo, were in perfect harmony, and a huge ice blue magic circle appeared around them. A huge and abnormal amount of magic power rose up from their bodies. At this moment, Gray and Leo's aura was far beyond what they could normally do with their life-burning moves. The disadvantage was that they were a bit life-threatening. "If you die, you will die." Roy inserted the card into the dragon summoning mecha type I, and then closed the mecha. Strike vent. The dragon summoning mecha made a strange sound, and Roy raised his right hand gracefully. Seeing Roy's posture, he remembered the last time he used this move to easily defeat the demon that Urza couldn't destroy. At the wind wall, Natsu, who was behind Roy, couldn't help but feel anxious. If Roy were to use this move, he would be fine. Natsu wanted to complete the S-level mission to prove himself, not the whole process. "You're watching a show." So, Natsu quickly stretched out his right hand and stopped him. "Roy, wait a minute." Bang bang bang. The sound of impact and the cracking of the floor echoed throughout the hall, interrupting Natsu's voice. Because Roy and the others were located in the deepest part of the temple at the moment, after Wushuan Glong dropped its dragon claws, they had to pass through more than 10 floors to reach Roy's hands. Putting on the flamboyant dragon claw on his right hand, Roy casually dropped his hand by his side and continued to walk forward. There, Gray and Leo were yelling at each other while urging absolute Bingja with all their strength, hoping to use this move before the other party and save the other party's life. Roy stepped forward and kicked them away. "Of course, I just used a little force casually. Otherwise, the unsuspecting Gray and Leo would definitely turn into an oil painting if they received Roy's full kick." In Roy's view, this kind of painful drama of brothers competing to sacrifice their lives should not be staged in front of him. With him around, everyone can go home smiling. Except, of course, Arusha embedded in the wall. After receiving a heavy punch from Roy, her beautiful face would probably not be able to smile for a long time. After being kicked away by Roy, the two ice blue magic arrays condensed by Gray and Leo also stopped rotating instantly and then disappeared into the air. You! Lying on the ground and glaring at Roy, Leo was about to curse. But because of Roy's casual glance, he was shocked and speechless. Just looking at him made him feel as if he was being swallowed by an extremely fierce dragon. When he came to his senses, Leo found that his back was soaked and he was covered in sweat. Does the ice mage also sweat so much? Leo looked at Roy with fear as he was squatting forward. He was so scared that he didn't dare to speak casually anymore. This guy is not at a level he can afford to offend. Gray, who was lying on the other side, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Roy take action, and then stared at Roy expectantly. Gray has pinned all his hopes on Roy. Not paying attention to what Gray and Leo were thinking, Roy just stared at Deliola in front of him and raised his right hand. There was an explosive force surging in Roy's body, and the fierce flames from the Wushuan dragon gradually condensed and gathered in his right hand. "Farewell, monster," said softly. Roy waved his right fist. Like the flames of hell, dragon flames with a temperature of 3000 degrees Celsius erupted from Roy's right hand, whistling and completely covering the huge Deliura. Let him bathe in it. 3000 degrees. Although all the heat was poured towards Deliola due to Roy's deliberate control, the temperature of the entire hall still rose to nearly 100 degrees in an instant. Except for Natsu, the fire magician, and Gray and Leo, the two ice magicians, everyone else, including Lucy, suddenly felt as if they had suddenly entered a steamer, and it was extremely hot. The surface of the body also turned red instantly, as if it were a cooked prawn. Fortunately, everyone was a fairly strong magician. Although they would feel uncomfortable due to the sudden rise in temperature, they would not be injured. If an ordinary person appeared in the hall at this moment, he would definitely be severely burned in an instant. At this moment, everyone was staring at Roy's back, their eyes were extremely shocked. Is there such a powerful fire magic? This thought came to everyone's mind. After 3 seconds of flame spray, Roy stopped the flame output. At this time, Deliola in front of him was already there. Completely disappeared without a trace, leaving only the crystallized ground and the remaining flames of hell, and Deliura, together with the absolutely pure and unmeltable ice, was physically intact. Evaporated. Chapter 45. Only 5%? Roy couldn't believe his ears when he heard the system's message notification sound. Although Deliura is smaller than the lullaby demon he killed last time, the fierce aura on his body is more than a star and a half stronger. Why is the justice progress reward obtained after killing it so much less? Are you afraid that part of the justice value has been deducted by the system? As if he heard Roy's complaints, the system's emotionless electronic voice gave an explanation in time. Because after being sealed for a long time, Deliura's vitality has completely drained away. Even if the host does not kill it, it will completely lose its vitality at the moment it is completely unsealed. Therefore, the justice value of killing Deliura will not be very high. Listening to the system's explanation, Roy nodded. I see. There is indeed nothing wrong with this statement. But for Roy, it was still a bit uncomfortable. I originally thought it would have a lot of justice. Forget it, don't think about this anymore. Roy shook his head and looked at the scene he had created in front of him. It was his first time to use Dragon Flame, and he was a little surprised by the huge power of this move. The blow just now, in addition to vaporizing Deliura, also blasted a passage hundreds of meters long and 10 meters wide on the wall behind it. The passage was filled with a volcanic crater-like smell of sulfur, pungent and unpleasant. The surface of the channel has even crystallized due to the high temperature, making it extremely smooth. There are still 1 or 2 clusters of flames remaining at the entrance of the passage, burning tenaciously. While Roy was watching all this, the people behind him were staring at him in stunned silence. Deliola, who easily defeated Natsu and showed such strength, was beaten to ashes by Roy with just one move? Obviously this move last time did not cause such a terrifying scene. Lucy and others, who had heard this sound effect last time, were extremely shocked when they saw the completely different attack pattern from last time. Leo and his friends were so frightened that they couldn't speak and froze in place. Such a terrifying move, if it falls on them, can instantly completely erase all traces of their existence in this world. After wiping the cold sweat on his head, Leo felt happy. Fortunately, he shut his mouth in time, and Roy didn't want to argue with him. Otherwise, he might have been drinking tea with death by now. When he thought of this, Leo not only had no hatred for Roy at all, but was filled with gratitude, and the look he looked at Roy became one of admiration. Is this the style of a strong man? Sure enough, I'm still far behind. In the future, I must target him. One day, we must become as powerful as him. At this moment, Leo secretly set a flag for himself in his heart. Of course, Roy didn't know that Leo had already regarded him as a role model. He was looking at Natsu speechlessly, with a headache. Natsu, what are you doing there? Are flames fun? Sometimes, Roy really can't understand Natsu's brain circuit. Just like at this moment, Natsu actually lay down next to the two small flames left after Roy's attack, looking very interested. I just want to know if your flame can replenish my strength. Hearing Roy's question, Natsu turned around and replied. As a fire dragon slayer who can swallow fire to replenish energy, Natsu's explanation was reasonable. Then, Natsu asked Roy, "Can I eat your fire?" Natsu was referring to the small flames that remained after Roy's attack. He always felt that this cluster of small flames contained a very huge power, and if he could eat it, it would definitely bring him huge benefits. Well, you can eat it if you want. It's just the remnants of the attack, and Roy has nothing to be reluctant to part with. Since Natsu wants to eat it, let him eat it. Great, thank you, Rosie. In excitement, Natsu opened his mouth again and called Roy's name by mistake. Holding his forehead, Roy was speechless. After Roy agreed, Natsu immediately bit into the black flame that was still burning tenaciously in front of him, and took it into his mouth in one bite, just like an ordinary person eating a very spicy chili pepper. The moment Natsu ate Roy's flame, there was a burning sensation in his mouth, and his blood flowed. His whole face turned red. Natsu showed a distressed expression. This was the first time he had swallowed such a stimulating flame. However, in order to know whether this flame could replenish his strength, even though this flame was very difficult to swallow, Natsu still held on and swallowed the flame. The moment it entered his stomach, Natsu could clearly feel an extremely powerful force rushing to his limbs, and his face suddenly showed surprise. Look! I'm on fire! Hyping a burp, Natsu was about to praise Roy's flames when his expression suddenly changed. An unbearable pain came from his abdomen and spread radioactively to various parts of his body, causing Natsu extreme pain. Holding his stomach, Natsu began to roll crazily on the ground, screaming in pain. Natsu, what's wrong with you? Seeing Natsu in such pain, Happy immediately came to his side and looked at him worriedly. Gray also looked at him with worried eyes, but he didn't know what was going on with Natsu and didn't dare to act rashly. Xi walked up to Roy, poked Roy's waist, and asked, "What happened to Natsu? He feels so uncomfortable." Roy, who was also very worried at first, acted very calmly after receiving the system prompt and said to Lucy, "Do not worry. He will only be in pain for a while, and he will be fine after a while, and he will get huge benefits." P.S. Some readers pointed out the errors in the pronunciation. Indeed, this fault is mine. But now that the modification permission is gone, it does not affect the plot. You can just take a look at it, sorry. Chapter 46. After hearing Roy's words, everyone felt relieved and looked at Natsu, who was rolling on the ground intently, wanting to know when he would recover. Sure enough, as Roy said. After a while, Natsu's cries of pain became quieter, and he didn't act so painfully. Suddenly, a surging black-red flame burst out from Natsu's body, instantly raising the temperature of the entire hall by several degrees. Immediately afterwards, Natsu flipped up from the ground with a carp thrust, black and red flames floating all over his body, exuding pressure as blazing as the sun, and he looked at his hands in disbelief. In that short period of time just now, Natsu thought he was going to die from pain. However, I didn't expect that not only did he not die, he actually gained such powerful power now. Compared to before, it is at least 3 points stronger. Sensing the shock of Natsu and everyone around him, Roy's lips curved up and he chuckled. It has been detected that the host's flame has been swallowed and used by others. Should it be given permission to use its energy? This is the prompt that Roy's system gave him when Natsu swallowed Roy's flame. At that time, if Roy turned off Natsu's permission, Roy's flames would disappear from Natsu's body, and Natsu would immediately return to normal without any pain. However, Roy chose to open up the use of energy to Natsu. Because if the host chooses to open it, it will change the physique of the original protagonist Natsu, affect part of the future, and reward justice value progress of 5%. According to the system, even if the permissions are opened, Natsu cannot use the flames belonging to Roy to hurt Roy. Therefore, this is equivalent to giving away justice value progress for free. Don't give it away. So Roy chose to open permissions. However, even if Roy opened the permissions, the blazing flame of 3000 degrees was still a bit too early for Natsu today. That's why he acted so painfully before. However, Natsu, who had a cheating physique, quickly adapted to the ferocious energy in Roy's flames after surviving the first wave of energy impact. And, after absorbing this power, he developed a new fighting mode. Hell Flame Dragon Mode. That's what everyone saw, this form with red and black flames floating all over its body, exuding the aura of a visitor from hell. I felt a steady stream of strength pouring out of my body. Natsu looked at his hands and clenched his fists vigorously, feeling the explosive power. His face was filled with disbelief. Then, he looked at Roy with surprise. "You're awesome, Rosie. Just the remnants of your flame can help me so much. Thank you so much." Although Natsu is usually single-celled, he still knows very well who helped him. So, he patted his chest and assured Roy, "In the future, if you need any help, just come to me and I will do my best." Although Natsu acted so boldly, Roy's face was as dark as a pot sticker and he said angrily, "If you, an idiot, can call me by my name correctly, that will be the greatest help to me." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, cheerful laughter echoed in the hall. After solving Deliera, it's time to solve the problems of the island residents. After quarreling and fighting, the relationship between the brothers Gray and Leo seemed to have improved, and they ran aside to reminisce about the past. After Roy proposed destroying the purple film covering Garna Island in the sky, Natsu volunteered. Having just obtained the Hell Flame Dragon form, he couldn't wait to try out his powerful power. Roy nodded, as he wished. Roaring wildly, Natsu kicked his legs hard on the ground, causing violent tremors on the ground, and then shot up into the sky like a cannonball. Immediately afterwards, black-red flames exploded in the sky, destroying the purple film that had covered Garna Island for 3 years with one blow. Looking at the crystal purple rain in the sky and Natsu falling in embarrassment, Lucy couldn't help but ask Roy next to her, if it were a senior, what method would be used to destroy this film? Is it like when I defeated Deliera just now? Or is it like Natsu? Roy had already released his transformation and returned to his true form. He touched Lucy's head. An incomprehensible smile appeared on his face and he whispered something that Lucy didn't understand. "I won't try to run to the moon, I will just let the moon run to me." Lucy nodded in understanding. Although she didn't understand what Roy meant, she could hear the strong confidence and domineering in Roy's words. Stars were shining in her eyes. Sure enough, the senior is the most powerful, the most handsome one. After everything was settled, the villagers recovered their memories and knew the fact that they themselves were demons. Before leaving, Roy and others learned that the boatman who took them to Karna Island was the son of the village chief, and he was also the only resident in the village who knew that he was a devil. In order to bring the villagers back to normal, he has been punting outside, hoping to find a powerful magician who can help the island residents solve their memory problems. Finally, with the thanks of the villagers, Roy and others left Karna Island with a reward of 7 million gold coins and the key to Sagittarius, one of the zodiac signs. For Roy, the biggest gain from the Karna Island trip was not these gold coins at all. But the total justice value is 15%. Now, his justice value progress has reached 62%, and he is about to unlock the next night. The difference is only 8%. Reading books on May Day is a joy. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Grab a deposit now. Activity time, April 29th to May 3rd. Chapter 47. Roy and his group left Karna Island and were on their way back to Harujian, when they happened to bump into Urza, who came to capture Natsu. When she met Urza, she was using friendly means to recruit a pirate ship, so that the vicious pirates willingly recognized her as their eldest sister and took her to Karna Island. When witnessing all this, Roy and the others were stunned. Seeing Roy's surprised gaze, Urza's pretty face blushed slightly, and she put away the heavenly wheel sword in her hand without revealing anything. Immediately afterwards, Urza looked calm and pretended that nothing happened. As if she was not the one holding a long sword on the pirate ship captain's neck just now, driving away the pirates. "Okay, I don't need you anymore, you can leave." Then, she said threatening words with a calm face, making the pirates tremble. "Don't let me see you robbing others again, otherwise I will chop you all with one sword. Do you understand?" "No. XN." There was a tremor in the voice, and the pirates responded. "Very good. Turn around." While Roy and others watched Urza educating the pirates in stunned silence, she jumped from the pirate ship to Roy's ship. Finally, Roy and others sailed away from the sea, and the pirate ship he stood still and watched them go away. After what happened today, there was no more pirate group in the world that burned, killed, and looted, and there was an adventurous group that sailed for dreams and freedom. He is truly a good person with countless merits and deeds. So, let's discuss the distribution of these 7 million gold. Sitting on the train back to Magnolia, Roy suggested. "I'm not participating in this mission, I don't want to." Elsa looked serious. "I didn't ask you either." Roy pinched his eyebrows and felt a little headache. Ever since he saw Urza educating pirates, she has been acting strangely, which really made Roy a little uncomfortable. Hearing Roy say this, Urza blushed again and stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, looking very coquettish. Lucy and Gray were dumbfounded. Could the tough and rigid fairy queen behave like a little girl? Well, Natsu was too busy with motion sickness, and Habi was a cat, so they didn't react to Urza's expression. However, Habi was quite interested in what Roy said about the money. He turned into a gold coin and said with a big tongue, "Love, 7 million gold, Roy will share half of it, Natsu and I will share half, and the rest will be divided between Lucy and Gray." "Hubby, great idea." Hearing Hubby's distribution method, Natsu suddenly became energetic and thought it was very nice. Natsu said, "Since you said this, then I won't get motion sickness." Like. Habi's mouth was drooling, and he was already imagining how many small fish he could buy with the money. But Lucy and Gray stopped doing it. He roared, "According to your distribution method, this is nothing. There's nothing left." Roy and Urza looked at their funny looks, looked at each other, and laughed. Suddenly, the train was filled with a happy atmosphere. Finally, with the unanimous consent of everyone, the 7 million gold was awarded. Yi took 5 million, and Natsu and Gray each had 1 million. As for Lucy and Happy, Lucy was counted on Roy's side, and Happy was naturally divided on Natsu's side. At that time, Lucy did not express any objection, but blushed and leaned closer to Roy. After getting off the train, everyone returned to the guild with a smile, and then stood there stunned by the sight in front of them. The guild's headquarters was pierced by 7 or 8 thick black iron pillars. It no longer looked as majestic as before and was almost turned into a ruins, which was too miserable to look at. A house like this is an eyesore just to look at it, let alone live in it. Who did it? I will never let him go. Because the joy of getting 1 million gold coins completely disappeared, the anger in Natsu's eyes almost turned into substance, and he roared. Although the others did not speak, their faces were not very pretty either. Looking at this scene, Roy was livid. His face was full of anger. Fairy Tale was his first place in this world. Although the members of the guild were occasionally noisy, everyone was a good person. Naturally, the guild they belonged to was. It also creates an atmosphere of home. Roy has identified with this guild and regards it as a home. Now, this home has been destroyed. Roy thought silently with his right hand clenched. Very good, no matter who did it, since I want to play, I will play with you. However, in the end, don't say you can't afford it. Lucy stood beside Roy, with an angry look on her face. She couldn't help but hold Roy's left hand, exerting a slight force, trying to find some support. Like Roy, although she came to this guild it didn't take long, but Lucy already had some feelings for it. The guild she had longed for since she was a child, the place where she first unleashed her nature, the place where she met her seniors. Lucy liked Fairy Tale very much. However, it was damaged. Senior, you will never forgive the other party. Lucy said coldly, she has never felt so angry before. This is natural. P.S. It's time to speed up the pace, it's a bit slow. Chapter 48. At this moment, Roy and others were on the underground floor of the guild. Not just them, all the members are here. Those ghosts have always been at odds with us. Just go and defeat them. Don't be impulsive, the other party is that ghost. The fight between the two guilds will not end easily. Because the guild was destroyed, the members were also unhappy. There was a gloomy atmosphere throughout the guild, and everyone was discussing how to teach the ghost's ruler a lesson. The reason why we knew it was the spectre was because the method of destroying the guild was the magic used by the magician known as the Iron Dragon, who was the ruler of the spectre. It's the same as Natsu, Iron Dragon's dragon-slaying magic. Looking at Roy and his group who came to him under the leadership of Myra, Makarov greeted everyone with a leisurely expression. Yo, everyone, you're back. Makarov is currently sitting cross-legged on the makeshift bar, holding a large beer in his hand and drinking drunkenly. Looking at his appearance, he seems to have forgotten when Natsu stole the S-class mission letter. Who is that thunderous and furious person? Old man, why can you still be so leisurely? Our guild was attacked. Natsu stood in front of Makarov, with veins popping out on his forehead. He clenched his fists unwillingly and gritted his teeth. Hearing Natsu's roar, Makarov looked indifferent, and then he took a sip of beer and said, "Okay. Everyone, calm down. What's all the fuss about? Those low-class guys from Ghost just dare to go so far." Tickling his lips disdainfully, Makarov continued. "What's the fun in attacking a guild that has no one left? No one? Yes, I probably did it last night when no one was in the guild. I didn't find out until I came to the guild early this morning." Myra stood next to Makarov and explained to everyone. In this way, it can only be said that no one was injured, which can only be said to be a blessing among misfortunes. Urza pinched her chin, looking calm. There is no need to be familiar with guys like this who only dare to carry out sneak attacks, and ignore them. Makarov still looked indifferent, acting as if he really didn't care that the guild was destroyed, and said to everyone, "What a joke." Natsu punched through the barrel next to him, causing everyone to look over and roar angrily, "I can't accept this result. If I don't beat them to pieces, I can't swallow it. Okay, I think that's it. Until the guild is repaired, let's accept the commission in this basement. Not caring about Natsu's anger, Makarov jumped off the bar and skipped towards the door. I'm going to pee. President, are you really willing to do this? When Makarov ran to the door, Roy stopped him. Roy could see that Makarov pretended not to care on the surface, but actually wanted to cover up the anger and unwillingness in his heart. Footsteps. There was a pause, and Makarov's deep voice came from the door. So what if you are willing, so what if you are not willing? The council does not allow war between guilds. Makarov's voice was full of anger and helplessness. The guild was destroyed, and he also wanted to take revenge. However, as the president, Makarov must be responsible for the guild and its members. We have to be responsible. Others can act on their own initiative, but he can't. So, even though others were hit on the head, Makarov could only break his teeth. Swallow it into your stomach. They chose to pretend that nothing happened and calm down. When Makarov said this, the members also had a heavy look on their faces. It was the Magic Council that stood in front of them. You can't retaliate against the ghost's ruler. Otherwise, you will definitely be severely punished. However, Roy does not agree with Makarov and their ostrich ideas at all. The other party will really let this happen because of your concession. Things are over? No. Although Roy can't remember the plot clearly, in the original book, the two guilds still fought, so the other party was obviously the kind of honest guy. The kind of shameless guy who has been cornered. Therefore, what is the meaning of bear with the calm for a while and take a step back to open up the world? It's all bullshit. The more you think about it, the angrier it becomes. The more you think about it, the more you take a step back. This is the truth. Moreover, the principle that Roy believes in has always been I will repay those who bully me 100 times. He never takes revenge overnight. Ghost, right? If you want to play, I will play with you. Also, what kind of garbage is the Magic Council? A group of worms attached to the guild to suck blood, they are worthy of punishing the guild? Since everyone we all care about the rules of this so-called Magic Council, so it's up to me to break this rule. So, Roy said something that shocked everyone. I don't deny that the council's original intentions were good when it was established, and there are also guys who do practical things for the guilds. However, after so many years of development, the Magic Council has long since begun to rot from the roots. Which of the current congressmen is not a corpse? The regulations enacted are becoming more and more outdated. Apart from sucking the blood of guilds, have they really done anything beneficial to the guilds on the mainland? So, do we really need to care about the useless regulations made by this guy? Are they worthy? If they dare to punish us, then beat them too. Waving his fist, Roy said the above remarks with great momentum. Roy's remarks instantly ignited the atmosphere in the entire guild. As an organization that controls more than 500 regular guilds in Ishgar, the Magic Council, they have always been the behemoth that weighs on all the guilds. Although they are also unhappy with the ancient and pedantic rules of the Magic Council, they have never dared to publicly criticize the council like Roy. At this moment, Roy spoke out. What they had always wanted to say, but didn't dare to say. Looking at Roy, who was tall and upright, with an impassioned expression, the same domineering thought came to everyone's mind. Chapter 49. Hearing Roy's domineering remarks, the atmosphere in the guild was immediately ignited. All the members felt their blood boiling, and they wanted to rush to the ghost's ruler immediately, hang up those scum and beat them. As for whether the council may punish Fairy Tale afterwards? Anyway, Fairy Tale is the victim and is responsible. If the council insists on causing trouble for the guild, then as Roy said, the council will be attacked as well. I've been watching the council get upset for a long time. Suddenly, the crowd became excited, and everyone was calling on Makarov to go to war. Makarov also felt that what Roy said made sense. If you just tolerate it blindly, the other party will definitely find further trouble. This time it was to destroy the guild, but next time he would directly attack the guild members? Makarov knew the character of Ghost Guild President Joseph, and he would definitely be able to do such a thing. In order to protect my family, I decided not to let this happen. So, Makarov gritted his teeth, became ruthless, and waved his hand. Little ones, start a war with the ruler of ghosts, think he will go to the Magic Council and say that the current bad breath has to be released. At this moment, Makarov's drunkenness was gone. The short body burst out with a powerful momentum and pressure belonging to the Holy 10 level, full of the courage of a strong man. Hearing Makarov's declaration of war and feeling the powerful aura on his body, everyone immediately geared up and responded loudly with their hearts surging. Oh! They will all be crushed to pieces. Just wait and see. Ghost. One of the residences of the Ghost Ruler Guild, in a magnificent hall. Haven't those guys from Fairy Tale taken action yet? Yep, you can really keep your composure, Makarov. The person who spoke was a tall and thin man with a sinister expression on his face. He is the president of the Ghost Dominator Guild, Joseph Pola. Together with Makarov, he is one of the top 10 magicians of Ishgar. Powerful. At a guild meeting 6 years ago, Joseph and Makarov got into a fight because they were arguing about whose guild was the best in Fiori. Joseph lost to Makarov. After that time, the petty Joseph held a grudge against Makarov and Fairy Tale, and never attended the president's meeting again. In the past 6 years, Joseph has been wanting to take revenge on Makarov and Fairy Tale. He has never been able to find a good reason or opportunity. But this time it was different. 2 days ago, Joseph, who took on a special mission, finally found a way to seek revenge on Makarov and Fairy Tale. Fairy Tale had a chance to retaliate, so he immediately sent Gajeel to Magnolia to destroy Fairy Tale's station, hoping to provoke them and force Makarov to go to war, but Joseph didn't expect it. Yes, even though the guild's headquarters was destroyed by a sneak attack, Makarov was able to endure it and refrained from launching a war against the ghosts. The more you live, the more you look like an immortal bastard. It's too tolerable. Makarov. As long as there is an opportunity, Joseph wants to verbally slander Makarov at any time, including now. President Joseph, since they are so tolerant, let me add fuel to their fire again. Since the destruction of the guild can be tolerated, then send their members to the hospital. If 1 is not enough, shoot 2, if 2 is not enough, shoot 3. I still don't believe it. Can you bear this? This is a man with a face covered with iron nails and a fierce look. The ghost's iron dragon, Gajeel. It was him who attacked the Fairy Tale Guild yesterday. At this moment, Gajeel clasped his hands on his chest, his face it was filled with arrogance, and he grinned arrogantly. I'm very interested in the fire dragon of their guild. Do you really want to know who is more passionate? Or is my iron stronger? Then do what you want to do. Gajeel. Putting his hands in front of him, Joseph nodded and smiled sinisterly. Just when both of them showed tacit smiles, the door of the hall was suddenly broken open. No, President Joseph. According to the news from the spies lurking in Magnolia, Fairy Tale is heading towards its branch in Ogu City. Hearing the news, Gajeel spread his hands and sighed. It seems that I don't need to take action anymore. What a disappointment. There are no weak guys who can ravage that guild. Although he said he was disappointed, the look in Gajeel's eyes was not disappointment. Instead, he was eager to try. It seemed that he really wanted to compete with Natsu, who was also a dragon slayer. Oh? Are you still unable to calm down after all? Makarov. Joseph also had a look of surprise on his face for a moment, and then immediately returned to that sinister smile. Then, Joseph immediately gave the order. Start the Ghost MK2, let's go to the branch and wait for our guests to come. By the way, give them a big surprise. Yes. After receiving the order, the man who had just reported the news to Joseph quickly exited the door and went to deliver the order. After he left, Joseph's sinister laughter suddenly echoed in the quiet hall. As long as they can cause trouble, the final winner will be the ruler of their ghosts. Thinking about the surprise he was going to give Makarov later, Joseph was filled with confidence and said the perfect words. My genius plan has ensured that we have a 1000% chance of winning. GGG. Chapter 50. Ogu City, branch of the Ghost Ruler Guild. After receiving the order from Guild President Joseph, Ghost's large army was already waiting in the guild. Today is the day of war. Boom. Kicking open the door of the Ghost branch, bumping into several members of the Ghost, Natsu rushed into the hall first. It's good for everyone, just come here with ease. Natsu roared wildly, with flames wrapped around his body, full of momentum. Then, Natsu fired the first shot, the horn of war officially sounded, and the torrent of magicians from fairy tale and ghost collided instantly. Suddenly, the entire ghost hall turned into a battlefield, with colorful magical lights flashing in the field, and shouts and explosions. Looking at Urza and the others fighting fiercely in front of them, Lucy held a hand tightly in her hand. Holding the golden star spirit key, she looked eager to join the battle, but seeing Roy's calm expression, as if he wasn't ready to take action, she couldn't help but restrain her impulse and asked curiously. Senior, won't we join the war? Roy smiled and shook his head, touched Lucy's head and said softly. It's not time for us to appear yet. I'll take you to a fun place to wait. The ghost's target is Lucy. Of course, Roy will not let Lucy be alone in the outside world and give the ghost a chance to capture her. Therefore, he will take her with him. What's the meaning? Lucy tilted her head and stared at Roy, a little confused. But she believed that her senior would not harm her, so she was not worried at all. Henshin. The phantoms intersected and exploded, overlapping on Roy's body, and the Red Kamen Rider came here. Holding Lucy's hand, Roy activated the Mirror World Master, and their figures suddenly disappeared. They disappeared out of thin air. Two big living people would definitely be very eye-catching in normal times, but at this moment, in the fierce battle, everyone was busy dealing with their opponents, and no one noticed Roy and them. With Lucy's disappearance, the only person not involved in the battle focused all of his attention on Natsu. The fairy fire dragon. Gajeel stood on the floor of the hall, folding his arms and looking at Natsu, who was fighting bravely below, chasing dozens of people, with a warlike expression on his face. Licking the corners of his mouth, Gajeel revealed he gave a crazy smile, bent his knees slightly, jumped off the beam, and leaned towards Natsu. Let me see which dragon is more powerful. This is how the same thing? Senior. Holding Roy's hand, Lucy stretched out her other hand to cover her mouth, looking at the surrounding environment with an expression of disbelief. Why are there just the two of us? Where have the others gone? Aren't the other people there just fine? Roy looked at the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and said with a smile. Following Roy's gaze, Lucy saw the reflection reflected on the window glass. Suddenly, Lucy was extremely surprised and let go of Roy's hand. Yi put her hand on the window and looked at the scene in the window carefully. It was like watching TV. The sight of Urza and the others appearing on the window glass was simply amazing and completely beyond the realm of possibility. Therefore, Lucy quickly turned around and asked Roy curiously. Senior, why can we see Urza and the others' reflections on the glass, but there is nothing around us? You said you would take me to an interesting place. What was going on? Spreading his hands, Roy stared at Lucy and said. Welcome to my world, the mirror world, my lovely junior. The world in the mirror. Looking at Roy's huge and transparent red pupils, Lucy chewed on what Roy said and murmured. Then, Lucy's eyes glowed brightly. The world in the mirror. She understood Roy's words. Yi means. In the real world, Gajeel had already rushed above Natsu's head. A blue magic circle appeared, and Gajeel's right hand quickly grew longer, thicker, and harder. Ahem, it turned into a thick iron rod and hit Natsu. Natsu, who was originally dealing with the other members of the Spectre, suddenly noticed a strong gust of wind coming from his head. He immediately stretched out his hands to meet it above his head. Boom! There was a sound like steel intersecting, and Gajil's right hand was held above his head by Natsu. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Gajil was not disappointed, but fell to the ground lightly. "Are you the ghost's iron dragon? The guy who destroyed our guild?" With a livid face, Natsu stared coldly at Gajil, who had fallen in front of him, and asked sternly. "That's right, it's me." Gajil took back his right hand, and his arm turned into flesh and blood again. He pointed his thumb at his face and answered Natsu's question with a proud look on his face. Not only that, he also provoked Natsu very arrogantly. "Your guild is too dilapidated. I will help you demolish it for free so that you can rebuild it. Don't thank me too much. It would be easier if it was you." Natsu lowered his head, his face extremely calm. But those lowered eyes had turned into vertical pupils like giant dragons, burning with eternal anger. At this moment, Natsu looked nothing like anything on the surface. He is usually impulsive and irritable, and he is not like the one who shouted to kill the ghost members before. However, those who are familiar with Natsu know that this is a sign before he explodes. Sure enough, Natsu's calmness didn't last long at all, as black and red blazing flames rose up from his body, and he directly entered his current strongest form. Hellflame Dragon Mode. Raising his head, Natsu's face became extremely ferocious, and he glared. Gajil's eyes were fierce. His right foot made a small hole on the floor. Natsu roared and rushed towards Gajil. "Today, it doesn't matter whether you are an iron dragon or an iron insect. Or something else. Natsu, make iron."